Welcome back to the Open Chess Anime Podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. Joining me tonight, RHYS2753.
Ladies and gentlemen, Lance number 5. How's Lance? FDDNM number 5. God damn it.
Wow.
I fucked that up so hard. I'm so sorry.
Well, yeah,
Kill
this
me
will
now.
be my presumably last, maybe second last podcast as Cancerous Internet. And then
Rip.
we are also joined by our special guests, including our foot fanatic, only feet fanatic.
Lance, you like feet? I don't know why I got my
Boots were
picture
made
up
for
there.
walking.
It's definitely not fucking me. Oh my god, you changed my name, you dick!
You didn't realize
I did that almost as soon as you came in.
I did not notice that. No.
Is it okay to take Tylenol
That's because
with
it was
alcohol? Because I already have a migraine from that intro.
I am Random 11. Nice to meet everyone. I am not.
And then we
only
have
feet.
Lance.
Oh, fuck.
Sam,
Yeah,
I
Lance.
am Toes and Jam. What's up, guys?
Woo. Well, oh, fuck. Damn it.
There we go.
Things are going smoothly, as you can tell.
Fuck, I'm going to go get some Tylenol. Oh, shit, I'm going to pass out. I'll tell you, one thing about having the coof is that the laughing hurts way more with the cough stuff. I'll be right back.
All right, well, he's gone. What have you guys been watching this last week?
Oh my god. Go ahead, Photo.
PC Master Race.
Well, since everybody's ready to go, I will say I have finished Lupin the Third Part 3. I watched Lupin the Third Columbus Files, which I remember not caring for at all. Still
You
didn't care
still
for it,
Okay.
even though the dub had some pretty choice lines, particularly gotta wash my gums, my brush my teeth, my gums, and my esophagus, which was hilarious. Because Jigen was talking about getting CPR from Goemon, and Goemon is like, "What the fuck
What?
did Goemon do? Give me deep throat or something?"
Just go with it, AC.
I walked
All right,
into a
I'm ready.
very interesting
I have-
conversation.
But I'm not done yet.
Okay, go for it.
I also watched Lupin the Third, Legends of Gold of Babylon, which is a fantastic movie. Still, holy crap! That's an awesome movie. So much fun, especially with the dub.
All right.
And I watched Decadence, which is great still. And I watched the 3 Code Geass recap movies and the first 3 Project Echo movies.
Nice.
I
I've been
sat
on
down.
it.
In 0K.
I sat down to watch Cobra Kai, and got sick and tired of it before I finished the first 5 minutes of it, and then
Ooh,
turned
that's
on
too bad.
Stone Ocean.
I heard it was the best season so far, except that all the feminists hated it.
Oh, if all the
It-
feminists hated it, it might be worth piling through. It's just every other season has been so like repetitive on like
Right?
their enemies, and
drama
then
and shit.
a mistake happen, or sorry,
The
their
trope.
friends, and then a mistake, like a
The
mistaken.
dreaded trope.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Like a
A mistake is
misunderstanding.
made, a misunderstanding happens, they're enemies,
now we're
the
enemies.
revelation, and then they're friends again.
And like
Yep.
it
And
happens
we
Rinse
rinse
and
and
repeat. Yeah.
once a season. That whole cycle.
All right.
So yeah, but
So I would just like
Stone
to
Ocean
say-
was good.
good. I'm glad.
And
But
As
now
for
you're
what-
going to
I
have
hope
to
you're
wait
doing
for the other
okay.
chunks of it to release.
Yeah, part 2.
as
All
for
right.
what I've been watching, I rewatched and got up to the new season. I refreshed myself on Restaurant to Another World. Love that fucking series. And then
This is gonna
I
end
watched.
lap.
Say what?
This is gonna end. Oh, amazing!
Mashoku Tensei Jobless Reincarnation. I'm all caught up on
Hey.
that with the dub. That show is really good. Holy
It is
crap.
really good.
Yeah.
Like, holy fuck. I have 3 of my friends who won't shut up about it. In between all that, kept in the background Overlord. Because why the hell not? Overlord's awesome.
That's good.
Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. I was watching the latest episode that Funimation threw out just earlier. and I had to refresh myself on what the hell was going on Yashahime, because that's was that my cue to shut up?
No, sorry. I was
Goodbye.
just-
You're living up to your name.
yeah. So, real quick, has anything that Viz owns the license to gotten a theatrical release in recent years?
Do they actually license movies?
I think they put out one of the Tiger and Bunnies movies in
In
theaters.
theaters in the U.S.?
I
The
think
reason
so.
I ask is because, well, it's been
Well,
an
does
interesting.
Viz?
Go ahead.
Who owns Code Geass?
Funimation.
Funimation.
Okay, yeah.
Well, the reason I ask, you guys are doing great with the with the cameras. The reason I ask is because, so after last podcast, I cut caffeine cold turkey, and then I went 9 straight days, and my brain got much sharper, which is fantastic.
Let you use that one.
And then my wife got a job working as a mobile dog groomer. I think I kind of told the story about that.
A desktop groomer?
Yes. And she works Saturdays and Sundays. She was working Saturday at night and Sunday morning so that she would be able to go to my company-wide business dinner that we had on Sunday night. And I got to tell you, I was expected to pick her up, and it was supposed to go till the official shift was supposed to end at 6, but she said it is likely going to go till 8:30.
Wait, she went without you?
No, for her job on Saturday.
Oh,
Right.
I thought you meant pick her up from the.
No, I was supposed to
from
pick
the
her up.
dinner.
I was supposed to pick her up from her job.
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
And hours later at 10 o'clock, she got dropped off by the by the van for the mobile thing, because they were actually in our neighborhood for like the whole day, right? Because all the clients were right here. So so that sucked because I was dead exhausted. And then once I stayed up past my 8 p.m. bedtime, I couldn't fall asleep when it came time to. Stayed up till like 2, and then woke up at like 5 because my daughter got in our bed and kicked the shit out of us. And then I took some caffeine on Sunday because I had to stay up all day and watch the kids while my wife was at work on Sunday. And then, yeah, it's just been downhill. And then the fucking dinner was goddamn disaster in terms of like, I was so dead exhausted by the end of it. And then it went on for like another 5 hours. Like I was like, oh my God, everybody is drunk, but my wife and I, please let us leave. Right. It got really awkward. And then, yeah, so I had some caffeine, and I'll tell you, I learned something because usually what happens is I get off the caffeine, and then once it's out of my system,
the caffeine?
well, once it's out of my system and I go back on it, it's like 100 times more effective, right? And not in terms of the caffeine, but in terms of the focus, right? But this time I noticed the caffeine I was doing, which was Turbo Force. From
It was
InfoWars,
hard caffeine. not
wasn't working
soft
very
stuff.
well. So it's the sleep deprivation that comes from the caffeine I'm finding that is the thing that's fogging me up, not so much the caffeine in itself, right? Anyway.
Yeah.
So what does this have to do with Viz and theatrical releases?
Anyway, at the dinner,
I really want to know.
At the dinner, my boss's son is a little bit younger than I am, and he's into Demon Slayer and stuff, right? So he was telling me that he and his brother were going to go check out the Jujutsu Kaisen movie, but they found out that it was that the
Not
screening
Demon Slayer.
that they were looking for was the Japanese release date. And I told him I think it'll probably come to the States, but then I looked it up and it's licensed by Viz.
Yeah.
So that's why I asked.
It's up in the air.
I mean, they put
for how
stuff on
freaking
Toonami.
popular it is, it'd be stupid for them
It
not
would
to.
very much be stupid for them not to.
Well,
Yeah.
hold up. Isn't it like Crunchyroll who has the streaming license type deal? So wouldn't they probably have the theatrical license? Actually,
Who
I think
knows?
it's Crunchyroll as a whole that has the license, and
I don't know.
This is just a
Crunchyroll-
distribution bitch.
Crunchyroll
This
was
is putting
listed
it on
A&M
Blu-ray.
as one of the companies.
Does Crunchyroll post the dub?
Yeah, Crunchyroll has the dub in its entirety.
Okay. Now-
They're the main licensor. Viz is just the distribution bitch.
So if Crunchyroll is the dub, then that means now that Crunchyroll is owned by Sony, Funimation could. And
I
Sony
don't
could
think
do it,
Funimation
no?
would take it from Viz. Maybe, but I don't know.
If you would like to support us, I would like to introduce you to the OCA Podcast Patreon.
You can be our bra for the low price of at least $1 a month.
Right, which is only $12 a year and helps us greatly. Also, there's the Anime Collector Patreon, which is somehow seemingly really zoomed in or something. You could be a bootleg patron for $1 per video, or I have not updated this in years, but you can find.
It has to say 4K Ultra HD Dolby Atmos HDR.
That's the $1,000 per video tier. Anyway, then there's other ways to support us. There's the there's the Patreon level without the Patreon fees, which you do by raping us with your money. So there's that, and then there's indirectly support us via our affiliate links and whatnot. These are all great ways to do it. There's also a merch store, which we'll talk about later. Now that that's over, make sure to like the video as well and share it with your friends, because we do not get favors from YouTube. Anyway, jumping right in, let us discuss City Council in Tokyo votes on proposal to give foreign residents partial voting rights. So the mayor of Musashino wants to, quote, make the most of the diversity of our city's residents. So a lot of organizations in Japan go into a sort of slowdown mode at this time of year, as end of the year parties, Christmas celebrations, and plans for New Year's, the biggest holiday in Japan, leave people with less time for their usual business. Even still, the members of the City Council of Musashino City, a section of Tokyo west of the downtown area, found time to come together and vote. Voting. So at a plenary session held on Tuesday, 25 members of the council cast their votes on a proposal to grant voting rights to foreign residents of Musashino, which includes the fashionable Kichijoji neighborhood and blah, 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 blah. The initiative was spearheaded by Musashino Mayor Reiko Matsushita with the goal of, quote, making the most of the diversity of our city's residents, and had already been approved by the council's General Affairs Committee on Monday of last week. Though the proposal didn't go so far as to grant foreign residents the ability to vote for elected positions, such as mayor or parliamentary representatives, it did seek to allow them to vote in local referendums, essentially direct votes to accept or reject specific proposals or policies by the local government. Under the proposal, the only requirement for foreign residents to be able to vote in referendums would be to be at least 18 years old and to have lived in Musashino for at least 3 months, which are the exact same referendum voting requirements for Japanese citizens in Musashino. Ultimately, though, the proposal proved to be too much of a departure from the current system for the council members, and it was rejected by a majority vote. The proposal's defeat, however, was a narrow one, with 14 council members opposed and 11 in favor. That small margin of defeat has Matsushita still eager to find ways life in the city of roughly 148,000 people can be improved for its approximately 3,000 foreign residents. Quote, while accepting the results of today's vote, we will continue to study the situation and develop ways to respect human rights, recognize diversity, and build a supportive society. Any thoughts? How do you feel about non-citizens voting in your elections?
Is
That's
this gonna have
opening up the doors to voter fraud.
For
well,
anywhere else, I'll say it's sketch, but for Japan, it's like, well, you can't vote there if you've lived there for what, 10 years?
yeah.
Even?
So Japan's like notorious for not giving out citizenship.
Yes.
And so to let people vote that've been there like for 20 years might be nice. I know in Canada.
Well, let me expand on what you just said for a minute for anybody who's unaware. Japan is, as you said, notorious about citizenship. The only way to get Japanese citizenship is to be born in Japan. And if you were born in Japan, like for instance, when I was in high school, one of my classmates, his parents were missionaries in Japan, and he was born on Japanese soil. So he had dual citizenship in Japan and the US. But Japan is so protective of their citizenship that when you reach, I think it's 21, you have to revoke. You have to pick which citizenship you're going to take, Japanese or one of the other ones you have. And you have to revoke all the other ones if you choose Japanese. That's how strict they are on their citizenship rights. If you choose Japan,
Sounds like they don't want to lose their country.
Couldn't you just say, yes, I have denounced myself from X other countries, but you don't actually do
All
it?
that
You just-
shit's gonna be on file, so they'll know if you're lying.
Well, I believe you could probably get it back. Like if you renounced your Canadian citizenship, and then we're like, okay, Japan, I renounced it.
Mhm.
And then you were like later on, like, actually, Canada, I want it back. I'm sure Canada would give it back to you.
I don't
Canada
think
and
the
or
US will.
maybe.
I don't think
Would
the
you-
US will, because you are revoking, and you are, like as you said, it's a renouncil of citizenship. I don't think countries that you renounce your citizenship to are eager to give it back to you. I think that's the purpose of renouncing.
Because you can flip flop, and it's like
Because it seems like treason to tell somebody that, like, fuck your country and your citizenship, tear it up. Nancy Pelosi
I mean,
style.
worst case, you go get married in that.
You could theoretically, yeah. That's an
But
interesting.
hold up. What's preventing them from saying that, like, a few more years down the line, they won't make you renounce it again after you've regained your other citizenship? Like,
Oh,
I'm not sure.
If,
I'm not
if
sure.
you-
I'm just telling you from what I read, because I learned this when we were covering Naomi Osaka, because she reached that age where she needed to choose her U.S. citizenship or her Japanese citizenship, and I believe she took. I think she took U.S. I'm not sure, actually, now that I think about it. I'm very fuzzy on these details, apparently. Anyway, but as it regards voting, I think it's very interesting. I think we are seeing the end game of Japan with their population decline, right? They are really realizing how badly this is going to affect them going forward, to the point where they are at some point are going to have fewer Japanese than they are foreign residents, or if it keeps up, because go ahead.
I mean,
So
in 100 years,
Holy
right.
crap.
Let's take a look. Let me put it this way. So we were just looking at these numbers. It was 148,000 residents, 3,000 of which are foreign residents, right? Now, they have an aging population, though. So every year, you're going to have like greater and greater numbers. That disparity is going to change drastically as it switches, because as the aging population starts to die off every year, you get closer and closer to Japan having fewer natural-born residents versus foreign residents, right?
Yeah.
So yes, it will be. I wouldn't even say 100. Maybe in 50 years, you might even see Japan's near extinction, unless they figure out a way to do something, which is going to take a collapse of the economy and a rebuild, possibly even a war, which I have said for years. I feel like we're right around the corner from another world war.
I mean, I'm just looking at the States and Canada where we're kind of like full on like immigrant crap. and
We
Loose cooching
prefer
it.
the immigrants over the citizens.
Oh, yeah.
no, I just mean like people are coming here. We're
All the time.
multicultural, and we're still not at a point where white people are the minority yet.
Okay,
Right.
but that's not what I'm saying. First of all, there isn't a problem in the West. I mean, let's say there is a problem. There is a problem in the West of lower birth rates, but Japan is ridiculously lower than that, right?
Okay, but I'm just saying, like, if we take the premise that
Mhm.
we have a monoculture in Japan, and sure,
I
The
have a
birth
hard time
rate-
believing that statistic. If it is
What?
one,
what
that there are lower
statistic?
birth rates right now in the U.S.
No, so
No,
the
he
problem
said
in the
in
U.S.
Japan.
Because
there-
every
No,
time,
no,
every
no.
damn time I look around, someone I know is knocked up.
Okay.
No, he said in Japan
no.
the birth rate is low.
You said in the West, AC. Just
in
being
the
clear.
West, let me be clear. In the West, we aren't having replacement level numbers of kids. That's 2.5.
Oh yeah,
right.
lower
That's
than
what
it
I'm
used to
saying.
be for sure.
Because Random 11 said he used the term white people, and I'm saying that in the West, the white culture is not actually having replacement levels of kids. Okay, but I'm talking about Japan, where they're not having any kids, right? Like they're having 1 per 100,000 or something like that. I'm making up a number, I don't know, but it's significantly worse in Japan
Okay.
than in the West.
I'm not 100% on the statistics here and whether it makes a difference, but my argument is, if we think of North America as when it was established or when it was first settled, I should say, in 1400s or whatever, it was a monoculture white general population, right? And Japan is a monoculture general Japanese.
Right, it's a very homogeneous
Homogeneous.
community.
And so as the years have gone over since like 14 whatever, when North America was first settled, right, it's become more multicultural, okay?
Mhm.
And there's been no effort to stamp that down at all, right? Let the immigrants in, let all the other people in. We're good with that. They've been having kids. I mean, it's a little bit stereotypical, but like, some people happen to have kids more often than other people.
Culturally,
Culturally. And
I'd like to preface by saying real quick that I have absolutely no issues with the American culture, for example, having more immigrants come in. I have absolutely no issues with this.
yeah,
So
I'm
long
not
as-
saying that either.
Yeah, just to be clear.
So
'cause
long as they come in through the proper
long-
channels.
well, not only that, not only so long as they come in through the proper channels, but so long as they come in embracing American culture, right? As they say, when the Italians came to Ellis Island, they didn't come waving Italian flags; they came waving American flags, right? I'm totally cool with people.
What needs to happen is our country needs to stop being so easily changed from the rules and
Right.
stuff we've had.
The problem here is that Japanese culture is a distinctly Japanese thing, and I don't think I mean you can move to Japan and get browbeaten into being subservient to their culture because that's kind of how it is over there.
Okay, just let me finish my point though,
Sure,
real
go ahead.
quick. Okay, so again, nothing against the immigrant people coming in and multiculturalism. I'm not really against that. I'm just saying, since
The floodgates are open.
1400s,
Yeah.
it was a monoculture, and then it has diversified,
Mhm.
and no one has stomped that down, and efforts have been in a direction of more multiculturalism than more whiteness, right? That's the direction we're going. And it still hasn't flipped that table to majority other cultures. It's still majority white in 400 years, right? So in Japan, yes, okay, maybe the birth rate for Japanese people is way less, but they're not encouraging multiculturalism. And so I think that outbalances the lowered birth rate, right? Like the amount of foreigners, it's something like 10% or less in Japan right now.
Yeah,
In overall Japan.
Sure. Okay. So
So I think my end point is I think it would take more than 100 years to have a upheaval of that.
Yeah.
even with
so
a low birth rate.
what I'm saying is that as
Using
more,
North America as an example.
Okay, well, just to close out this topic, what I see happening is that as the aging population in Japan starts to die off, what's going to happen is that they're going to take on more and more immigration. Because in order to keep their economy going, they will need to replace the populations that are dying off, and they need more kids, right? And if you need a Chad like Green Line to go overseas for a week-long vacation and introduce Japanese women to culture and knock up a few of them, then that's what you need, right? That's effectively what they're gonna need in order to.
Just open the gates and let him go.
Nekobold says, "I'll get my passport."
Yeah,
That would be counterproductive.
I'm just skeptical on your timeline here.
She is the
Based
world's
on-
greatest wingman.
Based on what I've seen
pulling
in
a
North
number out of
America.
my ass to just have a number, but what I'm saying is that I think that you will see quickly that it's going to get exponentially worse as time's going to go on, because unless Japan actually goes to war and they have something that causes a cultural shift in their country where people step away from a decadent lifestyle of self-indulgence through video games and anime and whatnot, that is something that they fill their life up with instead of pursuing meaningful relationships and getting close to other people.
Because it's always possible and easy to do.
Well, I'm just saying the problem's not going to get better.
Well,
If we're viewing this as a problem.
The main problem is our society, how it keeps the mindset of what is and who is a individual worth having as a, partner. It's really becoming this whole sub-fashion of, I mean, hell, if you're a manly dude, that's going to be a problem depending on where you're at in the world. If you're a girly boy, that's going to be a problem. If you're a girly girl, that's going to be a problem. Like, our society has made this point to create. What's up, Reese?
So you're saying we need manly girls now?
What?
I mean, everyone, look, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and
Do I still have that
social
picture?
media
I
and
do.
stuff really needs to get its hands off of.
Hold up.
He's got to upload.
Our
He's got
world's
to upload
opinion.
Project ACOK image.
Oh God!
Both of them.
If you don't get what I'm saying, that's all I'm saying about it for now.
Yeah. Well,
Just to bring it back to the original point of the voting.
Yeah.
I think it's good that they limited it to just
To referendums?
referendums or whatever. I think that makes sense because generally, like, I wouldn't want Japan to let in a bunch of foreigners and have them change it, like all the Californians moving to Texas and screwing up Texas. In Canada, if you get a citizenship, you can vote in elections here. But obviously, if you stay a green card holder, you can't. So we're not as progressive, if you want to call it progressivism. I don't know, as Japan.
I thought a green card was basically a citizenship.
It's basically a license to stay here, and you, I believe you have to renew the green card every X number of years. But you definitely, it's not a citizenship. You can't vote. I think that's maybe the only thing you can't do. Anyway, but however, I don't know if you've seen this, but in New York, they, according to Tim Pool anyway, they're fully letting non-citizens vote in normal elections. So that's the other extreme, and I don't know if I agree with that one.
All I have to say is fuck.
So
Wow,
Lance,
that's your new answer.
Lance, you want this kind of lady in your life?
Holy shit!
I mean, that might be your ideal girl. Not really my speed.
Whoa.
And
Is
you like
that,
them big and strong.
Manly girl.
Are you phobic
So-
by
so,
any chance, Lance?
Me?
All right.
Phobic?
Yeah.
Anyway,
Nine of my friends are gay. that I
So
talk
what?
to on a
you
daily
have gay
basis.
friends, so I guess you're.
I'm not phobic, I promise.
All right. So,
But who said homophobic? You could be at other various phobic.
Wait. Did
Oh
I
my
misunderstand
God.
something, or was that a D-Road guy?
So Nekovolt says, "Man, this is a super long topic. As much as I love it, what's next?" Yes, I agree. Okay. Secretly, the only reason we're covering this topic at all is because I didn't want to jump right into pickups. No, this is something I put into the doc last week and forgot it was there.
Ooh, I need to grab my pickup and upload it. Give me a second.
Okay, so well, it's going to go into next week's pickups because I already put the comment.
Sorry, Lance.
All right, no worries.
So at present,
I didn't know
about
that's
40
how this worked now. Thanks for informing me, jackass.
Well, we talked about it last week, so
I'm
it's your
sorry, I
problem.
was so.
I wasn't
proactive.
here. I was sick.
Oh my!
Rewatch the.
Fucking
So you
kill me.
don't rewatch the stream? Damn.
I play it on in the background and fall
Dear
asleep
God.
to it.
At present, about
It's
40
his ASMR.
municipalities in Japan have some sort of allowances for foreign residents to vote in local referendums. So this is actually a common thing. 40 municipalities in Japan already have this. Though the vast majority requiring voting foreigners to satisfy conditions beyond those for voters who are Japanese citizens, such as having
That's a
secured
satisfying voter.
permanent residency status. Only 2 cities, Kanagawa's Zushi and Osaka's Toyonaka, currently have what Matsushita was proposing. Identical local referendum voting requirements for foreign residents and Japanese citizens. And if the proposal had passed, Musashino would have been the first in Tokyo. Okay, so real quick, just wanted to say that I think that above all else, this is a indication of a pattern continuing in a certain direction we've expected for a long time regarding Japan declining citizenship and birth rate. Anyway, on to pickups. Okay. Mirage Leonardo says, my only anime-related pickup is the Kamen Rider manga, which I still need to read. The one that arrived Tuesday in your mail?
Today? You mean today?
This one? Yeah. When did he send this?
No, that was
12/31. No, that was last Tuesday.
that was 2 Tuesdays ago.
Shit.
Also, Reese, how's your...
So this is continuing the topic of Vinland Saga Book 12 having more pages. So it was... they were straight when I picked this up from the library, but... You know,
Wow, you just doxed yourself.
Wow, was it not gay to begin with?
no, they said they were straight when I picked it up from the library.
I bet they were.
And when they sat in the car for about a couple hours, and then when I got home, they looked like this. So it's
Whoa. So you're
general-
admitting,
Confirmed
you admitted
how to
them
change
that you
someone from being
defiled their
straight.
book.
Say that again, FDDNM.
You admitted to them that you defiled their book because, well, you're renting it out. What do you care if it's slightly curly? You're
I'm
not
not doing.
collecting
I'm just. All I was saying was that just the general humidity will warp pages, not just because it got wet.
I think it's
You
the
also-
proximity
and
to
we've-
you
We've got...
You
in
also
general.
You also doxed yourself with the library
Yeah,
address being
That's
right
not
on
my.
the
That's
spot.
not the town I live in. So
so let me ask, it's black and white pages though, right?
yes,
Well, yeah, it's manga.
Does Dark Horse release this?
No, wait.
There's Cadentia.
Good answer.
Oh.
Okay. Just curious. Yeah, so this goes back to we asked Danny to I said he should freeze it and then let it thaw with books on top of it. And I'm curious if you do that, I'd like to see updates. Also, you want to talk about
So-
The Hobbit and The Lord of the Rings?
I got
And
this
the
for
Yu-Gi-Oh!
Christmas from my mommy for late Christmas present. This is actually a surprisingly really nice box set because the box is like chipboard material,
Mm.
and
Whoa, man. That's
the
like
books
unheard of.
the books aren't like the majority of the pocket-sized ones you see with the fine print. You can actually read it easily.
Just be careful if there's any pictures of J.R.R. Tolkien on the back. You don't show any pictures of those.
What?
What?
The
What
Tolkien,
a reference.
You haven't heard about that?
The
No?
Tolkien Society drama.
The Tolkien Society has been going around like trying to DMCA people who post pictures of Tolkien because they did a fundraiser to buy like all the images that exist of
In
J.R.R.
the books?
Tolkien.
What the fuck?
And so somebody on Tolkien's birthday tweeted out from a podcast, like a Lord of the Rings style podcast. They were tweeting out like happy birthday to the legend or whatever, and it was a picture of Tolkien, and the Tolkien Society replies with, do you have the rights to post this image? Right. And it's like go fuck yourself. Yeah. And what's funny is that the Tolkien Society has posted that image on Twitter, and Twitter's terms of service say that you grant a license to any image that you post on Twitter. Yeah. So literally they've given away that license because they've posted the image on Twitter before. Anyway.
Wow.
Yeah. So
as far as I know, I don't think they've got any pictures on the back of it.
That's probably because the book
their reissues.
The publisher doesn't own it anymore.
The publisher doesn't own the image.
The Tolkien Society.
What was really funny was the box set was like $2 less than buying the books individually based on like the MSRP on each book.
Mm-hmm.
And for the trilogy, Fellowship of the Rings, Two Towers, and Return of the King, the page numbering acts like they're all one book. So the Fellowship of the Ring goes from like 3 to 300 something. Two Towers goes from 300 something to 700 something, and then Return of the King goes on from there. I thought that was funny.
That is cool. I like that. All right. Random 11, you've got some pickups.
Yeah. I haven't watched them yet, but yeah, Memories, Project Echo, and
I like how the perfect edition is just movie one.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think it's perfect. Isn't it perfect because it has both ratios and stuff?
Yeah,
no, but still, really, the perfect edition would be like they'll probably do when they do the complete collection. They'll call it the perfect collection.
The thing that bugs me is the perfect the perfect edition stamp is not perfectly straight.
Hey, there's your keyboard.
On an angle.
It is.
But yeah, and
it would look even more off place if it was.
Yeah, I get why they did it. It would look more stampy.
Like there's not a lot of there's way too much room down here now that you've drawn my attention to it. Like there's a lot of space down here.
Footnum, you need to get in touch with these people. No offense, but you kind of picked better pictures than most anime box sets I've seen. So why don't you have this job?
They drew this cover.
Yeah, do you want to know why? Do you know why?
I'm not knocking the artistic style. I'm just knocking.
I am.
I feel like there could be more.
The reason that FDDNM picks better images is because he's not.
I don't have the license, and I don't have to.
It's because he's not sending it. He's not sending it back to the Japanese company who's saying, "No, we're not seeing enough of her ankles."
Message.
Right.
I will agree though that that cover is like it could have been much better if they actually added a real background.
You want to
generic star pattern number 5 that we use on all our releases.
Let me make the comment as to what I would have done. Zoom in on her. Yeah. Don't leave so much. Just take the image that's there and make it closer. She's the smallest
one, but she's in the foreground.
Yeah. Well, they commissioned this artwork in order to,
which is awesome.
It's brand new artwork by a Western artist. Not
make wall scrolls
Japanese.
And posters of it. How about that?
I think that Seiko looks perfect. This is Biko, right? Biko looks great. Aiko though, she looks not quite right.
Yeah,
she doesn't look perfect edition to you. Is that what you're saying?
No.
She looks
Random
like
11 agrees though. It is the perfect edition because they cropped her at the feet.
I watched the.
He's wearing socks, so I wouldn't mind anyway.
We have a new bot.
Wait, so you're saying socks makes it all better?
Yeah.
They're not feet if they're in socks?
They're not bare feet.
That movie does look fantastic.
They're not feet if they're in socks, shirt when.
They're not bare feet. Yeah, so Neon Genesis Collector's Edition and the movie of Demon Slayer.
Oh, I think nice. I really want that.
Else could get there, Ava.
So the reason why this is DVD height is not because it's something special, is because This is almost an exact copy of the Japanese release, which was DVD height and a digipack.
But are
Because
the
all
Blu-rays
the
in
TV
Japan the same
volumes
Blu-ray
are
height?
also DVD height on the Japanese side.
I
Why
just
would
love
they
how
It
much.
matches the Japanese ones, but it doesn't match ours. But not because it's a special movie. It's because it was an exact copy of the Japanese.
Well, why
release.
didn't they do the exact copy on the other volumes?
That's what I was
then?
gonna say. Why would they just randomly decide, let's do an exact copy now? Like, it's a lot of
Because
work to,
this
like,
came out
redesign.
after they released the short versions of the TV series, that the shorter box set.
I don't think your argument really holds water. They
Yeah.
bothered to change it before, and now they're not.
I
changing
just
it.
Are you
love
saying
They
that
would have
how
had
Mugen
They
Train
would have
before
had
the
to
TV?
crop the artwork on the digipack.
Well, what they do to the artwork on the first two? Then you said this is the same size. You said, or maybe I
The first-
misunderstood.
The Japanese releases are 9 volumes.
Yeah.
But the Japanese had 2 special editions for
Whoa.
volume 1 and
Hold up.
volume 2.
They
no?
released 9 volumes before Mugen Train, right? They didn't release Mugen Train before they decided to release
They
season
released
1,
the
right?
They released the 9 volumes of the
And their
TV
DVD
series
height?
before Moving Train, the movie,
And their DVD
Okay.
height?
and they were all DVD height digipack type.
And
sets.
you're telling me that Japan never got the 2 volume limited editions that we got?
Well, no.
The 2 volume limited editions are all the volumes compiled into 2 sets.
Yes, I know. And you're telling me that Japan never got those 2 sets?
No, those are Aniplex of America stuff.
Then why? I mean,
no,
the
Japan.
art's like the exact same style. It would
Yeah.
be weird. Why?
I'm pretty sure that the box sets that I got from Aniplex of America are based on the Japanese releases. I don't know why they're a different height. I hate this topic. Let's move on.
Anyway, my biggest question is for the next volume. Are they going? That includes.
They're going to go
Mugen
back
Train.
to Blu-ray.
Well,
Or
I
Blu-ray.
assume they're going to go back to the same height as before. But what art are they going to use? Because obviously that art's taken for the.
Well,
movie version.
obviously, there is a release for the Mugen Train TV series in Japan that comes out in like February, so they'll probably just use that art.
No, I'm
Okay.
talking. Well,
Well,
okay.
here's the last thing I'm going to say on this. I love that I not only spent like 4 times as much per set,
Just
but
to buy the limited editions, just to get cucked?
yeah, just to get extra double, triple cut. Anyway,
By waiting.
no, by buying the expensive ones instead of the Funimation ones that are in a single size DVD. Honestly, I have been taught this lesson so many times about not buying limited editions
From Aniplex, anyway.
from
And also-
anybody.
And also from me, because
Yes.
like when I showed that I had gotten, what was it?
Just
Attack on Titan
because they're
box-
not all standard.
I think
They're
you
all
said you told
terrible.
when I got the Attack on Titan season 3 part 1. You said
Uh-huh.
Reese got this because he's a genius.
Yep.
But I mean, you get the same issue on standard releases too. Like they fucking with the spine on things, like stupidly moving logos. Like
Yes,
they
but
always do
but
that shit.
At least you're not spending as much to get fucked. At
Yeah.
least you get a discount on your fucking.
Discount fucking win?
So,
Oh, hey,
Danny's
Danny's
got
in the
a
chat,
nice
too.
Danny got this satanic
got-
pyramid head skull album
Nice.
signed.
Hold on. That says Absentia or something. I don't know. But I like the behemoth patch or whatever it is. Yeah.
All right.
I don't know the other
Absendental?
band, but
Uh-huh.
behemoth.
Seb
And
got
Seb got High School DxD Hero.
The one that's selling for $10,000 limited edition, right?
Yep.
Oh God.
Promare, Fate Stay Night, Heaven's Feel Part 1.
3, probably. Oh wait, what?
Is that,
That's not a US release, is it?
No,
no,
it
that's
is
the,
UK.
this is
You
the
don't
UK
have.
release.
Oh, okay,
Pre-Stage
never mind.
Flower? That's is that the
that's
first
the first
one?
one. That's the first one.
Called it. Yes.
Premiere visually looks really good, and I kind of want to watch it, but I heard it's really shit.
I liked it,
What were
but I
those?
have shit
You
taste
didn't name them?
apparently.
There is one single cut that you're like, what the fuck? Like, it's like, let me give you a swift kick to the balls right at the end of the film. And that's the only thing that ruins the experience. It is pretty cool, like in terms of like the visual styling. Music is really good too.
Wow, so all the factors that don't actually substantially matter if it's a good
Story
written
is
show?
extremely predictable. Anyway,
So you're saying every element that does matter is ass, but everything
Yes.
that doesn't matter is good.
but it has
Like
representation.
my opinion of Eiko.
Anyway, Kizumonogatari Part 3, Reiketsu, and El Hazard, The Magnificent World, OVA 1 and 2 collection, Watch Club Win. And then
Somebody broke a TV.
somebody broke a TV. I don't know why this is in here. All right, cool. Now, I would like to address some comments before we move on.
That was all from our Discord, which you can join. Wink, wink. And
Wink,
then
wink.
have
Yes.
your pickups displayed. If
Allow
you-
me once again to create yet another invitation link. Edit invite link, expire after never. Create new link because I'm such a fucking putz and can't just use the same one every time. And then allow me to post it directly into the chat for all channels. And then let me pin that shit. And I'm clearly getting so goddamn lazy that I couldn't even say join our Discord before pasting it. Wonderful. Talk amongst yourselves while I wait for YouTube to open and I pin this shit.
So how much of putts do you think you actually use tonight?
I'm just amazed my computer hasn't like almost crashed. All I had to do is turn off accessibility. I can do things. I just can't.
So I technically have my first anime set of the year, but I'm gonna wait till next podcast because I made like 3 different orders on Amazon, eBay, and RHYS stuff over the weekend, and of course the Amazon one showed up first.
So Necrovault says, I just realized you share your... Is this supposed to be PMs? Like private messages?
Yeah,
As in like the pickups and collection sharing channel?
that's not PMs.
Okay,
Yeah.
she just texted
Or
me
is it
YouTube
PMS?
force corrected PMs to
Okay.
capital PMS.
Gotcha. All right.
You retro did that.
All right.
You didn't
Now-
share your private messages.
No, what she's talking about the messages in between the pictures of the pickups.
Well, they're not private either because they're
Yes,
in the
they're not.
public.
Join our
Discord.
Discord and you can read it all.
Yeah,
Right.
if you want
Also,
in-depth convo that is in the wrong channel, you can
Mirage Leonardo
join
84.
Discord.
Kitty, please join the Discord and harass Random 11 about his foot fetishes. Please.
Mirage Leonardo 84 says, watched an anime movie over the weekend called Project Ito, The Empire of Corpses. It's a reimagining of the Frankenstein monster story.
Ooh, I've heard of that.
Not quite.
I think it's a 3-part movie too.
There's Project Ito has 3 movies, but they're
Uh-huh.
not connected whatsoever, except
Oh.
for I think maybe Genocidal Organ is a prequel of Harmony. I think.
Life of them.
I took my shirt off and he left.
And oh, gross. Also, Mirage Leonardo says, sorry about the 100+ article submissions. Hey, buddy, that's fine. Just notice how few of them we cover. Although I did find a couple of them really interesting, but they spurned some other topics instead of the ones you had shared. So we'll see. Seb says, the box set of His and Her Circumstances has the worst box art in his collection from Right Stuff, the old one. I tried to look it up while they were talking, and they don't have the old one, nor do they have the spine. So it's probably not the one you're talking about. Danny says it's a movie.
It's a movie.
And in absentia Dei, in the absence of God. Mirage Leonardo says, oh, good job. How about that new internet you got?
No longer cancerous
He said
internet,
that'd be
maybe.
tomorrow.
First
Or
of all,
next
Necovolts is our resident female viewer.
Wow.
Oh, yes. Dude, I hope you're You're doing fine, I assume. I messaged you about the pneumonia that my boss's wife thought you had, or boss's.
Wait a minute. Why
What
just
do you-
AC and Lance?
No.
Oh, because we were
Danny.
sick.
Oh,
And Danny
okay.
Danny was the one who was also sick with us. We were sick musketeers.
We were sick triplets.
Sick fucking
Okay. All right.
sick, bro.
Sick. All right. Anyway, now that we're done with this, I was hoping Dan would be here for this next topic. Hey, Mirage Leonardo, guess what? From Mirage Leonardo, Kickstarter, Thin Blue Line, the graphic novel by Mike Barron. You shared this with the message to the effect of, I want to know AC's thoughts on this. Well, I haven't backed it yet, but I am going to ask it to remind me when I have money. Because, first of all, ka-chink. So basically, it's, let's see. It's Trigger Leftist the comic, Refund the Police, and from the, I want this. How do I get this? DC first issue special, Lady Cop. So it is from the creative team, two-time Eisner Award and Inkpot Award-winning writer Mike Barron, best known for his acclaimed 5-year run on Marvel Comics' very first ongoing series of The Punisher. Along with DC's The Flash and Dark Horse Comics Star Wars titles, has expertly crafted a story ripped from today's headlines that humanizes the unsung, villainized beat cops on the front lines of one of the most politically polarizing topics in the 21st century America, while delivering exciting action and drama without resorting to telling political sermons. Now, I want to remind you how great The Punisher is with the cover to this image.
Was.
I mean, yes. Also, is he using Spider-Man's web to hold on to? I mean, come on. It's fantastic. So yeah, this is a thing. I recommend you guys check it out. One of the, I think the inker is an actual on-duty police officer. So if that's your thing, check it out. I will be backing it probably as a means to trigger the libs. And that's probably the only reason. Also, it probably is going to sell on eBay for about 4 times what I pay for it. So that's going to be awesome too. I think it's cool. I'm interested in Dan's thoughts on it. Maybe we'll revisit this if he joins later in the podcast. In other Kickstarter news, we've got 62 hours to go on Keizo Murase's kaiju movie Brush of the God final campaign. And I am just now remembering. What?
Buy it to them.
Wow. Enjoy your fish sticks. Oh, yes. The thin blue. Okay. Hold on. I thought the Rowan Atkinson series had a parody title for what the real title was. But now that you mention it, I think it actually was The Thin Blue Line. So I don't know what I'm thinking of that it was a parody of. But yes, that is a great series. Rowan Atkinson as a police officer in London or whatever.
1995 sitcom, 2 seasons. The
Yep.
Thin Blue Line.
I think the guy from Blackadder, Boff, his like right-hand man in Blackadder, is also in it. Oh no, Boff is from Johnny English. Whatever the guy's name was, his like right-hand guy from Blackadder, I think is also. Anyway, for you, Random 11, Danny says, in general, I am always glad everyone is doing okay. Balders. That was his name, right? Okay. Oh, sorry, I made Lance miss your call. He was helping me set up a mic. Oh, are you joining the call? That'd be interesting. All right. Anyway, so yeah, if you guys are interested in getting this, you've got 62 hours to go. Moving on. All right. So in convention news, where is Foodnum?
Wait,
I've just realized that the segment that he wanted to do is coming
It's the
up.
one where he's not here.
Isn't that always the case?
So ESA cancels E3 2022 in-person event. Status of virtual event unknown. So
Isn't that just like an online store?
What?
E3 is a gaming convention.
I know
Like,
what E3 is, but a convention, you know, you're watching videos. If you're doing this online, I'll shut up.
No,
It just
well,
doesn't
if
sound
you're,
near as cool.
it's not, and that's the thing. Now, the reason that I shared this is because ESA, the Entertainment Software Association, the trade and lobbying organization behind the E3 video game industry trade show, has confirmed via IGN in a prepared statement that it has decided to cancel this year's installment of E3, owing to the ongoing COVID-19 global pandemic and the continued strain being placed on the industry as a result. They said, quote, due to the ongoing health risks surrounding COVID-19 and its potential impact on the safety of exhibitors and attendees, E3 will not be held in person in 2022. We remain incredibly excited about the future of E3 and look forward to announcing more details soon. Okay, now, the reason I thought this was interesting is because we had just covered that Anime Expo is going forward. In fact, priority enrollment or whatever, priority ticket sales are happening right now. So I'm in that window because I got the 2020 passes and they rolled over to 2021, and those rolled over to 2022 in the form of priority enrollment, right? So here's the thing though. In 2017, I had a conversation with somebody at Anime Expo, and he talked about the company, and he didn't know the name of it. He's going to call it, I think, AEG. I think he might have been referring to ESA. So without listening to this video again, I just threw this in here right before the podcast started, which is why we delayed it. And I'm going to play it right now and refresh my memory on what he said.
Yeah. So the actual convention is put on by a promotions company. I think they're called AEG.
Okay.
Don't quote me on that.
I'll look it up.
Whatever.
Yeah.
It's a promotions company. And the same one that puts on E3. They're a data-driven company, and their biggest milestones are reaching bigger and more numbers. So for them, it's important that they show the company that's paying them money to do the promotion
that it keeps getting
every
bigger.
year that it grows.
Yeah.
And this is what's happened with E3 in the past 4 or 5 years, is that every year the numbers engaged have grown, and there's this pressure to continue to grow. And that pressure goes up, and the only way to answer to that pressure is to sell more badges, to sell more, to get more people on.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. That's good. That's good information to have. I appreciate that.
Okay. So I had recorded that because I was going to forget everything he said. And he didn't want to be on camera. That's why I'm looking at the ground. So I'm curious. Oh, good. Lance is the one who got cucked this time. Footnam, how you doing?
Great.
He's
your
with
balls,
us in spirit.
your balls finally dropped right here. Anyway, so the reason I bring this up is I'm curious because we had just covered the fact that Anime Expo was going to go forward, and I wonder if it's right around the corner of also being revoked again. So anyway, if he was referring to ESA and not AEG, that could be something we see in the future.
My understanding was that E3, there was a leak. I'm not 100% on this, but my understanding was there was a leak from ESA that basically said the reason E3 is not doing an in-person event this year is because a while ago they passed already on the booking the slot for the convention center. So It wasn't really in response to Omicron
was a lie.
being a wave. That seems to be marketing speak. According to the leak, it was purely they made this decision already before. Just in general, E3 has been declining.
Oh yeah,
It's turned into a shit show.
they're only as good as the gaming industry.
The year before COVID started, they had a huge scandal, if anyone remembers, where they basically doxed everyone that attended the show because they're stupid and they don't know how to program a website. So
Excuse me while I yank off my belt. If you hear the jingle.
it's entirely possible
You
that
still have a belt on? What's this?
This is the No Pants podcast.
What the fuck are you
I'm
wearing a
already
belt
overdressed.
for?
and also on top of that, like the last year, Sony backed out and they said like the last year it happened in person. Sony wasn't there. They said, "Fuck you. We're gonna do our own thing." Nintendo doesn't do a press conference anymore, but they're technically still there. Microsoft does a press conference in their own convention center, not at E3, but like the day before. And some other company I don't know backed out. So like the whole show has just been getting destroyed, and companies have kind of just realized too, like, why do we need E3? Just fucking we'll tell you shit when we want to.
Yeah.
And you know,
You
people
can save your money. And...
people don't need like an event to get news spread around anymore. You know,
Right, which is why
So-
going to anime conventions in general, like as soon as news comes out from like Anime Expo, it goes up on Anime News Network like right away.
Well, see, there's a difference with anime conventions and other video game conventions where they're selling shit, right? E3,
Yeah.
nothing got sold. There's no selling. It was just a trade show.
Yeah.
So that's why, like PAX East or whatever, still happens. It's still fine because they have
I don't know if
booths that sell shit.
Real quick, I'd like to welcome our Lord and Master to the show. How you doing, Greenlee?
Late and gay, but I'm here.
All right. Footnote.
I don't know.
Let me ask you something. Are you currently available, or are you using stroke technique 27 or whatever we call it?
Secret stroke.
Secret stroke technique. Fuck.
Still not there.
Apparently, he's using Secret Stroke technique number 69.
Right before the podcast, we discovered that people who are 5'8" are actually also 420. I don't know why I brought that
Oh,
up.
I don't know if this is a topic you guys would cover on here, but I don't know what conventions y'all are planning to go to, but I'm hoping to try to go to one the next year or two. So
Well, I'll tell you
depending
this.
Look for that.
If Anime Expo doesn't get canceled, I am so there. I
Yeah.
am still disappointed that I didn't get to go to it during the pandemic in 2020 with a hazmat suit on. I think that would have been the funniest convention experience I could have possibly had. And the next best thing is 2 years later going and just having everybody wear a stupid mask with political messages on it and getting yelled at for not social distancing and all those things. I can't wait to experience.
But you're probably going to be bored because you're not vaccinated.
Well, it says that currently their thing is you either need to have the vaccine card or a negative COVID test. So I'm sure that's going to change.
Yeah, I want to go to Anime North. It's in May. We still do not have hotel bookings for that convention. They said they were going to wait on hotel bookings because they don't want to have mass cancellations again. So if I can get a hotel, and hopefully they don't require me to get some other things that I would maybe need.
some
then,
kind of
we're going.
Injection. Yeah. It's going to be really interesting to see what comes from the Project Veritas revelations as to whether or not any things continue to be canceled. So
I haven't really done conventions a lot, so I just they're a part of the anime community that does not need to lie. And
Okay.
yeah. Sorry, restarted talking, and I was trying to be polite.
I'm just saying I've only gone to one. That was it.
Okay.
I've gone to
Well,
a ton of conventions that weren't anime.
if we got more funding on our Patreon to the tune of several $100s, it would be awesome.
What if you got hooked up with tickets to a convention?
Well, no, it's not just about getting the tickets, but like if we were making $100 a month or something like that, with Patreon, I would start putting that towards projects, right? Like it'd be really cool to get everybody on the panel currently on a plane and meet at some centralized convention and go together. Yeah. That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
I'd love to do that, and we all stay in the same hotel room to save money.
hey, I you know what? That sounds awesome.
All right, everybody, get in the king size bed.
Actually, enough money to make this a full-time gig.
The thing that needs to happen, and more than anything, is like you specifically, who would be in charge of this, AC, would need to just find out what the budget would be, and then kind of start that thought process from there.
Plane ticket to Chicago for each of you except for me, because I probably would just drive over.
Okay. I really don't want to go to Chicago. There is a very strong likelihood of death. Maybe if we went to Chicago, though, we could save money by just bunking with Flip. Hey, can we live in your pizzeria? Anyway, actually, now that I think about it, my brother lives in Illinois, so maybe I just no. Anyway, all right. So now that you're here, Foodnum, I have a topic that I'm using an article as an excuse to jump us into. AnimeCon panel labeling lolly fetishists as pedophiles regurgitates outdated points. What's this? I don't know which one to click on. Jump into the secret brand.
This is the lolicon calling other lolicons pedophiles. Got it.
Damn it. It's in Charlie Response. Foodnum, are you here? Cough if you can hear.
He caught his own AIDS.
Join with
He
your
was
phone.
so young. He was so young.
We'll miss you. Play the ukulele. Hold on, I've got a guitar right here. Goodbye, Foodnum.
The fuck is that farting noise?
He says that about my guitar playing.
All right.
You didn't hear the farting noise?
Hold on while I join with your phone.
Oh my god.
What is happening?
FDDNM.
When Brad said join, it was like in almost a key with the note that Lance was playing. I thought he was gonna start singing. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I know, right? I thought so too, actually. I was like, let's do this.
He says, I hear a frame every 5 seconds. So I guess our topic is going to get pushed until next podcast.
Next podcast, he's supposed to have good internet. So.
I'll just have to remove it from the highlights. All right, I guess. Did anybody watch Moist Critical's video on Lolicon?
No.
Because Foodnum thought it was so triggering that he uploaded 11 videos and a Tokyo Revengers plot into a thing so that we could talk about it.
Wait, Moist Critical. I thought I saw part of that video where he He's just complaining that every character in a lot of anime are just kids when they don't need to
every
be.
anime has
Not necessarily
young middle
pedophilia,
schoolers who
but
rape
just
each
like
other.
but just
I seen a video on TikTok, which was a clip of someone's YouTube video that sounds like that video. It was a guy talking about how everyone's kids, like all anime have star kids.
Every anime star kids.
Yeah.
Tell that to
But
Dragon
no-
Ball Z.
But no,
Well,
I'm
not
going to give you
every,
3
but
more minutes to join with
obviously-
your phone.
Obviously,
Um,
a lot.
it
And his point was like where it doesn't need to be.
Topic
his
seems
point.
rejected by Footnotes Internet.
yeah. What Random 11 said, like he wasn't necessarily bring up lolicons and pedophilia. He was just saying that there's just like a lot of kids in anime when you could easily have adults, and I think this really, like, I think we should all share the same sentiment deep down. Like, there's times where it's like this didn't need to be kids, but okay.
Well, I mean,
Has anybody seen the Tokyo Revengers live action movie?
It's a movie. No.
I haven't seen the Tokyo Adventures anime, so no, I would not.
I bet
watch
it's
it.
awesome. I haven't seen it yet. Anyway, this is a great time for your internet to cuck us, FDDNM.
Silence.
All right. I'm going to play one of the videos.
I watch a lot of anime. The thing is, no matter how much anime I watch, there is one thing that always makes me uncomfortable with how common it is in the medium. It's anime's fixation on making all of the characters kids or very kid-like for no reason.
Discuss no reason.
That was the video I seen, and I only seen part 1 on TikTok, so about 3 minutes of it.
It's like an 8-minute video. So.
Yeah. So I only watched part 1.
Can we push it for a few topics? And then until maybe he's
No, you're gonna ruin my timestamps, bitch. Go rape your router into submission.
The biggest and obvious answer to his question is it's made for kids.
Well, it's not just that it's made for kids, but
Record it for you. No.
but that I think that in Japan in particular, like the time at which, well, yeah, okay, agreed, made for kids largely, yes. But the time at which the majority of people have time to be a part of a fandom is that you can do that when you're in school or as in a middle school, in high school, so you make the shows when the fandom is the strongest, because that's when you're spending mom and dad's money to buy merchandise and different things like that, right?
Yeah.
When you're the most susceptible to that. So I think that that's the major reason why the characters are the age they are, because let me ask you this. How many cartoons in the US, even ones with
Eddie.
Well, even ones with a more like, let's say not adult, but like like a higher skewing age range, don't star children.
Family Guy.
Only one.
No, those are adults oriented.
Okay, no. I'm just saying, like, they skew higher.
He
Family
said
Guy
higher
would count
skewed.
into that. Higher skewed than children, right? So, Batman,
Superhero
Robin.
largely isn't kids, but it has Robin, right? Teen Titans, kids, right? Ben 10, kids. Avatar: The Last Airbender, kids. So I think it's the same thing, because it is gearing towards younger audiences, because the struggle of kids to like
associate.
Yes, I think it's easier for an adult.
You're not going to watch a kids show where like the main character is struggling with alcoholism.
Well, I think it's easier for adults to empathize with kid characters than for kids to empathize with adult characters.
Yeah.
Right? Even if the kid characters are doing adult things, right? So I think just from a marketing standpoint, it just makes more sense to use children. Mm-hmm. Now, in addition to that, Japan has a very youth, like their They don't
Has
shy
anyone
away
ever
from
seen
the
a
fact
Japanese person age too? Like if you're going, like
they stay
they look young for a long
50
time.
years and then they become mummies, right?
Almost immediately.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
Like,
like
it's
like you
it's
reach
insane. So
you reach that 50, if you're lucky, 60th birthday, and then boom, you're Master Roshi, right? Well, it'd be nice if you could join with your phone. We're gonna really drag this out. Japan is the land of extremes. That's all that needs to be said. Yeah. So in Japan, there is a attraction to things that in the West you would associate with children, right? And probably in Japan you associate it with children too. But like for instance, you'll notice the anime characters that have that little fang, right? That fang hanging down from the teeth line. That represents in Japan crooked teeth, because for some reason they think it's cute. And some people actually get dental surgery in order to make their teeth less straight, because for whatever reason, again, they think it's cute. And I think it's sort of like in the porn industry, the porn stars that have braces, right? It is something that skews
I didn't know
younger.
that was a tag.
No, I mean like for example, since I happen to have it right here,
Holy shit, he's got it tabbed.
I'm pretty sure
You can see her braces.
Yeah, called it. Now,
oh my god, I didn't know that.
I think that it is indicative to, and this is actually making Moist Critical's point here. I'm not shying away from that. The reason that you have the fetishists for the Catholic schoolgirl outfit, for example, or the braces or whatever, is because it skews young.
Oh God,
What?
no. Just
What?
one step further. One step further. I'm not going to talk about it. Keep going. Keep progressing the age. You'll get to it.
Stop. D-Day isn't supposed to be talked about on podcast. We had an unwritten agreement.
Oh! Okay, I'm fine.
Certain things need to happen first before D-Day is discussed.
What
Anyway,
the hell is going on?
There's like a.
Shh. Anyway, can we turn down Lance a smudge? Increase AC.
Oh, I can back up from the mic.
I can back up on the
How's
mic.
No. Lance, you're about as strong as RHYS, so it's just AC is a little low.
Okay.
So AC could get a little louder.
How's this?
Oh yeah, that's really loud.
All right. So what I'm saying is, I think that there has been a recent phenomenon where, for some reason, people are treating the worldwide known attraction to things that skew younger as being a sign of pedophilia, when actually what it has always been is an exaggeration of youth, right? It's an existing thing that's been in cultures forever.
I know 20-year-old dudes who have baby faces and they brag about it because MILFs are all over them, and I'm just like, you're telling me, like
It's
that's
really-
just, I'm making that point. They brag
It's
about it.
time to shine.
Are you talking
hey.
about those characters that look like they're 15 but they're actually like 30 or whatever?
Hey, he's back.
I'm talking about real people, and
Not
apparently
you.
it
I'm
is.
talking about noisy guy.
Boy,
That's not his name. His name is Noisy Fuck.
I have had to stall for so long.
It's not like I told you to move
held that
on
load for
because you
so
guys are
long.
completely misconstruing
right.
what he's everything.
All right.
Well,
Yeah,
I only
I
saw
looked
part
now,
one of the
real
video.
quick.
Your
so.
time to
Fill us
shine.
in.
All right, I'm pretty sure you played the wrong video from the.
I watch a lot.
It's labeled. It's labeled 1.
I watch a lot of anime. The thing is, no matter how much anime I watch, there is one thing that always makes me uncomfortable with how common it is in the medium. It's anime's fixation on making all of the characters kids or very kid-like for no reason.
All right, that's the
we
thesis.
watched that.
Here, I'll be in control. Well, I didn't see the first half of it because my playback gets really bad when the internet dies. So yeah, that's clip 1.
No, I'm not specifically talking about lollies. Lollies are an anime where they have a...
Hello, am I still here?
Yeah, you're still here.
Anything anymore?
Okay, I'm not seeing
Guys,
this
the
clip
stream
play, so
went
you're
silent
gonna
like the
have to
last minute
recap
for me.
when
What's
it
going
finishes.
on?
No, I'm not specifically talking about lollies. Lollies are an anime where they have a character that looks like a child, but is actually a 4,000-year-old dragon cum vampire who's highly sexualized, but looks like a child. They're not actually children because in the show they're supposed to be much older, but they look like kids.
This is a drawing, good sir. This is not a child. I have no sympathy for pedophiles. This is a drawing. Those are not human beings. Those are not children. They literally cannot be victimized. If you do not actually commit a crime, you cannot be punished legally for breaking a law if you did not commit a crime. Thought crime. When you try to legislate things like that, you literally make the problem worse. I would much rather the creep down the street bang some doll or beat off to lolly porn than abduct my kids.
That shit's always going to be weird to me, but it's not even exactly what I'm focusing on here. I'm talking about in the shows where they just actually outright make them children.
Oh, it's like he's talking to you in real time, like a response video. No, so I just edited that in to save you breath. I just edited your whole lolicon point down to one thing, but
Yeah, I feel like a lot of context got lost.
Wow.
Got lost.
This topic. Wow.
So, if I can interject at some point, I'd like to point out that in his video he brings up Tokyo Revengers.
Yes.
And the
Well,
fact
we're
that
getting
they're
to
in-
that.
Okay.
Yeah, we're watching this whole video.
Yeah, the whole video.
There's
and
11.
the-
Get rid of that. You're spoiling the whole mood. No.
Okay.
You're ruining the flow. I had a whole itinerary. By the
Get
way,
to it.
Secret stroke technique.
oh my
14.
god. You guys are like, oh. This is that.
Okay.
Okay. So, for the record, I'm only bringing this up because freaking I don't know, it would just be interesting discussion, you know? I'm not how did you word it?
You sound triggered, okay? You sound triggered. Calm down.
Hold up.
I'm
Danny
triggered at
says-
you guys.
Danny says there are no kid characters in Psychopaths. My friend, I think you've missed the point.
This is what I'm
Because-
saying. I'm reading the comments and
Hold
what
up.
is it? Danny's like, all that needs to be said, Japan is a land of extremes. And it's like, wait, what? Whoa.
I would just like to show you this no kid characters in Psychopaths. Tell me that character isn't a child.
Oh, I love the derp eyes.
Yeah, so
Watch Club Fun.
The eyelashes are on
As soon as
the
possible.
sides. That's how anatomy works.
that is how it works, actually. Yeah.
I mean, I've never watched Psychopaths. Is that a
Fucking
main
great.
character?
Yeah, that's the
That's
main girl.
the main character, and
She
I
is the
disagree.
waifu if I've
Not-
ever seen one.
Oh no, she's awful. She's so bland.
Is she not a
Leonardo-
child? Is that the joke?
Leonardo
It's the art style.
DiCaprio. See what I did there, Reese?
Oh,
It's 50 but looks 16.
Where is it? Where is it?
Oh,
Where is
no.
It? Where is it? God damn it. There it is. Found it.
Oh, come on. I would also like to point out that Leonardo DiCaprio does not look 16 anymore.
Well, he's
In your
elite.
mind, he does.
He didn't look 16 in Titanic, and that was 20-some years ago.
He looks ancient as fuck. Like,
I'd like to ruin the Titanic for all you out there. Rose was 17, motherfuckers.
oh, why? She's a middle schooler for no reason.
All right. Anyway, back on topic. So to be clear, I
don't know. I'm just
what...
for the chat and everyone watching this. I have no idea what's going on. So
just then don't interrupt because you're just gonna make it worse.
You're
This is
gonna
gonna
make
go
it
on
more.
for hours if we
That's
don't-
the plan, son of a bitch.
You're just dragging it out.
All right, all right.
Let's get it over with.
Back on topic. So to be clear, I don't know if he's talking about the adult variety of Roricon, or because, or if he thinks inherently that.
I'm pretty sure he said flat out, "I'm not talking about lolicon."
CNF sucks.
Oh God, that's a 16-year-old if I've ever seen one.
He looks like he's about to graduate. Into a senior discount, maybe. Continue.
I'm here for my driver's test.
So I'm just saying that like him bringing up that point is like he makes it sound a lot more twisted when he describes it briefly. So here is clip 3.
Tokyo Revengers, it's a show I really like. I gave it like a 90%. I thought the show was fantastic. But in the show, all of the characters are middle schoolers, and it does nothing for the plot. It is literally them just middle schoolers, but they're basically just adults anyway. They have motorcycles that they ride around, they get in gang fights and shit like that. So the question becomes, why make them middle schoolers? Why keep driving home this idea that these characters are 14 and 15?
Well, let's take a look. Takemichi Hag. We can show the. Damn it.
Okay, I was zoomed in for a second there.
Hanagaki.
What the hell did I just see?
Oh my God.
I lost my vision.
Just trudge through it. Let's go.
Takemichi Hanagaki is a freelancer that has reached the absolute pits of despair in his life. He finds out that not only the only girlfriend he ever had in middle school had been killed by the ruthless Tokyo Manji gang, swastika. The day after hearing about her death, he's standing on a station platform and ends up being pushed over onto the tracks by a herd of people. He closes his eyes thinking he's about to die, but when he opens his eyes back up, he's somehow gone back in time 12 years. And now that he's back living the best days of his life, Takemichi decides to get revenge on his life. Now, I don't know about you, but that sounds... Do you think, they could have, I don't see why they're in middle school.
His point was more just in general, like every show stars middle schoolers.
Yeah.
Not that
I know,
Tokyo Revengers specifically
I'm
does.
scrutinizing his example here, okay?
Okay.
Does that sound to you? Like, why are they middle schoolers?
I mean, there is a general like idea of like regret and like, people want to go back to the best years of their life in high school or whatever, and like, oh, what if I could have done this differently? So that is.
It's
like,
not like there was a girl that literally died that he has a chance to save.
But
I
we're
saw that
talking,
anime. It was called Erased.
Or switch the gender. The girl who left her time, right?
Yes.
But so, although
The Nazi who left their time.
less of a time leap, but so, being able to go back in time, even without the time travel gimmick, right? Even just as an author, like if you want to write about something and you say, "Oh, well, I have regrets of what I did in high school." Like I have regrets of how I like actions I took in high school. So if I'm an author and I want to explore that, like that's what I write about, my time in high school. So I'm gonna plot my story in a high school. It's nothing to do with the fact that I like high schoolers or whatever. And he's just saying like, oh, he doesn't like the fact that he can't like. He wants to like the characters like emotionally, but he can't because they're in high school, and he would rather watch anime where he can like the characters in that like sense.
So in the full video, he brings up like about Tokyo Revengers. He brings up like it never comes into play typically. Usually like the fact that they're in middle school, like they never like have to go home and do their homework. Like there's never like a scene where it's like, okay, I have to go home and like do the dishes or take out the trash or anything. where the fact that they're younger typically never comes up. It's you could make them adults, and it really wouldn't change that much.
Technically, that doesn't matter. The whole they don't do distance.
I think the reason that you can't do that in anime is because it's actually easier in Japan to suspend your disbelief that children are piloting giant robots than it is to believe that an adult in Japan gets home from his salaryman position after going out drinking with the boys and has any time to defend crime or anything else. It's actually harder to believe that than it is that children fight crime. Right, like it's actually harder because there's no time as an adult in Japan to do any of that stuff.
Well, the other thing is,
I was just gonna say I have a follow up when we get to clip 5.
Okay. There's a bunch of shows in North America as well that like star kids and never show the parents.
Star kids.
There's
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I can't remember specifically, but the Weekenders, if anyone remembers that show.
Yes.
I'm pretty sure they never showed
adults.
Was it adults? No, there's definitely.
Well, look at the Peanuts.
Definitely
the adults. The adults never get much screen time, and you never see above their torso.
So there's like
Ed, and Eddie, you never see an adult.
What about the redheaded chick from Powerpuff Girls? I forget her name. Not Blossom, the tall one. Yeah, if I remember. Yeah, like didn't we never see her face?
There was one episode where they briefly showed her face.
No,
holy crap! I didn't know that.
Hold up. The only episode where you see her face is the episode where Sedusa is what's the word? She's pretending to be her. Yeah. What do you call it? She's an imposter.
So it's not her.
Yeah.
She's sus.
So the face that you see is Sedusa's face with the red wig on. So you never see Miss Bellum's actual face.
So my point is that each show can have its own reason for excluding certain parts of a person's life being depicted in that show.
And I think that, so it's called verisimilitude, the idea of showing the kids getting home and doing their chores or their homework or something, right? It is the most boring part of being a kid, right? So if you can get away with not showing it and sticking to the interesting, important parts of the story, then you do, right? And you can acknowledge, it's kind of weird. You ever notice you never see characters on TV take a leak? It's like, right.
Because everyone needs to
that
see
is
that.
Crucially important to the story, like stuff like that. So I think that this is an autistic acknowledgement of, you know what's missing from all the anime? Homework. Can't wait to watch Homework.
No, I straight up think
is in every anime.
Like this might be casting the wrong aspersions on him, but based on what he said, of what I seen, I didn't see the whole video yet, but based on what he said, it sounded like he was saying he wanted to fuck one of the characters, and he said, and he thought it was bad that it was a
argument. Kid. That is I will agree. I think that people who have an issue with the lolly type characters, because anime occasionally takes things way farther than they should in terms of like it becomes taboo, but that's kind of the point, right? Is that
it's not real, and it's better to be in the medium than people
Big
to do.
Brother, stepbrother son, what are you doing?
This shit in real life.
That's on purpose.
Can I make a point?
Yes, please.
Hey, let me make this point. Listen, it's creepy, it's weird, and it's sure as fuck wrong in real life. But I'm telling you one thing. I've said this before. Anime is more a medium of don't do it than reenact this. If you are messed up enough in the head that you would reenact something that you see in one of these films, I don't give a damn what medium it is, you need help. So
Okay, yeah, whatever
I
age
think
these
we
kids
need
end up
the,
being, don't
we need
enact
to-
this shit. It's
we need
not
to
real.
have in the videos we can click on the
You
I've
mean-
got the power of God and anime on my side.
I shouldn't reenact like Ifen Lead or whatever and like
Exactly.
kill everyone.
They should, so that you're saying they should put like a jackass warning at the front of every episode. Do not
recreate.
I mean, at this point, they kind of
Don't
need it.
try this
At this
at
point,
home.
they kind of need it because all I'm saying is I don't know what Moisty's trying to say over there. I honestly,
I like
his opinion's his opinion. He
Brad's-
has every right. He has a right to his opinion. But let me
I
say
like
this.
Brad's
Let me say this.
original
Don't-
idea of
don't act
natural
on that
selection. Just
stuff.
don't regulate the idiots
What?
from killing themselves.
So I've got an important
And
chart
my brain
here.
shit itself. All right, I digress.
I've got an important chart here. Seb says look up Leonardo
I like
DiCaprio's
thumbnail.
girlfriend age.
Oh
chart.
my god! For the love of Satan, I can't believe it.
So when he was 24, he dated an 18-year-old. When he was 25, he dated a 9. Maybe it's the same
The
girl.
age
actually.
creep?
It is. That's her.
The
well, see,
creep age creep.
This is the girlfriend he had growing an age a year older as he's also.
Oh,
growing a year
okay,
older,
okay.
right?
Wow.
And then
That
here's
makes
his-
more sense.
here's his age
Jesus
limit
Christ.
25.
I was gonna say it makes it look like he's doing it on purpose, and then you're like, oh, it's the same person. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah. And then he dated this girl, Blake Lively, for 1 year. And then Aaron Heatherton in 2012, who was 22 for 1 year. And then Tony Garn for 2 years. Yeah.
AC,
So-
in a couple words, can you please explain what the fuck this has to do with anything?
If you want to date,
Seb said to look up Leonardo DiCaprio's girl. See, I think we found the person.
Okay, my bad.
We found the person that Moist Critical is actually criticizing. It's Leonardo DiCaprio.
if you want to date Leo DiCaprio, do not be more than 25 years old.
Be a 4,000-year-old cum vampire or whatever you say.
Isn't that supposed to be pronounced cum vampire? Like the way he's using it, dragon cum vampire, not cum. I think it's supposed to be pronounced cum.
Okay.
No, he's probably meaning cum.
Anime has always featured school shows. People do reminisce their school day. Perfect point.
Clip
Yeah.
5.
Okay, so real quick, I want to address right here. Spot on AC. LOL. How many eps back was that? Forgot about that. If you're referring to the Lolicon as a thought crime, that's from podcast 32. It was August of 2018.
Also, while that clip was playing, we were muted. I couldn't say anything, but AC's point of like you can't be arrested for not doing a crime, and
That was
I would like,
completely out of context.
sure, but I would
There's
like to
way
correct,
more context.
I would like
in
to
the
correct
activity.
that statement
Yes.
to say
You
should
can.
you
Should.
should not be.
What I was trying to say is that there isn't a victim.
If there is no victim, there is no crime.
Well, you can't.
If there's no laws broken and there's no victim, there is no
Yeah, I was
crime.
just
The
making-
point.
I was
The
just
point
making
I
fun
make
of
in
it.
that video.
Wording.
Yeah. The point I make in that video that Foodnumma rudely edited out was
I had to streamline it.
Was that when a person is in possession of child pornography, they are perpetuating the abuse that the children in the photos or videos endure, because they create a market for which it is profitable for the abusers to record, act out things on those children, and sell it on the black market, right? But when a person is arrested for having lolicon, where it's literally just a drawing, there isn't a person being victimized, because drawings aren't people is the point, right?
Right.
But corporations are people.
You put the picture on the stand. Where did the perpetrator?
Where did he touch you?
Yeah.
He refuses to comment, sir.
You know, as someone, I openly tell people this, as someone who grew up in foster care, if you hurt kids, you're a piece of shit, fuck you. But I'm just going to always defend the idea that
Agreed.
fiction is fiction.
Yeah.
And I'd rather it be there. And people know, you know, hey, don't act on that shit.
So
we got a part 5 here,
saying.
FDDNM.
Yes,
Look
I
at
was going
real
to say.
kids.
Well, actually, we're on part 4, but I'm just
God.
telling you that part 5 is.
All right, well,
It
play
just makes
the
it really
next
weird when they do adult shit, like one of the girls trying to fuck one of the guys, and she's in like her bra and panties about to have sex. It's weird because they've drilled into you that these are all middle schoolers around here, but they didn't need to be. These could have very easily just been adults.
So I'm pretty much in agreement with that idea that, you know, it makes it feel weird and uncomfortable, but I think what he might be talking about is the typical trope of the girl's like really flirty with the guy and nothing actually happens, kind of like the Fujiko Mine type thing. Like if they actually like follow through, that's one thing.
He goes on to talk about specifically Tokyo Revengers, the characters getting laid or whatever.
No. If you listen to the wording, he says trying to.
Okay. Now tell me, is he trying to make the argument that middle schoolers don't actually try to have sex, especially in modern society?
So, question. I don't know if he's just accidentally, subconsciously downgrading the age to middle school. For some reason, middle school sounds like infinitely worse than high school, even though middle school is like...
middle school age. I've always hated this term, middle school.
Well, it's not standard. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Like in
Japanese
Canada,
middle school is not exactly the same as American middle school.
Elementary school.
That's the other thing.
What the fuck?
In Canada, we don't have middle school.
Elementary school is kindergarten through 5th grade.
What? Oh,
yeah.
Middle school is 6th to 8th grade.
This is what I mean when he says middle school
and
high school.
For Japan. For Japan?
No, that's for US.
So
So that's for US.
Not for US, it's for where I'm at. Elementary school is kindergarten to 4th grade.
Yeah, it's regional.
Middle school is 5 to 8, and then high school is 9 to 12.
That's what I'm saying. It's all
That's what it was when I was in school.
And if it's not standardized, we don't even know what his definition that he's using for the age ranging is.
So middle school.
Honestly,
in
from
Japan,
the little bit I've heard him say, it just seems like he's just trying to make the point that this would have been a better story if this had been based where the characters were obviously, out of.
What do you mean? Obviously, they literally go back in time when they're a kid.
The thing, what I'm just trying to play devil's advocate for a second because I don't know what's actually happening with them.
If anyone didn't hear it,
middle school in Japan is 12 to 18. Sorry, 12 to 15. Damn it.
12. Yeah.
Well, back in high school at like what is it, 14 to 15, I knew of people that were smashing or whatever.
Yeah,
smashing guys.
So what I'll say is in Canada, at least where I was went to school, elementary was from kindergarten to grade 8, and then we went right into high school from grade 9 to grade 12, and so regionally different. I know some people grade 9 and 10 is middle school still. And I know, like in the show Recess, Disney's Recess, middle school started in grade 7, because Recess, that school in the show Recess went from kindergarten to grade 6. So it's regional. It's undefined in that sense. If you're going by the Japanese one, in Japan, they generally skew older for what you would call middle school.
Like grade 9 is still middle school.
Yeah, terms matter. And then also, like in terms of who's having sex and shit, like I'm pretty sure there's like people on Maury that are like 12 and 13 years old.
Look, let's
popping
be
out
real.
babies.
The vast majority of anime characters are complete incels.
That's what I mean. Like anime like has this more innocent interpretation of life, I guess you could say, because typically you don't see like I mean the anime that do represent it technically accurately, I'm like, this feels dirty.
I wonder what's that show? Fuck.
I know.
Degrassi. Does anyone know the show Degrassi?
Yes.
All I know is that
sadly I do.
It was a Canadian-based show originally.
Thank
I'm pretty
you for
sure.
your awful awful program.
You're welcome. Anyway, it was based on young, like middle school, if we want to use that term, to high school age people, and it covers sexual
a little too
topics.
Much.
So
and they were real people. So
and it was real people. So yeah, like the same argument could be used against that show.
That Jamie Lynn Spears was in, the one that
Zoe
Justice was in it.
Zoe,
Zoe.
Yeah, didn't she get pregnant and then they canceled it?
Wait,
I think
pretty much, yeah. From what I remember,
but,
yeah. That's
I mean, to be fair, in that show, I don't think,
like
Zoe 101. I don't think they covered that topic in that show. But anyway,
no,
but
they covered pension, whether or not you want to remember it.
I think she was underage when she got
that
pregnant.
Show was not even that show was not even like, we weren't really allowed to watch that.
So whatever this guy's name is, I forget his name.
Of something that was
Moist Critical.
Moist Critical, fine. Moist Critical is 27-year-old guy watching Degrassi High and hearing about a story about a 13-year-old person having sex for the first time, and he's like, "Damn, I want to bang that chick. She should be older." What? That's the argument.
Yeah.
That's his argument in the next video, which I'm sure FDDNM will play. That's his argument.
Clip 5. 1 sec. I think there might have been something I was going to wrap up on clip 4. Oh yeah, if they did easily make them into adults, would the story still make sense? It's like, I am now not back in time. I am not able to take revenge on my life now.
Not in the point in my life where my choices will dictate where my future goes.
I mean, again, to be fair to him, though, his point was more general. Like, just in general, he wants stories.
And he actually does have a better example later.
Yeah.
So let's see. Clip 5.
If you took a tally of every single protagonist across every anime ever made, I'd wager about 85% of all main characters in anime are 15 years old. But it never plays a role in anything, them being kids.
So, what? Brad, enough with the distractions.
Part 5 clearly didn't go as far as I thought it would.
Stop making my penis hard. Get that off my screen.
I would like to just point out a real quick thing here. How old is Taiga? From
like
Toradora.
14 or 15.
Okay.
16.
I would like to show you, actually she's like 17, 18, but I'd like to show you another 15-year-old.
What about, whoa, Jotaro is 15.
No, Jotaro is 17.
No, he's like 15, I'm pretty sure.
No, 17.
Oh.
Let me give her a call real quick. Keep talking, guys.
Get that lady off the screen. It's inappropriate. Her skirt's too short.
I love how this, like, over half the podcast has been discussion about another.
We did not
streamer.
hear whatever you just tried to say.
Really?
I gotta change his name quick. Oh, she can't read, but there. All right, I'm just gonna go into my point. So I think he's probably right.
My phone died as I tried to call her.
Perfect. I'm pretty sure he's probably right that like 15 would be a good average for the average protagonist age. So someone pointed out one time that in the world of animation, you typically think of being its demographic is for children or for adults. So like Family Guy, Metalocalypse, whatever, adult targeted animation, or the child animation where it's like the Finger Family or something like that. But anime is the one medium that seems to be the home for teens, the teen demographic. So with that being said, most of the people who would watch anime are more likely to relate to another teenager. Kind of like to what you were saying, Random 11, is like...
What about what I said? Adults have an easier time empathizing with children characters than
but I made my point better first.
He
made his point better first. No.
I made the point first.
No. I said it was kid-oriented. That was the first point right off the bat.
Well, I remember his point because, what is it? So, what is it? You said that they're thinking back on the days of, when they were younger.
That too. Also, while you bring that up, also just in general, like for plot reasons, right? If you want your characters to have good interactions with a lot of other people, high school is good
language now.
High school is a perfect situation where you can put someone in an environment where they have access to a bunch of different types of characters that can give them conflict and support and all that kind of stuff.
I think it's also beneficial when you put, granted, he's talking about middle school, but when you put the characters in high school,
well, just school in general.
Well, but in high school in particular, the age of high school reaches 18, right? So you can have all the stuff you want, the naughty stuff, and it not be as taboo. You know, I mean, sure, if you're 80 years old, it's still taboo. But if you're an 18 to 20-year-old young person who is smashing, to quote Nigel Thornberry, then it's not weird because that's your age range.
Well,
right?
it certainly is weird with this framing right here.
That's why I am using coded language.
I know, but it's so funny. They'll see this clip as the response, and you're just.
And given our current podcast member, I'd like to point out that Disney films most of the time have children or teenagers.
Has anyone seen Frozen? Okay, has anyone seen Frozen and all of the adult references throughout that
Does
movie?
Frozen count as a kid starring show? Like, for the majority of that movie, they're adults.
Lance,
right?
in case
They're
you can't see, there is a child with a headphone.
I'm watching what I'm saying. I can clearly hear the to be protected one.
Right,
so in Frozen, I think
blind doesn't
So
mean
I'm gonna try to call my wife from my computer. So I'm gonna leave the call. You guys continue this discussion. I will be back.
Bye.
All right. What was the last thing? What was it? Brad making a point, and now we're just lost lambs.
Does Frozen count in his world of child starring cartoons?
Okay, let me make a point.
So for the majority of that movie, they are adults.
Okay, well put point. What I'm making is the movie was directly aimed at kids.
Oh, it was clearly aimed at
kids. There was millions and millions of sex references throughout the movie.
Well, of course, they're going to include that stuff for the picture that the parents who get dragged to the theaters will have something to chuckle about.
Yeah, it's
Fair
like
point.
hidden
But
in plain sight.
the thing is that listen, they start off as kids, right?
So?
What about the Simpsons? The Simpsons was aimed at kids. Or not the Simpsons, sorry. The Flintstones.
Here's the thing that I don't understand.
The Flintstones was aimed at kids, but it was written with a more adult.
Yeah. I mean, main characters Fred Flintstone and Barney.
So there's a good example of a kid show aimed at a more family general audience.
Elsa and Anna are pretty much adults in Frozen, but most of the Disney films, I would say, are like teenagers to kids.
Well, not only that, but the characters are extremely infantilized. Look at Ariel in The Little Mermaid.
Yeah.
Like, she is striking out on her own and is effectively still a child, right?
Yeah.
Like, she's mature looking enough, right? But she's naive like a child, right?
Yeah.
So is
How old was Mulan?
My child.
I never came.
So is so is Rapunzel in Tangled. So is Sleeping Beauty effectively.
Rapunzel was 18 in Tangled.
I think Belle was like
but
15.
the point is that they infantilize her where she knows nothing of the world and is effectively a child.
She's mentally, yes.
Yes, that's what I'm referring to. See, this is going back
fair
to the Catholic schoolgirl.
I'm sorry for all involved. The audio is breaking up for this podcast for you guys. I might have to leave and rejoin. Something's going on.
So just for the record, my wife has texted me through my computer that she is on her way. I'm just going to go ahead and take this picture of Aya Natsume off of my screen. Oh, Leonardo DiCaprio, go away. I don't need my daughter seeing that.
Daddy, what are you looking at?
She has not left her vision is strictly right in the top left quadrant of the screen. She's looking at herself. Yeah.
Very
Okay,
fascinated by herself.
Let's not do that. Let's not do that.
Let's not give ASMR to them.
I'd like to, while we have, I don't know if I'd be able to bring this up later in the later videos of Moist Critical, but like, or the later parts, excuse me. But there are times in the anime where I wish we would see more of the characters as they age. So to speak. Like the only time I can think this happens is
Dragon
like
Ball?
Dragon Ball, like where we see Goku his whole life,
Where we see
is penile.
Your point.
Where we see Bulma as effectively a 13-year-old flashing Master Roshi all the way to an old ass grandma in GT.
Yeah.
Well, that's why you're by Lance's rule, you're allowed to waifu her because she becomes of age.
I mean, I don't think
by my rule,
that
what?
should be the standard. I'm just saying that I'd like to see every so often, like characters
like Naruto aged. One
we
Piece.
barely
Sure,
see
that's
him.
a great
Anytime
example as well.
Boruto, I see him and I'm like, woohoo!
Okay,
and then it
okay,
goes back to Boruto and I'm like, oh.
No, but like even between Naruto and Shippuden, he aged, right?
Yeah, but he was still a teenager. He was like
but see,
16.
the difference
I don't have
between
ADHD. I
Naruto,
can't keep up with this conversation.
we're talking about characters aging in the show.
You're all
progression in
over the
show.
place. Continue.
Yeah. So one thing I will say about Dragon Ball that I really like is that Goku ages not just between Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z. Like in Dragon Ball, he has like 3 or 4 or 5 growth stages that if you're really paying attention, you notice, right? You'll notice that.
And at the end of GT, he realized he fucked up, which makes it better. Continue.
Okay. So you actually see them change, right? And that's something that you don't get in a lot of anime that I think is really great about Dragon Ball.
Yeah, and like in Fullmetal Alchemist, in Brotherhood specifically, you see Ed grow to be taller than Winry by the end of the series.
You do, yeah.
Right.
I've never noticed that.
Which is one of the most heartfelt and amazing moments. Oh my god!
So let's continue with this endless topic. Bye.
All right, I'm gonna mute myself until after the moist critical thing. I just had like 8 people.
I am as well. I'm gonna step away from my computer for a couple minutes.
For real quick, yeah, I was in the midst of my point or whatever, and then we went into that.
Please go for it.
So yeah, plot relevance. It's more relevant to the demographic than it is the plot. I think that's kind of true. Associations do involve stuff that is occasions do involve stuff that feels retrofitted in a way to justify them being teens. I remember Evangelion had some reason that they had to specifically be teens, or whatever.
But again, his point isn't that in world it doesn't make sense for them to be kids. Like, well, he did make one point where, yeah, okay, fine, where he said like, oh, they don't technically need to be kids, but
that kind of implies in world.
Yes, yes, fair enough. But even in more general, I think he's just trying to say, like, there doesn't need to be this many anime that are focusing on kids. And I would argue because he wants to fuck the characters. But anyway.
I agree. I do think that, I mean, when you just look at the guy, which this is the first time I've ever seen any content by him, but he very much looks like he looks like he wants to fuck anime characters. But I would say that although I can acknowledge that there are a lot of anime that have younger age-ranged main characters, it has never once seemed odd to me, right? That there's so many, right? I can acknowledge it's a thing, but it has never bothered me.
There have been times where I'm like, yeah, they totally could have made them like not
grandpas,
whatever, kids or whatever.
Yeah, there's times where I've acknowledged that too. Like you bring us up later on JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, where
right?
It's like...
So I can acknowledge that you could age up certain characters in certain shows, but the fact that they aren't aged up has never bothered me. Right now, I would argue this though: if you took any of the topics that he's discussing and you did them in live action, it would turn your stomach. Right? If you saw the things that you see in anime played out in live action with actors that are the age of the characters from the anime, it would repulse you. And I will acknowledge that. But because I'm not looking at actual people and I'm looking at a fucking cartoon, I have absolutely zero issues with it.
Well,
Like-
I mean, there's a bunch of gore and shit that happens in horror anime that, like, if you saw that happen to a real person, you'd be fucked.
Yeah, well, the point is that sometimes the extremely sexual nature, like for instance, when we watched Boku Rano, there's the character who sleeps with her teacher, and she's very young, right? And it's supposed to be off-putting, right? The character is so young. She is clearly being taken advantage of. The guy is recording her without her consent, right? All of that stuff is happening, and it's supposed to be
uncomfortable.
It is that is the point of it. And I think that this guy is looking at some of this stuff that is
he's not able to look at it as the art form, I guess you could say, the storytelling.
Like, the reason you do it as an anime versus a live action is because you can make the experience more visceral. You can have somebody's face explode and termites fly out of it in an anime, whereas doing that in real life wouldn't have the same effect, right? You can make the gruesome, gory stuff in anime. You can make it disgusting and visceral in anime in a way that you can't do it with live actors. You can do the sexual stuff in anime in a way that won't get you arrested or put on Netflix as the new cuties. You can do shit like that in anime. That is the medium. It is the art form. It gives you the opportunity to do things you cannot do in another medium. And he's completely overlooking that just to stir up shit. And I love the fact that in his video, which you have cleverly clipped out, he talks about the fact that you can't even talk about this stuff without, like, what does he say? Like, wrath has no fury, like a weeb scorned, or something like that. I just love that we have to talk about his whole video that he clearly only put up to stir up drama and trigger people. Which is why in the highlight it says Moist Critical triggers FDDNM.
What? In the highlight? Wait, what? No, it never triggered me. I was just. All right.
I don't know, FTM. You seem really triggered right now. You might want to calm down a little bit.
Denial is
I need to take some de-triggerification.
We still have not finished the topic, Lance.
So anyway, I literally pre-scripted out.
Oh
some
goddamn!
plot
Are you
points
serious?
I wanted to cover. Well, you say like it's a bad thing, but
we have
I would be done in less than a minute if you guys.
Yeah, we're not even halfway. We're not
into
halfway.
Light novel territory.
All right, yeah, let's go
All
into
right.
light. Let's speed through, please.
In a lot of anime.
Next video.
In a lot of anime, it's plot relevant. In that it's a plot device. It's an excuse to put characters in a school environment that have all these interactions and that the demographic would relate to. Excuse or not, when they make the plot about, we're at some high school, then it kind of does have a relevance.
I have an idea. Let's make an anime where the characters are old people, but they have homework and chores. Oh, thank you. I got a chicken bake. Nice. Ow! It was reheated.
There was an anime that did that. What was the name of it? It's like one of the it's like one of the longest running anime ever.
Doraemon, Shin-chan.
It stars a little kid.
Doraemon.
That's drawn really cartoony looking. If you say it, I'm not going to know the name.
It starts with an A.
But it might be whatever you're saying. I'm literally not going to know the name if you say it. But the plot of the movie, I think it was a movie where they did it.
Yeah, it is Shin-chan.
Yeah,
where all the characters get, all the adults get turned into babies.
But like not physically, just mentally.
Basically.
Yeah.
It is Shin-chan.
There you go. That happened.
Yeah.
Idea already taken.
Well.
So, excuse or not, when they make the plot about, wait, no, I said that. In defense for Tokyo Revengers.
He's reading off of a chart.
In defense of Tokyo Revengers, this one is an example. He probably picked another example, which he does. And then we're on to clip sick.
The characters being children is always just so useless because they could have easily just been adults and it wouldn't have taken away from anything.
I think you skipped 5.
No, I played 5. That was the 15-year-olds average.
It was like
oh,
a
yes,
10-second
right.
clip.
Yes,
But-
totally. Let's go to 7.
But yeah, hold up. Yeah, I can.
He's got
what
a
is he-
7-point PowerPoint to do.
No. I didn't write much for this. I literally just wrote like I can definitely agree with this at some
Okay.
point, at some
For-
times.
Real quick, Footnum, I am sorry that we have cucked you so hard on your moment to shine. But I would like to point out there actually is a way in StreamYard to upload your PowerPoint slides. And I think next time it would be really awesome for you to take your points and slap them on screen. So
That would be actually really cool.
right? Because then everybody can get your counterpoints and we're all looking at that instead of distracting ourselves with everything, right?
Yeah, that would be a good idea. Does it support video?
It might.
All right, so we're on 7.
And what really prompted me to make this video, or make me want to make this video over the last week or so, is I'm watching Platinum End, and it's dog shit.
Agreed? Question mark? Reese?
Yeah,
Okay, I
Reese went
guess-
away. I remember why I
Oh.
turned this off, because he went into spoilers, and as soon as I heard spoilers, I shut it off.
Oh,
Anyway,
well,
continue.
are you sure
Oh.
well, it's not really spoilers.
Allow me to
he just
tell
says
you.
one thing that they do.
So a middle schooler seduces other female middle schoolers. It's a
Wow,
good-
you just spoiled it.
hold up, and then she murders them.
Wow,
and let me
just
tell you again.
spoiled it.
Hold up. And it's supposed to be off-putting, you dumb fuck.
Oh, there we go.
That's the point.
But one thing that really drove home this idea of what is the point of making the characters kids, spoilers coming up, I guess, but I don't think you should watch it. One of the main bad guys is a kid. He's a middle schooler, and he has the ability to control the minds, basically, of anyone he shoots with an arrow, and he uses the arrow on a middle school girl.
I literally just split this clip up in 2 because I wasn't sure if it was going to copyright rape us.
And she gets shot with this love arrow, and what she does is she just starts fucking other middle school girls. And they show her like almost fully nude, making out with middle school girls, about to fuck them, finger blast them, go wild. It shows you that in the show. And it's super weird because they keep driving home this idea constantly that is a middle schooler. She is 13 or 14, whatever, years old. They even in the show, they call her the middle school serial killer because she's a middle schooler, and after she fucks the girls, she kills them. It's just super creepy because they are establishing that this is a child that we almost watch have sex with another child in the show.
Brad, I mean, you said it before the clip, but for some reason that whole point was eluding me when I watched this. It's like, that's the point.
Right. And I will, in his defense, even though there's a part missing from his brain that doesn't allow him to see this, I will agree. If you
It is
saw
off-putting.
middle school aged actors, finger blasting each other and then murdering each other, I agree. It will probably be too much. But when it's anime, the part of your brain that you're missing that says this is fiction allows you to perceive the off-putting, disturbing imagery and have it affect you in a way that watching two adults fuck and then kill each other wouldn't.
Pull your mic
Is
closer
there?
to your face.
Yes.
I agree with him that it's like uncomfortable, the type of thing you probably won't want to watch. Yeah, it's uncomfortable, and it's not the type of thing that I'm looking to watch. But I'll say you sold me on the idea of like, that's the point. It's supposed to make you feel off-putting. But Platinum End probably is ass, which Reese, you are the key star here. So it indeed is ass, and they are indeed middle
This
schoolers.
show is ass. Yes, it's my least looked forward to episode of anime that I watch every week.
That's good to hear. And you can confirm for us that she is called the middle school whatever murder.
Something like that. Yeah.
It's the least look forward to, so that means you're still looking forward to it a little bit.
Oh, exposed.
How do I say? It's the one I'm not excited to watch.
I
the
get
most.
it. I'm just making fun of you.
Everyone's just let down like colossally over the fact that
And
Death
even
Note
before this thing was the show was like everybody was saying that the manga is shit.
was ass.
Well, I mean, just look at the last, what was it, 15 episodes of Death Note? Like, however many episodes.
They had the ending of episode, what was it, 25 or whatever?
Yeah, 24, I think it was.
They had that ending as the end of the series, but because the readership says, no, continue it. So they had to pull the ending out of their ass to give us that last arc.
Clearly, he is not allowed to be entrusted with anything after that, because that was a bad decision.
I mean,
Bakuman is absolutely fucking fantastic.
He wrote Bakuman?
Yeah. Yes, and I've seen the anime.
Okay. I didn't know he wrote Bakuman.
Bakuman is absolutely fantastic. It's my favorite out of the 3 series so far. I would love to own the anime.
I've never read or watched it either, but
I've seen season 1 twice for some reason. I was looking forward to it, and I mean, over time, I realized
he
that
may have been redeemed. I guess.
What?
I said he may have been redeemed with Bakuman, although clearly with this new one, maybe back in the hole. I don't know.
Yeah, they're back in debt for good stories and stuff. And you say he, but it's actually a duo, much like Bakuman.
I return.
I'm pretty sure that's just a documentary on the actual creators. It's a duo. One does the art, one does the story, which I assume is a very common duo. Yeah. So,
well, I blame, unless the artist has. Well, I mean, I guess they could. The artist could have input on plot.
Isn't that his name?
But, generally, the writer is the main plot driver.
So because they're separate, you can say one is ass and the other is good.
Sure, the wheels are broken.
Quite possibly.
All right, so what clip are we on?
What clip are we at? Yes.
8.
Yeah, I hit 9, so we're on 10.
It could have just easily been avoided if these were adults, because they could have been. Again, in Platinum End, the school doesn't have any effect at all. The only thing the school has done is establish that the main character's been bullied. But he could have also just been an adult who had been bullied throughout his entire life in school.
Now this is where RHYS comes in.
Wow. Thanks.
What? Do you not agree or do you disagree? Like, could they? You're fresher on this.
RHYS took that way differently. RHYS took that way differently.
What?
RHYS, he's saying because you watched the show.
You're the expert. You're fresh on this.
No, you're making it worse, FDDNM. You're making it worse.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I mean, sure, there's some scenes in the school where, like, the bad guy is also a high schooler, and he made asked this question of one of his friends, and then when he's in the Metropolitan suit, he says this is basically the same thing, and the friend realizes, oh, that's whatever this dude's name is. I never bothered to remember it, but yeah, I mean, like, it's a setting. And that's it. There's no real reason. It could be a workplace setting.
It does. From what I remember reading, like I read 5 chapters back in the day. It was like I think I agree with the idea that like there was such little relevance to them actually being in school that they easily could have been just like adults or whatever. I wonder if Charlie literally made this video just because he. I don't know.
Fuck anime girls.
No. Just
he did say he did say he has bought a Dakimakura.
I'm pretty sure. I mean, we clearly skipped it if it happened, but I swear I remember him literally saying at the Tokyo Revengers part where he was like, he basically said something along the lines of like, I saw them have sex and like I wanted to empathize with them or something like that.
I don't not remember say that at some point.
I don't remember that either.
Implanting maybe memory, but
maybe that was just the gist that I got.
Is that your self-insert into the argument?
I don't know. You'd have to be my therapist to know that.
What I was thinking is that maybe he's using this as a projection point, that it's like this anime specifically really pissed him off in those senses, that he kind of used it as an overarching thing for all anime, or that like, oh, anime always does this, when it's like,
well, yeah, that's the other thing. Like, you're cherry picking some like particularly edgy anime and saying like, oh, anime has a problem, as if.
Now you guys will remember how he's.
I watch a lot of anime.
I don't. I'm not going to say that he doesn't watch a lot of anime.
Moist Critical, my anime list.
That's what I mean. It's like I don't think he watches nearly as much as he says. Because I watched his tier list, and he literally made him.
Here I found it. Critical's anime list.
He literally made a My Anime List account just to put on like all of these anime, and then like he'd rate them, and like based on what he's watched, a lot of it seems
completed 35 shows.
What?
No.
Seriously?
No.
That's it. Send us that list, and compared to mine.
He's an expert.
That's what I'm saying. It's like,
has he watched whatever Time Detective?
Flint the Time Detective?
No.
Yeah, Flint the Time Detective.
You want to know a show that like I hated?
No.
That
We're gonna get way too off topic.
Next
Real
video.
Life. There you go.
We gotta complete this thought at least before we introduce a new thought. But My Anime List. So
all right, I'm muting myself again. I'll be back.
He picked a lot of anime for his like top tier, whatever. There's like the popular stuff. That's what I'm saying. It's like he does have some good stuff here and there. Like Code Geass is literally his number one, and I'm like, hey, mad respect. But
that's good. I wouldn't call it number one though. But...
Well, it's way better than him saying, "Oh,
just...
freaking My Hero Academia number one."
Off topic about what his number one pick is. Next video.
Okay, hold on. You watch Moist Critical, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
so
not every single one, but
here's
a
the
good
thing.
handful.
Here's the thing. Go to my screen share real quick.
No,
we don't have your.
You don't have one.
Oh,
you lying whore! You lying whore!
Hold on, I fucked up. Why? Okay, whatever. It's not working. Just give me a minute. Pop that fucker. No! Okay, there we go. So let me go back to this, and let me. Sorry, I moved my mic.
The dick cam makes its repeal.
I moved my standing desk up and put the mic on the regular, or the mouse on the regular desk, so that my camera would be more head height. Okay,
I'm certain
so,
this list is literally from that video, and he has not updated it.
Hold up. This says critical. That's how he spells it, right?
Dude, this is from 2016. He
Hold
made that
up.
list like last year.
That's how he spells it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's with a 1.
Yes. So it's significantly more likely. This could just be anybody who happened to also spell it the same way. Penguin Zero, though. Penguins. This is probably his actual account, right? Much more likely.
I'm not going to say yeah, because I don't know.
Well, this is 61.4 days.
So this is what I mean. He probably has something closer to this. 61.4 days. You know, I'm not going to say that's not a lot.
Got your mind.
Like, but yeah, for someone like say,
why do you
RHYS,
think Penguin whatever is his actual?
Because that's his
YouTube. His
name.
YouTube.
Oh,
so he has like 30 different names he goes by with various.
As I have established to Brad, is that he critical. He used to always say, "What up, everyone? It's critical." But his YouTube account's Penguin Zero. His name is Charlie, so a lot of people just call him Charlie. And it's just you don't like if we make this a highlight or short. It's like, what do we call it? It's probably
this is not a short. Okay, this is an hour-long conversation.
Sorry, this is a long. If we make a long out of it.
This isn't even a highlight anymore. This is an hour-long podcast on just this guy's one video.
So, if we ever got to the point where we were able to, no, if we were, if we ever got to the point where we were able to
Not
do the podcast full time. I would love to go and do a nightly show, and I would love to spend our days coordinating so that we don't royally fuck over each other on our attempts to have our own little segments, our own little projects go horribly fucking wrong.
Week that
I
apologize.
I apologize for the massive fucking I have done to you. Also, actually, in my defense, your internet did it first.
Yeah, it was my. I got double DP.
The internet took your virginity, Putnam. How do you feel?
RHYS.
It's 100 hours.
I'm really glad
more.
I still had my headset on, so I'm.
RHYS is an entire 100 days more.
Sorry, days. Yeah.
And I have 0 rewatched.
How many does he have?
It's in the
cheater.
RHYS is flexing his anime dick.
7 months. 1
week,
week, 5 days, 19 hours and 23 minutes for my Anime Planet. Watched 1,177 shows. Eat it, dick man.
You've got.
Go to my Anime Planet. They kind of talk differently over there.
You guys spend too much time recording what you've watched.
Hey,
hey.
Once you're caught up, it's actually really nice because you can keep track of exactly what episode you left off on.
Exactly.
It's fantastic.
I'll have you know,
And making bookmarks like that helps you keep your mind straight and remember what you were thinking while you're watching it.
Okay.
What?
Anyway.
Wait, is my mic back
Next
on?
video.
Oh, sorry,
Damn it.
But then there are shows where
this
it does
was
matter
over.
that they're kids. Something like Assassination Classroom, right? There are kids in class. They're at school. The majority of that show takes place in a school setting. So obviously there's still a lot of shows where them being kids is actually important to the story and couldn't work with them being older. So I'm not saying everything in anime needs to be adults only. That's just called hentai, I suppose. I'm just saying there's a lot of shows where the characters are kids just because they wanted to make them children for no reason, but then they still want them to like fucking things, which makes it really uncomfortable to watch.
I'm sorry.
Is a genre.
That is an idiotic,
assassination
stupid
HR sensitivity training.
It could have been college.
Could have been.
Well, much like Tokyo
Professor
Revengers.
Could just be called Assassination Classroom and have it in a college dorm.
That's what I just said.
Yeah.
Well, you said Assassination College, but it could have just been called Assassination Classroom. So.
I didn't say assassinated.
Oh my God.
Assassination College. I just said it could have been college.
Yeah.
So,
Casey, I have migraine medicine. Need some?
so his point is dumb. I disagree with his point. Anyway, FDDM, what's your
Well, it's a good
your
thing I
take?
brought this to our attention.
Go on. Go on. We hear you. Go on.
No. I was just saying that to wrap it up. But the other thing, the thing I was saying to specifically that clip is, he was saying Assassination Classroom, blah blah. It couldn't work unless they were kids, and I was thinking much like Tokyo Revengers. But yeah, that was wrapping up his whole thing. That was the final clip. So yeah, as a whole, there you go. Random 11, you said your thing. Yeah, I agree with Brad's enlightenment of like. I wasn't thinking of that at the time. Yeah,
there you go, Brad. You made a good point.
What was my point?
The whole point it is to make
the entire point of doing it is because it's off-putting.
Yeah,
with the children
it's part
and
of
stuff.
the story. It's part of writing. It's part of the story. It's part of the art. Not that I'm saying, oh, it's tasteful art. Yeah, I love this. I'm just saying it is what it is.
Well,
like,
let me
I'd
ask you
rather
this.
not watch that either.
Let me ask you this: if you saw Boku no Pico, but damn it, this is what happens when two people hit the same button at the same time. If you saw Boku no Pico, but the characters were both adults, you'd be watching Yuri on Ice.
That seems like a mic drop moment right there.
Imagine having watched both.
Instead of mic drop, that what you actually ended up doing was like
Mic erection fail.
the motion for like getting a
Flaccid
girl to go
mic
down
mo-
on you.
I'm so sad that I missed the mic drop moment because I was too busy seeing the times in chat.
Yeah. So basically, the point of Boku no Pico is that Pico is a child, right? And the
Okay.
character in Boku no Pico is abusing a child, right? So if you made them adults, dare I say, Boku no Pico would not be the visceral thing that everybody, it wouldn't be the meme, right? You wouldn't recommend it as
right.
quote unquote the best anime because it would literally just be Yuri on Ice, right? Now, we haven't released this video because I have no time to edit it. And honestly, I really don't want to rewatch Yuri on Ice again to get the footage for it. But in our Yuri on Ice first impressions, I don't know if you know this, Random 11, I went to the 6-hour theater screening of the entirety of Yuri on Ice. And I went with Duo Review.
Your ass hurt afterwards?
And his ears.
I don't recall. My brain hurt. But
almost sprained your ankle slipping on the way out.
Yeah. So the thing, a very poignant point made by Duo Review, he said, and I've brought this up before, when you see something where you're watching a romance between a same-sex couple, what Duo said that what he does is he takes the character that is the most like the opposite
A
sex,
female,
right? So
and
in the
turns them
case
into a female.
in the case of a homosexual romance between the characters in Yuri on Ice, the character of Yuri is more feminine than the character of Victor. So he said that he looks at it as if that character is female, right? And when you watch it, you realize that it is an extremely abusive, creepy relationship that is fetishized and treated. And this is what I'm saying about Boku no Pico. If you aged up Pico, it would be Yuri on Ice because that's effectively what it is. It's a character abusing another man, right? Now, so the point, getting back to the point here, is that it's not the same experience. If you were to have made Pico an adult, then it would be fetishized content versus repulsive on purpose content, right? Anyway.
Just one last thing I'll say on this topic. The Moist Critical guy, he seems cool. I've not watched any of his videos.
He wants to fuck anime girls.
I've not watched any of his videos. He can go ahead and fuck anime girls. I don't really give a shit. I disagree with him on his one take, and yeah, that's about it.
Oh yeah, outside of this, I think he's pretty great for virtually everything else.
I don't watch him. Never seen him before. Hope I never have to see another thing in an hour-long context on the podcast. So RHYS has shared with me
I'll tell you what.
Mirage Leonardo's profile, shaming you for your lack of anime watching.
He's got 0 rewatches though, so that's street cred, unlike my
Street
67.
All right, man. If I were on my anime list, I would friend request. I'm not, so I can't because I use the far superior anime planet. Anyway, all right, are we done? Can I move on?
These sites.
Yeah, unless I feel like Green Line, because you watched it, you can give your concluding thoughts if you're still there.
If you haven't
concluding
killed
thoughts of
yourself
what?
yet.
Looks like
All
you
right.
know.
Danny
Thank-
says that this character from Platinum End is 16.
Well, the
Started killing
non-mutilator,
Yes.
So that whole rant, and he was wrong about the age.
which by the way, if he was going by technical terms, it's 13 in Japan, right? I mean, there was no consent anyway, but
Well, look, what I'm getting at is that anywhere, if a 13-year-old character is having sex with another 13-year-old character, that's not illegal in most places. We've talked about Romeo and Juliet laws. It's like, look, it would be off-putting, as I said, to watch 13-year-old actors bang, especially in an explicit nature, right? But doing it in anime is a shield from. It gives you the visceral reaction without giving you, without taking it. Without taking it, to the limit where it makes you actually want to throw up, right? Anyway, let's get through these real quick. Congrats, thank you. I just have to say, the person in these clips that FDM is showing does not go put side at all. He looks fucking neon white. Oh, okay.
What?
Effing anime addict is just reaffirming how much he needs the oven.
I mean, we're all stuck inside for the last 2 years, so I don't really give him that much hate for that.
Nice. Okay. So you sent it. Aha. Huh. I am.
You thought RHYS was just a creep?
I saw it in, so I can click on it in the private chat. So RHYS was taking it and sending it there. All right, moving on. Euphoria is worse than Boku no Pico. I haven't watched it. Or isn't that the game, Euphoria? I haven't played it. Human Centipede scene in Euphoria. Oh, great. Thanks for telling me about that. Also, Alien reminders, Mirage Leonardo fell asleep watching Belle Delphine sex tape. Also, Alien. Oh, dude. To quote Dan, the thing about hentai is you'll go from "oh yeah" to "oh no" at the turn of a hat.
Real quick.
FDM, what the fuck? Stand for triggered him new masturbator. None. It's none mutilator. All right, cool. With all that said, somebody's
Greenlight unmuted himself.
Whose amp just turned on?
Yeah. Okay. So, Strongest Warriors Unrequited Love Story begins in Kape live action film.
Whoa. So I thought Green Line got back. Are we going to let him say his final
I did get back. Then y'all muted me.
Okay.
Yeah, you guys have like turned back on my mic, and then I've had to re-kill it.
So yeah, Green Line, because you've seen it, and yeah, we just wanted to give you your little stage to say.
We wanted to give you an opportunity to make the segment even longer.
Hey, I feel obligated. He asked me in DMs after the fact. He's like, "Did you see that video?" And I'm like, "Well, yeah, we'll get to discuss it."
Wow.
Yeah, I did bring that up. I was just curious what your opinion.
New fan.
Well, what are your opinions right now, Mister?
Dear God.
Thank you,
on what?
Kyle Johnson.
On the little hour pass that we just had. Any closing thoughts?
Now, like a while ago.
Closing thoughts.
Closing thoughts. I agree with some of its points, but overall, just it's kind of a moot point where it's like a lot of stuff. I mean, if you really look, to be honest, because I do want us to move on, but if you really look, there's plenty of anime that have adults in them. Like,
right?
It's not that hard to look.
And the fact of the matter is that most of the manga is written and serialized in, things like Shonen Jump or, the slightly more adult versions of the same sort of idea. And those are largely purchased and read by people who are not yet in the workforce and adults.
Well, right? Shonen Jump is literally called Little Boys.
Of course, yes. It is for school-aged children, yes. But I'm saying that even the older stuff, like Young Animal, the magazine where Berserk was serialized, is kind of in the same boat, where largely it is read by older teens, So, I don't know. Now, obviously, thank God, Guts isn't 13 years old forever in it, right? Just long enough to get ass raped. Let's move on.
Question: are you talking about my fan?
We're talking about the amp or whatever sound when Green Line came back.
That's what I'm saying. Is it my fan? I have
no. It was Green Line.
It was Green Line.
Okay.
It was Green Line's new headphones with the mic that isn't as good as his old ones. All right.
Sorry, those ones
You're
are dying.
cool. It's okay. It's okay. We will crowdfund
plug in the Bluetooth mic, but you guys hated that one.
All right. I am constantly impressed with how much more of a train wreck this show can be than the previous podcast.
It's all because you took that caffeine and broke your streak.
I would argue it's not my fault. So much of this podcast.
It's always your fault.
We set the bar one week and we got
You've done it.
next week.
What's the clip? You've done it again, AC. You've screwed it up again.
I've got it. For posterity's sake. God damn it. God damn it. No, where the
Killing
videos?
it some more.
Where the fucking video?
They're all deleted to make room for FDDNM video clips.
AC was the one who ruined that, but
You ruined that butt specifically.
Okay. Oh, all right. Anyway, Strongest Warrior's unrequited love story begins in Kape live action film full trailer. I am reminding you of the existence of this once more because it is from the manga author of Detroit Metal City. So FDDNM might, for once, watch a live action anime.
Live action anime? That's an oxymoron.
Right? Totally.
It doesn't have an anime.
Not yet.
You know what else is a moron?
All right. Toei Company praises Philippine live action adaptation of Voltus 5. Now, so they took an interesting approach in that they decided it was worth going like direct one-to-one, use the manga panels in anime as the storyboards route. Let's see if it paid off. You just got to tell me your thoughts as we look at these. Also, it's in English,
Star Trek.
if you can believe it.
Dubbed over or like native?
No, like I think it's natively in English. They're speaking English. So this is sort of, there's some behind the scenes, as you can see, like they're filming, right? So some of the trailer or whatever has some, like obviously those are green screen walls with tracking markers and stuff. So we've got here, boom, right? This is what I'm saying. Thoughts? Footnum and Random 11? Anybody else who gives a damn?
1-for-1 remake. Why? You might as well just the
One to
Bebop
one.
thing over again.
Yeah, I was just about to say that. So we've got another Bebop.
Right. So I would argue, again, this is why. Now, when I look at this now, I'm noticing that it's actually not as much of a one-to-one copy. Like they updated the look a lot more than I originally noticed. Because originally I was looking at it.
So it's okay to remake it if it has slightly prettier visuals.
No, just like a higher fidelity work. Like this is just like an easy to draw padding. Like what the fuck is that? Like it looks like a couch, right? Versus this, which has like ancient ruins around it or some shit.
I would argue they fucked it up. They got it wrong.
It's not as plain and boring as the original. Redo it.
Well, tell me, and maybe Mirage Leonardo, who originally shared one of the articles on this, although I chose to use this one because it had images we could look at. Maybe you could tell me, do you think that they've nailed the look? Or do you think that maybe not going for a one-to-one copy?
I mean, it looks like Power Rangers.
Right. Because these are 100% their outfits from the original. And it just looks a little weird. And then they tie their robots together. The woman, the shoe.
The fuck?
Now, I'll be honest. Full CG stuff looks pretty cool. Like, I'm not gonna lie. I would watch the shit out of it. I hope it gets a release over here. But yeah, it's an interesting take on it.
Well, if it's already in English.
Yeah, but where is it streaming anywhere or something?
Is it on Blu-ray 4K? You mean? Because I'll totally watch it. Okay, Anyway, that's it. Any thoughts before I move on? Because we are way behind schedule.
No, I'm good.
Bradley Miller says, I do not know anything about Voltes 5. It is on my 2 watch list. Just 1-0 for 2. And Retro Crush TV, and the mech looks cool.
So the little bit of trivia that always gets thrown around, and I'm going to totally screw it up, is that it actually got banned in some South American countries for igniting revolutionary thoughts in young people. Like they literally had to ban it because it was creating a uprising. So, from what I understand.
Damn.
Moving on.
That's cool.
Subaraya Productions refuses to change Ultraman for Hollywood. A recent interview.
Do we want to put our Hollywood live action banner up there? The one you showed earlier?
I mean, you could. A recent interview with Subaraya Productions CEO Takayuki Tsukakoshi featured discussions surrounding his plans to expand the legendary Ultraman series. But he also stressed that it is a Japanese work and noted the Western elements that destroy Japanese works will not be allowed near Ultraman. I feel like that's all I really need to say. The rest is just kind of repetitive, but bravo, Subaraya!
So it's going to be a guy in a suit with a big, I forget what it's called, the cup?
Chungus?
No.
Hey, I think
With
we've
a
learned
small
one thing
bulb?
from Ultraman. It's that they ain't wearing cups. I can't wait till they have the first trans Ultraman that has
Dude,
the bulge
is that how
in
they
the woman.
cast them? They measure the bulge?
Her name is Mari.
Ultraman. Okay, in live action Netflix One Piece news, actor Shawn Michael is following all of the previously announced actors on Twitter. So it's possible, also following the One Piece live action official account. So it's possible that Shawn Michael, who the actor, has not been announced yet, but may be a character. They're thinking here that possibly Zeph from One Piece. And there's a amazing artistic rendition.
Jesus Christ.
So all my faith in One Piece is gone. Yikes. There's more here, but yeah, we don't need to go over everything. So anyway, also, now Mirage Leonardo shared something about some villain in Marvel's Ironheart, and I had a much more important topic I wanted to cover, which is the curious connection of Marvel's Ironheart to a Japanese adult film. So you guys are familiar with Ironheart?
Yes.
Ironheart is the Riri Williams Iron Man. Effectively, the diverse representation of ousting old white alcoholic Tony Stark with a young black teen.
It's actually the second version of that, because the first one was Rhodey, right?
Oh, well, War Machine?
Yeah, because War Machine took over for Iron Man a few times as well, but
okay,
they don't like War Machine anymore.
They don't like him because
he was in the military. That's
Right.
probably why they don't like
That's why they hate him. Well, get this. So the Riri Williams Iron Man, known as Ironheart, ironically, before Marvel created their Ironheart, Japan made a Japanese adult video JAV porn parody of Iron Man titled Ironheart that predates Marvel's that predates Marvel's trademark on the name Ironheart. So, as I say here, inadequate due diligence may have led Disney to name the upcoming successor to the Iron Man franchise after a Japanese adult video.
I would absolutely love for them to fight over this.
Yes.
And
Are you
lose.
gonna say
And
to bring
lose?
that over here?
Hell yeah! Like it'd be the funniest
It is
timeline.
not for sale.
The
Fuck
funniest
you.
the funniest timeline is that they go to court and lose, and the Japanese say, "Okay, well here's the thing, you
Give us
can
your
use
IP."
you can use our name, but you have to mosaic blur the suit."
Even the chest
Wow.
emblem is similar. Like I think they fully ripped them off.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
What is with the lack of creativity that I
the
find
Japanese one
happening
looks
so
better.
much?
Well, you see, Lance, for the lack of creativity, there had to be creativity to be stolen from, so it balances itself out.
Oh God.
So I had planned on reading this because I thought it would be funny. But now that we're dear
Just
God,
looking at that poster, that's all we need.
2 hours
There
and
you go.
45 minutes in, I feel like it would actually be a disservice to go any further. Why is Iron Maiden in here? Oh yeah, they can't call her Iron Maiden because that's also already taken.
Oh, dude.
But then again, did Iron Man come out before the Ozzy Osbourne song?
Ooh.
Wouldn't that be an interesting turn of events?
It
I don't know when.
It would be Iron Man.
That's retarded, actually, because isn't the original one from 1963? I don't
Yeah.
think Ozzy wrote it before.
1962 Iron Man coming right at you.
All right. So, any thoughts, everyone?
I like the band in the poster that isn't Iron Maiden.
Yeah, I like the movie poster. I haven't watched the film, but maybe I should. I don't know.
You're intrigued enough.
I turned on my thing again, and my computer almost crashed. What's the name of this movie or whatever that you guys are talking about? The one with the poster
Ironheart.
that random people bring on. Okay.
Good.
I hope that they do lose the copyright or the trademark battle over this. It would be funny as hell. I would love that the Japanese production crew push their Google Analytics so that we have a subverse situation
I was
happening.
so disappointed when I searched Ironheart, and the first thing that came up was this image instead of this image.
I mean, that just looks awesome. I mean, it looks way
Dude,
better.
I can imagine all these people looking to smack it, finding this other
Trash.
version, and they're like, "Oh, that's not hot."
And then the one last thing I'll say is I don't know if they would have the worldwide trademark if they could trademark their the Japanese porno video one, but even if they could just take it from Japan and say if Disney wants to have that character in Japan, they have to call it something else.
Iron Man.
So Iron Girl. I would love the world where we get Disney Japan naming the movie or whatever.
Iron Bitch.
I think it's a Disney Plus show that's going to be naming the movie Iron Girl, and then having thinking nothing of it because they're Japanese and thinking nothing of it. Just like, hey, we need a new name. Let's call her Iron Girl. And then having all the SJWs freak out because they're calling her Iron Girl and it being like a misogynist term and shit. I would love that universe if we could live in that universe.
How about Steel Thought?
Steel Thought.
Iron
Well, that's got to be
thighs.
canon now.
Oh. Well, wonderful. I've enjoyed this very much. Moving
I'll have
on.
a good dinner. I'll be right back.
All right. So, fuck, Reese! Come back! Damn it. Ay, ay, ay. Okay.
Timing.
Just skip this for
maybe,
now.
Footnum, can you message him on Facebook and say,
Come
please
back
come
to
back
it,
for a
AC.
moment?
Come back, baby.
Okay. So
To the next
I would like,
section.
no.
Okay.
I'd like to share something with you guys. So do you guys remember when we covered Cowboy Bebop, a
AIDS?
Syndicate story? The
Yes.
the forthcoming prequel novel where this was the image, a prequel to the hit Netflix series.
Hit.
Yeah. Well, it no longer says that on the cover.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I assume this is probably the inside cover, but the cover
It
artwork
says
just
not final.
the
Final cover.
yeah, but the actual cover just has a Netflix series sticker on it. So I wanted to show you guys. I couldn't help but play the sample audio. Hold on, I have to screen share with audio. I want you to hear, as if the most perfect encapsulation of the Netflix live action. Listen to the start of this audio sample they chose.
13. The Good Doctor. Fearless never thought that sitting on a toilet could feel this good. But this wasn't just any ordinary toilet. This was the Toto Neo Rest Supreme.
All right, I think that's enough. So
what a toilet it was.
Yeah. It goes on to talk.
Blaster 9000.
It goes on to talk about the bidet settings and everything.
And you can hear it in the reader too. He's like, "What the fuck?"
I just love that they're like, in order just to ensure that you don't buy this product. Here's the sample where we talk about Spike Spiegel enjoying the massager on the toilet with the bidet setting. Yeah, it's pretty trash. Now, in news that RHYS was supposed to be here for yesterday, I step away from the mic to breathe. So RHYS wanted to point out that the Saga of Tanya the Evil Volume 1 was narrated by Monica Rial. But the Saga of Tanya the Evil Volume 2 is narrated by Shiromi Arserio. So I think it's possible. I'm not sure, of course, but I think it's possible that Funimation / Sony might be getting a little tired of the baggage surrounding Monica Rial's fiance. Perhaps. I'm not quite sure.
Oh, not her herself?
Well, I think that the baggage is coming from Ron Toye.
Now, it could also just be that Monica's just doesn't care enough that she's like, who cares?
I love that you looked this up and didn't voice before I moved on from the topic. That Japan.
I didn't look it up. It was posted in the comments. Mirage.
Well, that's hilarious. That Japan. Yeah. We were saying that Japan would, as part of the terms, would make them use the term "Iron Girl," but they also own the copyright for that. That's funny. All right. Anyway, I think that it's possible that Monica Rial and Jamie Marchi are starting to lose some of their footing in the industry, which is perhaps why they're making that podcast to set the record straight. Which, by the way, I would just like to predict
they'll be their little corner to be like, yeah, the industry's problematic, and then Funimation will be
I think it's more than that. I think they're going to try to. They're going to try to get back in the good graces by doing sob pity me story kind of things. But I also
no. They're going to have to guilt Funimation into like, okay, we need to treat them nicely,
maybe
or preferentially.
But I would like to propose the idea that before they even do their thing, I'd like to just have verbalized that I fully expect that their story is going to have changed and become even more rehearsed in their podcast. And that with the very first episode, people are going to find and point out all of the alterations from their depositions. And it's not going to go well.
Penetrated my armpit.
This is assuming that the podcast is even going to happen. They could have just been trolling on.
I think it's very possible that they're trolling.
This whole thing with Funimation that went down, when it did, and it's still apparently fresh in people's minds, needs to be made one point
to all people out there trying to be a performer in capacity, do yourself a favor and don't listen to me when I say this. Actually, you need to listen, but hey, don't
Mute him
fuck
while he
over your
talks.
fans.
I mean, easier
Saved
said
myself.
than done.
You're too
Don't
late on the
treat them
mute.
like shit because it turns on back. It comes back around. Sorry.
Yeah, I think it has.
I would just like to point out that if we remember back
It's
when
funny to
watch. that was the I was copying.
I'd
the
like to
link
acknowledge
from that
it.
comment.
I just wanted to give credit where credit was due.
Yeah,
good on you.
And that's why I didn't say anything yet, because I wanted to say, hey, the comment. Anyway,
that would have been so
with
funny if you
Marky.
Did you meet me during that?
No, he didn't.
No,
Unfortunately.
that'd been hilarious.
He pulled out his earphones.
Explaining the joke ruins the joke.
Oh,
But
okay,
Lance,
okay, continue.
As you have no vision.
He's colorblind. He couldn't see the white earbuds.
The white earbuds against the off-white wall. It became invisible as soon as I did it.
I'm not standing by my computer
like a green
either,
screen.
so that makes me even extra special blind.
Monica and especially I think Marky were trolling when the whole shit hit the fan back in the day, right? With saying like
dodging the process server,
Ron
and
Toye.
saying like saying Ron Toye was a member of Funimation.
Yeah.
Jamie Markey saying that she's never met a judge that didn't love her sense of humor, all that kind of shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever
So it's in their character to troll. I would
What's in
put
Jamie
low.
Markey's character to troll, and she's the one who put out the tweet saying that they were going to do a podcast titled "In Touch," which is probably obviously a reference to "We'll Be in Touch" from Ty Beard. So I think it is very
low
likely
chance of happening.
But I have heard people engage with them. I've seen on Twitter people asking about when it's going to go live, and they're saying very soon and all that stuff. So,
Yeah, and they replied to all the comments about Ron Toye being a VP in Funimation too, saying like shit like, oh, don't get us fired or whatever. I don't remember what they were saying, but they were replying. They were hamming it up.
They were
feeding
the flames. Yeah. So let us talk. Japan leads global anti-piracy coalition in effort to fight piracy.
Go away. I like my pirates.
Yeah.
They're
so
cute.
I previously
look at that one. The
One
boobs
Piece is
on
banned.
that one. Look at the boobs on this one. How could you ban this pirate?
So for anybody who needs to know this information, this is the main character from Bodacious Space Pirates. You're very welcome.
Bodacious Space Pirates Watch Club 1.
Now he comes
Thank
back.
you for being back just in time, even though you missed the Monica Rial getting replaced by Shiromi Ari,
Who
whatever
cares
her
about
name
that?
is. Cool. Glad you made me include it in the doc. Okay. So here's the thing.
Good job, Reese. I'm proud of you.
This
I try sometimes.
I'm going to read this. I was about to skip on this topic for the podcast, but as I kept reading, I kind of realized, oh, maybe this is something we should talk about. So just bear with me for a minute. I'm going to try to read as fast as I can without sounding like you can't understand anything. So Japan's Content Overseas Distribution Association, CODA, is leading an international anti-piracy group known as the International Anti-Piracy Organization, IAPO. An organization dedicated to stopping piracy, which will begin its efforts in April to stamp out all forms of illegally uploaded anime and manga. CODA was originally founded in July 2013 by a group of private companies after Japan's Ministry of Economy, Trade, and Industry strongly insisted them to act against piracy, both domestic and international. Members include Aniplex, Kadokawa, Good Smile Inc., Kodansha, Sunrise, Shueisha Inc., Shin-A Animation, Studio Ghibli, Sony Music Entertainment, Tezuka Productions, Toei Animation, Tom's Entertainment, Japan Electric Book Publishers Association, Namco Bandai Arts, Production IG, and Bushi Road. The IAPO currently has 32 global members from 13 countries, such as Kodansha, Netflix, the Motion Picture Association, the Copyright Society of China, and the Korea Copyright Protection Agency.
Wait, China cares about copyright? Aren't they like?
I think what's actually happened is that the copyright infringers of China accidentally got looped into this because their name is titled the Copyright Society of China. So Masaharu Ina, director of CODA, explained their goals in an interview to Torrent Freak. Quote, Our plan is to start the new organization in or around April this year and share the information on piracy sites compiled in each country and provide same to the police of the country where the servers are located, for example. That is a fucking horrible constructed sentence. You should die. The extent the IAPO is willing to go to fulfill its mission was also detailed. Quote, according to the Nihon Keizai Shimbun, one of the IAPO's goals is to deal with pirates wherever they are located. While servers located in Japan can be dealt with locally, very often sites use hosts overseas. Having international partners will improve the investigation process while encouraging police to take on more cases where greater damage is being caused overseas by locally hosted piracy operations. Real quick, wouldn't it be hilarious if somebody set up a server on the fucking moon?
Mad latency, but come and get me, bitch.
The fast track to get the Space Force started.
We hope to God that the lunar landing wasn't a hoax.
It's like Elon Musk establishes a civilization on Mars, and all they do is torrent content back to Earth using Starlink.
You know, it's also amazing that all this stems. I have a comment on this. All this stems. You have a decent bit more to read, don't you, AC? I'm gonna try to be polite here.
Not too much. Go ahead and
because
break it up here.
Okay. It amazes me that all this stems from them really wanting to control, what is out there that people can watch, and how this is going to bite in the ass every one of my friends, and I hope you're fucking watching, that make fun of me for having physical media. Because at the end of the goddamn day, when shit like this does happen and Netflix gets rid of your series, who's the only motherfucker with a copy of 7 Deadly Sins you know?
I mean,
when that finally goes off there.
If you do steal content, you could burn it to a physical disc. So that's a physical copy.
That's true. I don't condone that, but buying the material and having it, and then these people are like, hey, yeah, these piracy sites. Well, you know what? I would love for somebody to find someone to redo the Digimon movie so I could have that on fucking DVD, please. But, hey.
Well, you can buy the Blu-ray from Japan.
Isn't the Digimon movie on DVD?
So I'd like to share with you.
It's like $200, and I have no one who's selling it. Continue.
I'd like to share with you because Lance sounds like he's very much looking forward. Lance is very much looking forward to the end times. Matthew 19:30, where Jesus said, "But many who are first will be last, and the last first." So I would like to acknowledge that when the global piracy apocalypse is upon us, the anime collectors will rise up. The previously lost shall be first.
Hey. Well, unfortunately for Lance, all those in the apocalypse end times, all the Blu-rays are going to be
organization protecting anime independence.
Well, yeah, that's true. Anymore.
The thing is with
pirates have a longer
protect them though.
A longer life.
We're talking about end times here.
Yeah, we're talking like.
No,
I'm talking I'm talking about in the next few years because I'm already seeing shows disappear.
The joke was that
I know what the joke was.
Piracy is one of the horsemen of the apocalypse. All right. So in the event that local police responses to calls for investigations are sluggish, IAPO says it intends to escalate its request to the relevant governments. Nikkei Asia cited that piracy cost the manga industry roughly $6.95 billion in the January to October period, right? Which is more than the entire market for authorized publications. Wow, amazing. They highlight the huge losses incurred to creators due to piracy, despite a study that was buried until 2017 refuting such claims. Right, I would argue that if you... Why did Night Shift come back on? I would argue that if you were actually able to stamp out piracy, all those people who used to pirate your stuff are going to find something else to do that is also free. Like watch YouTube videos. Can't wait till our viewership goes up.
And there's still an argument that by pirating this stuff, like I know I have a more unique view on piracy than the rest of you guys, but by pirating stuff, I personally got into a show and was like, fuck, this is jamming. I'm going to buy every.
Well, you're going to get hit first.
You and I are on the same mind here, Random 11.
Yeah, I think that piracy has done more for the industry than it has. It has done more positive than it has hurt.
Yeah.
Now, I agree. There is some loss in income that occurs due to piracy. I totally agree. But
the people who would only download stuff are the ones who wouldn't have the balls to go off and buy it anyway. So,
well, I would argue there is some loss due to piracy.
It's a balancing act for sure.
But yeah, it balances out. I think that because people can pirate a like this is how it works for music. Every musician I've ever met,
I'm listening.
Every musician I've ever met that is like high end, like played on the radio kind of music, right? Like the top of the what you would recognize as a band, right? Rather than just like a garage band, right? That every one of them that I've ever met is completely okay with piracy and actually encourages it to their listeners. Because they make absolutely.
That's what you were talking about with the record deals, and you're like, labels don't pay us, and this and that.
Yeah, right. Because bands make such an infinitesimally small amount of money from record sales that they actually encourage people at their concerts to download the music when they get home.
I feel like
because
that's one of those moments where you're talking about like one instance and applying it to the whole.
Because the bands only make their large income from the live shows. Because you can pirate the music, but you can't pirate the experience of being there live.
No. You can't download a t-shirt.
Well, you can buy a bootleg t-shirt.
Yeah.
Right. But you can't
download an experience.
You're correct, right? You can't.
I can watch a bootleg live concert, okay?
Yes,
I was gonna say,
but you can't go there and you can't feel the bass hit your chest by listening to it.
The point is it's not the same experience as actually being there, and that's
I'm not talking about watching like a.
He's just talking about the content.
No, I'm not talking about a stream. I'm talking about like people, like a mock band playing live.
Let me be clear. Anyway, yes, you can download off of MySpace somebody's flip phone recording of some concert somewhere, but what you can't download is the hand job you got while you were there. Okay.
Oh God.
But I can go see. I can go see Blink 183. Okay, and have an equally good hand job.
Oh God.
AC. Mentioning this, I love 30 Seconds to Mars, and I have their like limited thing from a concert I'm signed by the band. I have the vinyl. I have all this stuff, and in that edition that they gave out the fucking flash drive that's got the goddamn MP3s on it. Raw fucking MP3s. And honestly,
MP3 is still compressed.
I'm
raw
actually happy that you know this. That you know this damn meta.
I get what you mean. Now look, the point is,
and I digress.
The point is the reason that bands at concerts will actually advocate pirating their content is because when people pirate their music and they share that music with other people, email it to each other, listen to it in their car, introduce somebody to a song they've never heard before, and they grow awareness around that band.
Mm-hmm.
It grows the likelihood.
increases.
Right. It grows the awareness of the band, And then when that band is playing a concert in your local town, the demand for tickets increases, right?
You go to see them, not hear the music you've heard before, or you go to find out about the band. You go to a concert to experience that. You don't go to a concert to say, I just want to hear their music. That's not the way it really goes.
You go to a Slipknot concert because the drummer gets lifted up on an elevator and he's strapped into the drum set and continues to drum as it rotates upside down. Okay.
But what if I want to go see Slipknot get lifted up inside of an escalator and fall down it, tumbling down the escalator? I think that's
now random. What if you went to a concert and it was called Foot Fetish?
Well, obviously, I would not be there. That would be your thing. I don't know, but not mine.
Now, what if you went to a band gathering called Toe Jam? What about that?
Well, I wouldn't think about it. That's for sure.
So, this goes back to the idea behind Valve saying the best way to combat piracy is to have Valve, the guys who made Steam.
I think Valve's the statement you're trying to come up with is that piracy is a distribution.
Oh, no! Oh my!
Then valves.
Here, I can complete my sentence and then
go ahead.
It'll be said. The best way to combat piracy is accessibility. So these bands, if you make your own official YouTube channel and then immediately put out all the songs, you're making a more compelling option than to someone watch a bootleg stream. Well, not stream, but a react video of a guy going like, "Oh yeah, man, that's so good." Oh, like you know,
piracy.
You can just
Look,
see,
listen.
Well, I mean, some people actually like watching that kind of shit.
Piracy is 100%. Well, I'd say 90% more likely when people fear they won't be able to find it again. Match.
No. A lot of these people that pirate
it is when people feel like if people felt it. Well, I mean that's a case too, but it's more likely when people have that mindset of I'm not going
to image slayer because they fear that they're not going to see. They download it because they want to watch the damn thing.
Yeah, I think music is a prolific example because literally everyone most of the people that I've known that just download illegally, they just don't care. They just want music and they don't want to pay for it. That's kind of it. So I real quick just want to bring up, you said they're not going to pirate your concert. It's ironic you say that because it actually is evolving into that because I've been thinking for like a couple of years now, like, wouldn't it be cool if a band live streamed their concerts? And now because of the pandemic, everyone's doing that. And Behemoth, ironically, that sticker that you saw in Danny's pickups, they had a live show, and my friend's like, "Hey, are you gonna tune into that?" And it's like,
I've been watching those actually.
Oh, well, like I'm not gonna pay for a live concert, which you can probably find a YouTube video of it. It's not that I can find that specific one online, but you can find all of their live shows, like from the past, from people that have set up their equipment. You get varying degrees. Like some are way better recordings than others, and to a degree, I think you can at least like get a cool experience from that. But it's funny you say that because people are probably going to turn into pirating those paid live experiences. So that's why if you're going to do this live experience of the show, do it free on Twitch.
That's why I was saying specifically that yes, you can pirate the recording of the experience, but you can't pirate the hand job you got, or you can't pirate the suicide
guy behind
at the
you
Travis
falling
Scott
over
concert.
Oh God! So are you telling me, Brad, that
you can't pirate being there in the smell from when Ozzy bit the head off that bat?
Are you telling me, Brad, that the only reason you ever go to concerts is for handies? Like,
I don't go.
I'm
to
not judging,
at all.
but
I
but
think
all
that
I'm saying is that the reason people go to concerts is the access.
I think we
to
made his
illicit
wife in on that
drugs
conversation,
and the hand jobs getting thrown around like hotcakes.
Well, I'm pretty sure the two concerts I've been to, I did not have either of those intentions.
Yeah,
so
I've not had that experience, but maybe I just go to the wrong concerts.
Man, see, the thing is like we bring up concerts, and then AC brings up hand jobs. Do you have a story to tell there?
No, I have been to one concert in my life against my will, and I hated it. I don't like.
I
live
love how
music.
you're putting up this example of like, oh,
All right.
but you can't get that experience. Such great experience.
Yeah, I'm
You
talking about
can't
for
get it.
people who like
I love
music
how we have
and
opinions from
concerts.
every.
Well, we've
other
agreed that it
side.
doesn't matter what they like music; it's that they like hand jobs.
Okay.
Um,
What I'm saying is,
All right, what's
you
the rest
can
of this article?
you can download the music. You can't download the.
You can
glory hole.
download the music, but you can't download a
I
hand
think
job.
that
You
there
would
needs to be
download
a
a hand job
balance.
if you could, would you?
I mean,
Your wife is
experiencing
not
the
real.
jump tests at the Slipknot concert was great.
I
Right.
think
And-
there
and
needs
that's-
to be.
That's what I'm
Dude,
saying
look.
is that the reason that bands like Kiss and the glam rock bands created the presentation that they did is because it drove people to actually go to the concerts. Right?
Rammstein's got that big ass dick that sprays everything else.
Exactly.
I think
All
there
right.
needs to be a balance
Now,
between.
translating that back to pirating manga.
Yes, what I was trying to say. What I'm trying to say. I think there needs to be a balance between protecting the copyright of people and people's access to stories and
You can pirate
and
the
information.
manga, you can't pirate the paper cut.
So in terms of like how do you stop piracy? Yes, obviously, you make it as convenient as possible to get and as cheap as possible. That's economics.
Yeah.
And
Anaplex.
So let me address what, because we've had the topic about stopping piracy and stuff a million times.
But well,
the reason I brought this up
is that there needs to be a push and pull in policing as well. Like a policing of piracy cannot step too far because then you end up generally piracy is going to help the unknown people, right? Because you're going to spend your money on the things you know are good, and you're more likely to go watch something that is free that you know might not be as good, and then you might find
That's
some
why you
gems
need to be
out there.
humble in your beginnings.
So
you have to be like giving it out to people to try and all this stuff.
So when the policing of copyright is overbearing, you're going to stamp out the smaller voices, and it's just going to be all of the big guys in the room at the end of the day.
Speaking of policing, are we going to mention how this is going to ass rape us over the already ass rape that is the copyright system for anime footage on YouTube?
Well, here's what I think. The reason I shared this to begin with is due to the fact that because this is effectively the Trans-Pacific Partnership. They're effectively trying to skirt around it because thank God Trump said, "Now we're not going to sign that," right? And he would have vetoed it after Obama had tried to sign it, which is why Obama just let it lapse, right? Now, what's going on here, the reason why I'm bringing it up is because they are recognizing that the reason they can't do anything about piracy is because they don't have jurisdiction when the server is located in other places. So they are attempting to get like a United Nations of sorts together of their global brands in order to get
policing
the companies and policing and governments in. They're trying to put pressure on the governments in locations where the servers are being housed, right? So that means that this does seem like they're going to have some success in taking down some piracy sites. Now, once again, I think piracy sites are extremely important.
This also sounds like this has some other intention than just taking down piracy
Once
sites.
again,
This is a lot of money to throw around.
I think that piracy sites do have their use and benefit. I also, obviously, as an anime collector, am a huge advocate for purchasing physical copies. Okay, now I want to look forward into the future for a brief moment and say that I think blockchain technology is actually going to solve piracy in a lot of ways, because we're about to discuss NFTs in this podcast. And I think that the
Trigger
concept
warning for that. No.
I think that the concept of NFTs is actually, when applied to existing properties, would be very interesting, because if we could create a currency based on attention spans, which is effectively what YouTube views were for a long time, ad revenue through watch time. If you could create a cryptocurrency based around attention, i.e., basic attention token. There's a lot of cryptocurrencies attempting to do this. Odyssey has the library token. Minds has its own token, right? That you could theoretically make it so that even if somebody pirated your work and re-uploaded it, that the blockchain could theoretically be used to recognize that content and return revenue of viewership of that content back to the rights holder. So, for example, if I uploaded a YouTube video that contained content from different series, right? And if a clip, like for instance, in my Broly video, for example, during the after the film clip, I put up a clip from the Broly movie where Vic, as Broly, says, I do what needs to be done. That's because I'm a true freak, or whatever, right? Or however the phrasing goes. And then he starts to laugh. And I cut it to have the song by The Who, right? The yeah, right? And then, I cut it together, right? So in this situation, in this blockchain technology, you would be able to see and have the pecking order of people involved in that particular scene, right? The artists that were involved there, the character designer gets a cut, right? All of this is going to go to the estates of these people. And then because it's the English dub, Vic is going to get a cut, right? And then because it is an amalgamation, there was some editing done to it, I will get a small, infinitesimally small portion for the viewership of that segment of the thing, right? And then the song written by The Who or whoever it was, I think that there is a way in the future to have these things automatically applied and built into revenue sharing. And it could be the future. I don't think it's going to happen seamlessly. I think there will be ways around it. Flipping the video in reverse, upside down, half speed, all that stuff is probably still going to come into play. But it's an interesting idea for how we could approach things where people like YouTubers could actually fund the original creators of the work and also still get their cut of the pie, right? So, for example, in the video, I have one or two cuts from the Broly movie and a cut from Battle of Gods that actually has the audio from the moment in the movie. It's not just B-roll footage, right? So when that specific portion of the video comes up, then the percentage threshold of revenue splitting gets split to 100% because I'm literally just using it for that part. You know what I mean? So it would be a very interesting thing in the future if you could actually create some sort of blockchain technology that would be interwoven with all of this stuff and be able to share revenue to people based on their creative work. It would legitimately be an artist's utopia of sorts, in that memes, ideas, attention given by humans, in sort of a matrix idea of the machines using people for the battery, but instead it's a cryptocurrency, right?
Would people not use the same technology to identify the copyrighted works and then yeet it?
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that the best scenario is to not have to yeet it.
I don't know. I don't see this working at all. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good idea if it could work, but the only way I can see it working is if it's voluntarily opt in. Like, you, as the person who edited the video, would have to say, like, all right, this section I'm using of this person's copyrighted work. I want the money to go to that person.
But then no one would select it.
So what I'm saying is that when you produce the original work, right? Like for instance, it would basically there would be.
You could put in the metadata.
No. What I'm saying is that you wouldn't have to do that. What I'm saying is that in the future, people like work created after like this would be something it wouldn't be perfect at first, and there'd be a lot of lawsuits. Oh, you used my sound effect from 20 years ago to make the new type noise in Gundam, and you didn't credit me or whatever. Like there would be a lot of lawsuits at first to get people their proper thing, and it would be a huge mess. But let's say that next year they started to implement this, right? Then anything being made next year is going to start setting the groundwork for how credits go back to people's digital wallets. What I'm saying is that it would not be perfect and it would take a while to get moving, but it would be a step in the right direction where people will get rewarded for their creativity, and it would actually trickle back to the actual rights holders, right? And you could say that it would be extremely interesting, and I actually don't like this aspect of the idea, but if you were actually able to track the user who is seeing it, you could see if somebody watched a video on YouTube about a movie, and then they went out and watched that movie. You get what I'm saying? So like if I watched a review for a movie and then I purchased it and watched it, then you could actually see
make
that
a sales,
the YouTube video.
Man, the Chinese government would love every moment of that technology.
I think it's I'm just looking futurist ideas here. I think that this may very well be where things go, and it's an optimist perspective on it, right? But like for sure, because I the way things are and the people in charge in the world, there ain't no fucking way anybody's going to use this for anything but control.
How does the basic whatever token thing?
Basic attention token.
Yeah. Is there ads in that browser? Is that how it works?
You opt into ads.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
So if it's ads, there would be if it's ads, it could just be money. It doesn't have to be cryptocurrency. Cryptocurrency has zero play in that.
You get one money.
Yeah. Well, I mean, everyone uses the U.S. dollar base to do that.
That should be the universal currency. Money. I got 5 monies.
But
well, I would argue real quick that the universal currency is time.
Well, sure, but time doesn't have a value right now.
It does, because time is money.
I mean, yes, but it doesn't have a tangible. I mean, there is
metaphor.
It's not even metaphorically, but like there obviously is a time equal money equation.
Right. You could say that some people's time is more valuable than others.
But yeah, it's not static. It's not written down.
Right.
There's no, pricing chart. But anyway, so whatever currency, it doesn't really matter. My point is, it doesn't need to be crypto. But anyway, if it's just an ad, someone's getting paid for that ad, and that money can go somewhere. The blockchain has zero to do with, like, you don't need to rely 0 bit on the blockchain for that. Secondly, what you could rely on the blockchain for is if the browser or whatever is going to be mining in the background, and that's how, instead of like watching an ad, you allow your computer to mine the cryptocurrency.
Right. And I think that what's going to happen as people get into transhumanism, which is something I do not agree with, but if we're looking at this from the perspective of this is the direction they're attempting to move people in. When you look at the Matrix, and the concept is that they're farming people for energy, I think that when people are transhumanized and they have, brain chips, Neuralink, all that stuff implanted, that they will be mining cryptocurrency effectively, and they're going to be signing over the portions of their life force or whatever as the thing. Like, you're going to opt into ads that are going to play when you dream as a way to earn cryptocurrency, stuff like that, right? Now, I want to address this. Old Man says it's not just about the content, it is also about controlling the delivery. If the media is changed in any way, there are many rights holders who would ban said content. I agree. And what I'm saying is that I think there is room in the future for allowing this to exist without banning. And that I think that there is a way to do it where people can claim full ownership, but only for that section where your content is being used.
I think his point is actually like, as a content creator, as an author of an anime, like some people got all up in a hissy that Netflix offered 2x speed, right? Because they're like, oh, that's not my vision.
Right.
Can't do that. And so part of copyright is the control of the idea and the ability to block sale. Like if I want to paint something and never sell it, or if I want to make an anime and sell it once, like that Wu-Tang album or whatever, right? They have the right to make an album and sell it once and never press another record of that recording.
Right.
And that's their right as in terms of copyright. And if what you're saying,
so let me address
that right.
Let me address by looking at more of Old Man's comments. He says, sometimes controlling the message is more valuable to publishers than some small amount of money. Branding is everything. I agree. That is the control that they want. But what I'm saying is that control, they are constantly at odds with the will of the people, and eventually they're going to lose. The needle is moving away from the direction they want because of the internet. So unless the people actually cuck themselves and let their governments do Chinese style control, which they're attempting to do, this is a move in that direction, don't get me wrong. But unless people actually let this happen and they don't rebel, which I'm sure they will, then the companies are going to lose this battle. They will constantly lose it. Like I said, servers on Mars, right? Eventually it's going to happen. They cannot control it. So
it's a cat and mouse game, right?
The best case scenario. So on YouTube, when you watch some of the old podcasts, I will refer to something that we are going to go see at Anime Expo. And in the top right corner, a little icon will pop up that says more from the Anime Collector. And you can click on it and you can watch the video that I made about that anime that we later went to go see. Right? So imagine when you're watching content in the metaverse and you're watching, JonTron talk about some movie, and you're able at any moment to actually visually, blink your eyes and be able to click on a link that takes you to the movie, right? And that you can right there in that moment watch more of the scene that was used or the entirety of the movie, right? I think that this is the direction things will go in the future. Now, Old Man also says the more control they have, the fewer streams of content will be available. I agree, but that's why I'm saying that I think that despite what they may want, things are moving in the opposite direction from the control they'd like to have and once did have. Now, finishing this up, Coda has tried to curb piracy with a public service announcement of sorts that takes advantage of fans' fondness for Sergeant Frog. Quote, we hope that the release of this video will encourage people to turn and think about the fact that downloading pirated works is illegal, even for personal enjoyment, and that the use of pirated copies prevents the sale of legitimate content, which in turn prevents creators from earning income. Again, it is operating under a logical fallacy that people who are stealing your content would have paid for it if they couldn't have stolen it. I don't think there's any evidence to suggest. I think that there is probably 3% maybe of people who pirate content would have bought it if they couldn't have pirated it. But I think that
especially if the stuff is on TV for free anyway.
Right. And the thing that I actually value about piracy, even though I'm a huge advocate for anime collection and I blind buy almost everything that I've seen, is that people who pirate everything and then buy the shit that was actually worth owning do the biggest service to the rest of us because they cause the shit that sucks ass to not get sequels.
Yeah.
I mean, the other option is that they just never watched the stuff that sucks ass anyway, and it would have been the same result. But I think
I would be kicking myself to the end of the year if I had bought Platinum End on a blind buy.
Whoa.
Oh wow, that's a nice echo. So another thing to consider is that it's not necessarily a sale, as it could also be like a Netflix subscription that they didn't get for a month or something. So I don't know if that changes much, but
well, anyway, Old Man also said the Matrix original concept was that people were part of a neural supercomputer. The studio thought the idea was far too complex for the average viewer, so they changed it to people are bad.
You have to have like Rick and Morty levels of brain.
Okay, I'm gonna move right off of this topic now.
Before we go, regarding these comments, I have been blocking user on StreamYard. Is that how am I supposed to be doing that?
I mean, I guess. I don't know. Maybe they're
curious
just not...
how that was happening. I thought it was automated because it had the no terms like the .tech or whatever.
No, it's not automated. I think those ones are just not popping up.
I was doing that and I was just making sure.
Whatever. I was just
making sure I was doing that correctly. And
yeah. I don't know. I don't know if it's actually blocking them on YouTube or not.
I approve.
But here's the thing. I'll just say real quick. I get a phone call probably every day that says that starts in the middle of a pre-recorded message for about 3 seconds and then starts over and says, "Hello, this is the office of Mary Fletcher about your student loans," of which I have 0. So I get this message all the time, and I have blocked probably 500 phone numbers in my phone, and it doesn't stop them. So I'll just tell you,
I get a call every day from someone trying to buy a house I don't own.
Okay. Well, the point is that no matter how many of the bots you block, it's probably not going to make a difference.
Yeah. The porn bots are hydras as well.
Right, exactly. So anyway, moving on, because there's still so much I wanted to get through in this podcast. And we were getting into the actual meat of what I wanted to cover tonight.
Oh, dear God.
AMC Networks.
I'm already so full from what you've given me.
I know. I'm glad you filled up on chips, bitch. AMC Networks acquires Sentai Filmworks and High Dive. So, Sentai Holdings LLC, which includes Sentai Filmworks and streaming service High Dive, has been acquired by AMC Networks from the Cool Japan Fund.
To be clear, this means that Made in Japan and all those other branches, Acer Holdings or whatever, are still under Section 23?
I don't think so.
ADV, Soft Cell Pictures.
What do you mean you don't think so? It's literally saying Sentai Holdings or whatever.
Yeah, I think Sentai Holdings is Acer Holdings. I think that Sentai has probably at some point changed the name or consolidated. I have a feeling
from Section 23 to Sentai.
Yeah, I think that Sentai Holdings is the LLC of Section 23.
Yeah,
I think that
it encompasses all
when it all comes down to it, I think Acer Holdings, Section 23 are all owned under the limited liability company of Sentai Holdings.
Yeah.
But a lot of companies don't like to use the name of their LLC because an LLC is kind of like the lowest tier form of business other than sole proprietorship. I just feel like it's kind of the name that they hide behind, but I would argue, I think it would be very likely that they actually have acquired Made in Japan and all the other ones. It is possible that the reason Sentai Holdings LLC exists is because Sentai divested the rest of their things in order to make this sale possible. And I would like to point out the fact that around podcasts like 28 through 40, I was on a rampage against Sentai, and I was perpetuating a conspiracy theory that Sentai was doing poorly in their business. They weren't at Anime Expo in 2017. And I continued to, or was it, I was probably 2018 actually. I continued to perpetuate that idea that it seems very much to me like they were hurting and had made some business decisions that were not panning out.
That's what I was gonna say. It's like, it's that why they got Legend of the Galactic Heroes. They blew it because they're like, well, we're gonna get acquired soon, so who cares?
Well, actually, that was around the time, if you can believe it was that long ago, when they got Legend of the Galactic Heroes, and that was one of the reasons. Dear God, that feels unsettling. That was one of the. I need far better lighting in here if we're gonna close up on my face. No,
I like this one. No, do this. We have you're the grand boss daddy while we're the minions.
Well, what I'm saying though is I think that it's kind of ironic to me that I was going hard on that for the longest time, because every day it felt like I was finding more and more evidence to suggest that they weren't doing as well as they would have liked to be doing. And now we have them getting sold. Now, here's the question though. Would AMC buy them if they weren't doing well? That's the question. Now,
I don't know.
I can't wait to see Lupin the Third be labeled as AMC.
Right.
AT&T bought Time Warner, and DC is doing shit. So.
Right. Well, that's what I'm saying. Is it a steal for AMC to buy them because they've mismanaged so bad, or is it that they're doing so well? Like, I mean, Crunchyroll sold for $1.5 billion or whatever.
Well, actually, my point was they bought Time Warner, even though DC was failing, right? Because they wanted stuff from Time Warner,
right?
And they didn't want DC. So now they've sold DC, right? Now it's DC's with Disney.
Let me point out a couple of things.
So they could just want High Dive,
yes,
and throw everything else out,
right? Which is what I want to read here. Okay, so Sentai's High Dive streaming service represents a strong new addition to AMC Network's portfolio of fast-growing targeted offerings. This is from AMC's statement, which we're going to look at in a second. According to the AMC Network statement, founder John Ledford, Griffin Vance, and Paul Klinkscales will stay on their senior roles as the brand moves to AMC Networks. I mean, these are the founders of Sentai. Yeah. John Ledford and Griffin Vance, I think,
were ADV.
Were the original owners of ADV, right? I don't know who this other guy is. Never heard of him before. John Ledford said, quote, "We are thrilled by AMC Network's acquisition and are excited to be a part of their growth strategy. This acquisition will not change Sentai's mission to deliver the most exciting anime content to audiences around the world. It will expand it greatly and will give our content business more distribution, more partnership, more scale, and more reach. I could not be more pleased." Now, AMC, I want to point out specifically the way it's phrased on AMC's own press release. AMC Networks acquires leading global anime distributor Sentai, including direct-to-consumer anime platform High Dive. Does it sound like they give a shit about physical media?
No.
No. Acquisition extends AMC Network's position as the global leader in targeted streaming, with an expanding array of services that super serve passionate fans. New York, New York, January 5th, 2022. AMC Networks Inc., which is not... so AMC Networks on the stock exchange is AMCX. AMC is AMC Entertainment. That's the theaters. This is beyond that. This is above that level of... like this is the parent company, right? They have their own NASDAQ. What do you call it? Short title. Anyway, so AMC Networks announced today that it has, yes, the ticker. Or is that what it's called? Anyway, AMC Networks Inc. announced today it has completed the acquisition of Houston-based Sentai Holdings LLC. Sentai, which is how they're going to be referred to through the rest of it, a leading global supplier of anime content and official anime merchandise, with brands including the anime-focused High Dive direct-to-consumer subscription streaming service. The acquisition includes all of the members' interests from Cool Japan Fund Inc. To me, that says Made in Japan, Acer Holdings. What's the other one they have? Soft Cell Pictures.
ADV.
So I think it's very likely that they've got all of it. And I wouldn't be surprised if they cease to exist. Because all they actually give a damn about is High Dive and perhaps Sentai.
I hope for the sake of the ecosystem being the same that they did, acquire all the branches instead of just Sentai. That would just...
that'd be weird.
Yeah, it would just disarrange things in such a weird way. I'll say this too is they have in the previous statement, John Ledford and all of them were like, our mission stays the same, so DVDs, physical media, hopefully that isn't affected by like AMC being like, yeah, High Dive is like the greatest.
More like Blu-ray physical media, not DVD anymore.
Oh,
Well,
sorry.
Here's the thing, though. Those statements, whenever somebody is bought, those statements always are. We're so excited about this because it's like, don't fire me.
Fabricated.
So anyway, Cool Japan Fund is a public-private Japanese investment fund. Now, with strong industry relationships and access to key content creators in Japan, Sentai distributes and curates one of the anime industry's most diverse libraries of top trending and classic titles, with his content available on Crunchyroll, Hulu, and Amazon Prime, among others. Sentai's High Dive streaming service represents a strong new addition to AMC Network's portfolio of fast-growing targeted offerings, which includes AMC Plus, Acorn TV, Shudder, Sundance Now, and All Black.
What is that network?
Excuse me while I put up the topical image once again.
Does that include Block?
I don't know. All right. AMC Networks, the global leader in targeted streaming, has forecasted. Have you ever thought? I've never. The only one I think I've even heard of is Shudder.
Same.
I didn't even know there was an AMC Plus. By the way, I can't wait till Disney rapes all of you in court for the plus that they probably put forth a patent pending trademark on.
By the way,
well, same with Paramount Plus,
right? Universal Plus. AMC Networks, the global. Google Plus. Rape them, Google. AMC Networks, the global. It's like, okay, let's just dust off the patent here. Blow the dust off. Wait a minute. It says the Plus is owned by Alphabet. Disney shits bricks. Oh fuck! Right?
Your Honor, it says PLUS, not the plus sign. Throw it out.
Yeah, so about that Ironheart.
More like Ironheart.
I was just going to say Ironheart on.
Your Honor, if I could just direct you to our second thing on the agenda today. Let's just move this aside in our loss.
You know your favorite band, Your Honor, Iron Maiden? Did you know that it existed back hundreds of years ago?
Welcome back, baby.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. My computer is still recovering from Goodnam's AIDS, and so
it's very contagious.
Okay,
I think it's contagious.
So they're a global leader in targeted streaming, according to themselves, has forecast its targeted streaming portfolio will have exceeded 9 million paid subscribers by year end 2021, with 20 to 25 million paid subscribers by 2025.
Christ.
How many paid subscribers in Crunchyroll?
5 million or something, I think.
Is that it? I know they've got like 500 million freeloaders. So Japanese anime is a rapidly growing entertainment category with a highly engaged global fan base propelled by its unique aesthetics and evangelical fans.
Yeah, it's propelled by those fans. That's for sure.
Convention culture and increased online accessibility. With a seasoned team, strong content.
AC gets his hand jobs at concerts. I get my hand jobs at conventions.
Right.
You can't pirate the hand jobs at conventions.
So
I mean, I could definitely see the allure
com-
of a hand drop to the timing of the Slipknot drum solo.
Oh, God.
Maybe as long as your dick doesn't get yanked off.
Wait, would that porn search be called "Beat Off to the Beat"?
Look, I think you guys have a problem. You just need to like find a hooker or something. Like I don't know why you're going to these conventions and stuff as a premise.
Because
Yes.
you guys just need to get laid.
Hey, listen, Footnum. Look, there's an easier way. How about just get a girlfriend?
When a man loves a
motherfucker?
woman.
Oh dear God! Back to the topic at hand. John Ledford, Sentai's founder, stated, "quote We are thrilled by AMC Network's acquisition and are excited to be a part of their growth strategy. This acquisition will not change Sentai's mission to deliver the most exciting anime content to audiences around the world. It will expand it greatly and will give our content business more distribution, more partnerships, more scale, more reach. I could not be more pleased." Sentai's executive management team of Ledford, Griffin Vance, and Paul Klinkscales will continue on in senior roles.
For the love of God, all I'm hearing
that's
here
a
is
slightly different phrasing than what Crunchyroll said.
all I keep hearing here is, "Oh my
Nope,
God,
nope.
this happened. We have no control
actually.
over it."
See, Sentai phrased it as they will stay on their senior roles as the brand moves to AMC networks. AMC says they will continue on in senior roles.
See, this is the telephone game that we play when we just take press releases and
try to
convert
write
them.
a non-plagiarized article about them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it doesn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but the way Sentai said it, it sounds as though they're staying in their current roles in the company. But the way that AMC said it, it sounds like they might just be given some
Senior bathroom cleaning staff.
some senior position as part of the acquisition as like a status symbol, kind of like
Senior
Kun
peanut
Gao.
bearer.
Kun Gao, who
Gao?
was the
Kumar
owner.
Gao?
Kun Gao, who was the CEO of Crunchyroll, who got put into like a senior position as basically a consultant, right?
Yeah.
Like you still take on a salary, but you no longer have the decision-making power.
Just like a figurehead.
Yes, exactly.
They did that.
Hand job. Fingerheads?
I forget what video game company did that, but they Microsoft, like a big company like Microsoft bought a smaller company. It might have been Bethesda. Well, definitely that one, but not so much actually, because I don't think Notch stayed on. Notch was just like, "Fuck you, I'm done."
Notch had already. He was no longer working on Minecraft when he still owned it because he was the original creator and built up Mojang the company.
Yeah.
But when Notch sold it for $2 billion, they were buying not just Minecraft the IP, but also Mojang the development company. Now, Notch had not worked on Minecraft in years by that point, because the development team he had built up had taken over entirely, so that he could work on another game, which name escapes me right now. But he was
never released.
Scrolls.
Well, no, there was another
Scrolls.
one. It wasn't Scrolls. It was like a mech game. It was a space mech game. I forget what it was called, but he was working on that just on his own, in the same way that he developed, way that he developed Minecraft, where effectively he was just getting a concept out, creative energy expended to create the concept that he could then give to somebody else to polish and continue to grow at his business of Mojang. So yeah, when he left, he wasn't really a part of it anyway. But back to your point, what were you saying?
I think Bethesda has like a lead programmer guy, and when Microsoft bought Bethesda, they said, "You're going to stay on." They worded it a little differently. They said like, "You're staying on for like a couple years, but then after that, like you can be, like you're not going to be the head guy anymore. You're going to be like a consultant guy." And that's about it. And same with how Nintendo switched Shigeru Miyamoto. Right?
Intended.
Well, not really. But they took Shigeru Miyamoto off of development, and they kind of made him some bullshit name. I can't remember. He's like the ambassador of creativity or something.
Exactly. That's the kind of made up position that you
Ambassador
get.
of creativity.
Like literally, I would argue that a lot of times what happens is a company buys and they want to cannibalize it. Like they want to destroy and revamp and put their own people in. But the bad faith that gives the company, the bad will, a better word probably, the bad will that would give to the customers would be untenable. So what they do is they continue to give people a salary, maybe even a raise, but they give them a position that actually has no work involved. It is meaningless to exist other than to look good to the existing customer base so that they can continue to have the customers not bitch and complain that things are changing, because you know how people act to changing. Let me put it this way. One day, Minecraft got an update where they had changed and updated all of the sound effects, and the player base lost it. They fucking lost it. And I'll tell you, most of them grew on you within a week of playing, right? Like there weren't any ones, like there's some of them, the nostalgic ones, like the ooh, right, noise that I kind of miss. But most of it was a direction change that was actually worthwhile. Same thing where they actually updated every single texture in the game except for grass. It was the only one that they left, the original dirt block with grass on top, because that one was originally done by Notch, and it is nostalgic to the
most
brand.
iconic one, because you see it at
Yes, it's the only one that they didn't change, right? And again, it caused an uproar. People were upset. I was upset. I actually created a texture pack.
a texture pack that has the old textures.
It not only has the old textures, I did this for a while. I took every old texture from the game, and depending on how long that texture was in the game, that was the rarity of that texture being used in place of, like, for instance, they changed gravel from like a TV static mess to something that actually looks much better. But for the longest time, I was repulsed by it. So I tried to set it up so that for how long the old static one was in the game, that was like 90% of the total time that the game existed. So that was 90% of the ones in game. And every once in a while, the new ones were in there. And, not often, but every once in a while I would update it and get the numbers updated to when they were, more reasonable. And then eventually I just stopped doing it because the new textures actually are way better. But it also goes back to like the old adage of eBay changing their color from yellow to white, right? People lost their shit. So anyway, going back to the topic at hand here, I think that these senior roles they're talking about here very well may be a do nothing position and still get a huge paycheck, probably a bigger paycheck than you previously got. And all you have to do is say, we're totally excited about this acquisition and we can't wait for blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah.
I can't wait for that higher raise and go on vacation.
Yeah, but in actuality,
don't turn around and sue the parent company like those people sued Amy over.
Yeah, but in actuality, what it is that we're getting a paycheck to do nothing, right? So anyway, I read the rest of this while you guys
say
are talking.
Ami.
That's the actual pronunciation.
That's the pronunciation.
Yeah. Random 11, I gave you this lecture.
None of this is important.
Podcast to go.
None of this is important. None of this is important. And none of this is important.
Yeah. In Japan, what? In Japan, their A pronunciation is ah.
Ah.
Yes, I understand. I'm laughing at the fact that AC's repeating none of this is important, none of this is important, as if he's talking about our conversation.
Right.
That's what I was thinking at first.
Now, I have something else. Unless you guys want to talk more about Sentai.
No.
I think we've
I don't think it will change super
I hope it doesn't change anything about physical releases.
We can hope.
I would agree. I would hate to have to sell all of my AMC stock.
Right.
Out of protest.
But you don't have
AMC stock.
You don't have any AMC X.
I don't have any AMC X stock.
So you can say, hold on strong to the theater.
Yeah.
But I hate the rest of your business.
Yeah, precisely. I've actually been waiting for Sentai to become a publicly traded company because I wanted to buy stock in them because I thought they would be the first one to do it.
Well, now they are.
Well, but they're
Well,
not
assuming
publicly
this
traded
goes
as
through.
Sentai. We'll see. It'd be cool if it was. What do you think their stock symbol would be? STA? SSTI?
You know what's
Sexually
interesting?
transmitted infection.
Sorry, did the deal go through, or is it still pending?
I believe it is it looks like it's going to go through. And in fact, unfortunately, I think that this is going to make the Crunchyroll acquisition by Sony a more likely to go through because they're going to say, well, look at AMC. They own High Dive, our biggest competitor that totally could crush
Didn't
us.
the Crunchyroll thing go through?
Well, it's last I heard, it was like they are forcing it through. They are moving forward despite the fact that it's under investigation by the FCC or whatever for for the FTC for the monopoly charges. Anyway, so in addition to AMC buying Sentai, Cinedigm is going to acquire Asian Crush, Retro Crush's owner. Sorry, Asian Crush and Retro Crush owner digital media rights.
Ironically, I think I had stocks in Cinedigm at one point.
Really?
Yeah, so that would have been the first anime company I had stocks in.
I don't think Cinedigm is actually.
Well, they're not explicitly anime, but
I know exactly why you have had stocks in them. Can I make a prediction?
Go for it, because you'll be wrong.
Anime which this company has licensed: Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal 2. That's why.
Well, actually,
It's actually the Beyblade.
Wait, what? Hold up. They don't have the original. Oh wait, never mind.
They don't have Achi and sit back in there either. What the fuck?
I was gonna say they don't have the original Yu-Gi-Oh series because I wrote them an angry letter like last month about like. Except I actually messaged, or sorry, not messaged. I emailed directly the 4Kids the new name.
You angry Karen them?
Well,
Karen
no, I
them,
wasn't
man.
angry. I'm exaggerating, but I emailed them saying, "Yo, bitch, where's this?"
I wasn't angry. I was just swearing at them until they tell me where I want.
I started off complaining about where's ArcV's third set on Blu-ray because they released every set on Blu-ray except for the third one. The third one's DVD only. And I'm like, why? We were so close to being able to have a Yu-Gi-Oh series that has every episode dubbed like completely and on Blu-ray natively. It's natively in HD and being able to own all of it. No, they just had to cuck us that one deal.
Did they send you back? Consider this your final warning.
Oh god, I should do that. But so the answer to your prediction is I was scrolling and I happened to recognize it. That's it. I didn't even think about it having Yu-Gi-Oh. I just got it at random, pretty much. So get cooked.
Consider this your last warning. All right.
I am altering the deal. Pray I don't alter it any further.
All right. So Cinedigm is going to acquire digital media rights. So they announced on Thursday that they have reached an agreement to acquire digital media rights, the parent company of Retro Crush, Asian Crush, and Midnight Pulp streaming services. With the addition of digital media rights channels following the acquisition, Cinedigm will have 15 wholly owned streaming services. DMR, Digital Media Rights, owns the following 10 channels: Asian Crush, Midnight Pulp, Retro Crush, Cinehouse, Kokoro, KMTV, C Crush, Cinehouse Romance, K Crush, and QTTV. The real reason Cinedigm wants them is just for Cinehouse because they liked the name. No. So I didn't realize, damn, they're tripling their ownership by buying 10 more. They're previously only 15. So Cinedigm aims to increase its anime and Asian drama and film content through digital media rights streaming services. Cinedigm also plans to further expand digital media rights advertising network with its own ad sales infrastructure. Through its Matchpoint platform, Cinedigm hopes to reduce digital media rights operating costs and strengthen its revenue growth. The company also looks to migrate Digital Media Rights' entire content library into the Matchpoint platform. So basically, they are going to utilizing the infrastructure that they already have for digital media for Cinedigm's Matchpoint. They're going to yeet the existence of Asian Crush, Retro Crush, Midnight Pulse, Kokoro, all of them, and they're just going to integrate them into their version of Netflix, seemingly. Cinedigm plans to leverage Digital Media Rights' social media division to grow engagements of its streaming channels with the goal of establishing a new ad revenue stream. So effectively, watch Digital Media Rights' Twitter account now say, hey, fans of Retro Crush, come watch your anime on Matchpoint. So now when you go to watch old anime, you have to sift through all the Indian Bollywood movies, just like on Netflix. Right?
Yay.
Retro Crush is a free ad-supported video-on-demand service available in the United States and Canada. The service has apps on iOS, Android, Amazon Fire, Roku, Apple TV, and smart TVs, in addition to being available on browser. The service launched in March 2020. A ad-free supported version, free ad-supported version, version of Retro Crush launched through the Stir streaming service in July 2020. Okay, but what about Cinedigm? This is what I actually care about. Cinedigm announced so yeah, they bought Viewster in 2019, and its subsidiary Viewster Anime. Viewster was founded in Zurich, Switzerland in 2007. Cinedigm launched a linear streaming advertiser video on demand network, Con TV Anime, in June 2020. Cinedigm rebranded Viewster and incorporated the service into Con TV Anime. So they're saying this is advertising video on demand. So do you think that all of these free services are now going to be paid through Matchpoint?
That's a good point. One might say it's a good match point.
So I kind of wonder, actually, because it's going to be interesting. We were just talking about piracy and what's going to happen when people can't view the anime they previously viewed for free.
I could have sworn that Retro Crush did add some sort of a paid subscription model or something.
Yeah, we were just talking about that. Retro Crush streaming partner. I don't know. Where was it? Fuck. Retro Crush is a free ad-supported video on service, but the service launched into a free ad-supported version. I don't know. Maybe. Hey, Mirage Leonardo, Retro Crush is really good. Is there one that you pay for? Is there a payable version without ads? Anyway, any more thoughts on Cinedigm acquiring Asian Crush, Retro Crush?
No.
I think that it's kind of obvious. We've been talking about the streams race for a while. It is the future, unfortunately. I mean, I'm a big fan of physical media, but it's pretty obvious that companies are going to go in this direction. That's where they want to go. They want to charge you a monthly fee instead of expecting you to buy movies and shit, right? So,
this is kind of what I was saying about like the cat and mouse of piracy, right? With people going, there's like an ebb and flow with home video, right? It was TV, right? And cable packages became obtuse, and so people started stealing like cable, right? And satellite signals until they made that too annoying to do. And then Netflix came along and said, okay, here's a simple solution. You know, pay a small amount of money and you get all this content. Plus the physical in the States, but also their online thing, right? And then eventually the ebb and flow of that was that they were like, okay, well, fuck it. We're just going to not put everything on Netflix and charge our own. And so now it's flowing back towards, we got to pay for like everything and it's all stupid.
Oh
So-
yeah, someone had a
And it's-
breakdown where they're like, Netflix, this, Hulu, Crunchyroll, all of the expenses they're adding up to the sides, and it's like, yeah, TV, it's so much better to just stream now because TV you're paying $100 for or whatever,
Right.
and it's like,
So-
here's the bills, and then it said like $3,000 in OnlyFans. Like, come
Yeah.
on, they can't.
I do love this meme. So Mirage Leonardo says, yes, there is a premium version you can get with no ads on Retro Crush, but he doesn't mind the ads. They're not that long.
Okay, so that's what it means.
So Retro Crush added City Hunter, Dirty Pair, and Bubblegum Crisis recently. Well, let me ask you this. Did they add Urusei Yatsura? Good segue, AC. Classic anime Urusei Yatsura gets all-star 4-part new TV series in 2022 at David Production. Those are the people behind JoJo.
Yeah.
So this anime waifu with the really long body is coming back to haunt my dreams because this show, the original one, was pretty bland, and I
She
hated
could
every second
redeem
of watching
herself.
it. Well, so look, here's the thing. This is the way I see Urusei Yatsura. This is the character who popularized referring to your the main character as darling.
You say
And as far as-
popularized, but it never really came back until.
As far as I'm concerned, 02 in Darling in the Franxx completely blew Lum out of the water, and you can't go back. 02 owns the monopoly on Darling, and I don't want to hear anybody else say it.
Oh well, don't watch Monster Musume.
I wouldn't watch that trash.
Excuse me, that
You
mask.
didn't buy it.
Any thoughts
You
before I
buy
move
it.
on?
You bought the steelbook?
Yes, because I didn't want the cancer edition sized.
But you have the Cancer Edition too.
I don't.
I thought you did.
Nope. Initial D successor MF Ghost. Motherfucking Ghost!
Yeah.
Airs in 2023.
I'm so glad we're on the same page.
I don't know if that's what it stands for, but I will forever read it.
That is now canon. So
Yeah. There's an article I passed on about Studio Ghibli did they broadcast Spirited Away on TV, and there was a hashtag you could ask them questions about it, like Sento Chihiro no whatever the word for Spirited Away is in Japanese, and then it was like no
shit summon.
it was Shitsumon, which is Japanese for question. And I was like, I will forever read that as shit summon. And yes, anyway. The visual aid of seeing it written out SHITSUMON, it would have been funnier, but I skipped that article. Also, Random 11, you've been warned. So Akemi's sailor uniform, or Akevi's sailor uniform, you're gonna see her do some backflips and shit. And oh no,
only feet.
I missed that. Go back.
I felt like, actually, I think it's part of the GIFs. I felt like it was important to immortalize the fact that perhaps the most disgusting thing Random 11 will ever see was featured in the GIFs on on this article. So,
lucky I missed it. I was in
once
the
we
kitchen.
get there, I'm just gonna skip over the shower scene.
Oh, we haven't passed it yet.
I have to watch this to understand why her uniform is different from all the other girls at the school.
It's not really uniform if it's different, right?
Why do they always have to make it high school, middle age? Jeez.
This is what everybody else is
middle
wearing.
age. Oh my god!
This is what everybody else is wearing at the
middle
school.
Middle school. Sorry.
And then her outfit is different. Nice ass. Moving on. God damn, there's a million pictures in this trailer.
Why don't we just watch the whole goddamn episode?
This I love this image.
That's good.
She looks like a yak.
Dropping the hottest album of 2022.
Oh snap! Hillary Clinton in anime. Hey, have you not seen Goodbye Partner? because she's legitimately in Lupin Goodbye Partner. All right.
All right, what are we
And
talking about?
God damn it, we're talking about feet. We not gotten to the gym yet. Oh my God.
Maybe you shouldn't go one by one and just scroll down.
There we go. We got this.
All right, I had to go all the way to the end to go backwards. There you go.
Why is random foot fetish such a big part of
That
the podcast
can
now?
you
Honestly, I
not?
respect
Can
it.
you fucking not?
No, it gets better.
It's
gets
okay,
better.
man. It's okay, man. We love you for who you are.
Random,
You can
random
accept
11
this in front
behind
of
the
us.
scenes right now. Cry. Okay, anyway.
Dude,
Scott
I
Pilgrim
thought-
anime in
I
the
seen-
works.
I seen some pictures of like them lying on the bed and the feet. And it was like, okay, whatever, that's not bad.
See, I
No,
knew you
dude,
were
you
looking
didn't-
that shit up.
The nail
You
cutting.
didn't
Oh,
even show the part where she sniffs her toenail.
oh
or
wait,
whatever.
definitely don't need to see that.
He did show it like twice.
Yeah, go back, go back.
Well,
Anyway,
I
no,
missed it.
God
You're
damn it,
good.
we are so behind schedule.
Move
Scott-
on. Train forward.
Scott Pilgrim anime in the works from Netflix and Science Art.
It would be
Okay.
hilarious
Don't
if they
fuck it
got
up.
Michael Cera, Elizabeth Winstead,
That would be
Chris
great
Evans,
if they did for the voices.
all the actors for the movie to voice the characters in the anime.
I would argue that would actually be terrible, and it will feel so off-putting.
It'd be hilarious.
It
though.
doesn't actually feel like anime or even cartoons when you get the actual voice actors from the movie to
Is it
reprise
because
their
they
roles.
typically aren't like designed for voice acting? They do.
They aren't
practical acting?
playful enough. Like like voice actors are closer to Shakespearean actors on a play, where they
They
upsell
put
the
on
experience.
something that pulls you in by sound alone.
Right, and I think
I'm going to interrupt you there and be incredibly rude. I hope to fucking God that Hollywood actors don't take these roles. Fuck that.
I get it, but I still think
I
it
can
would be
see
funny.
either being probably good, but now that I look at it, like the Scott in the cartoon looks like a completely different demeanor than Michael Cera.
Precisely.
Yeah.
That's how he looks in the original graphic novels.
Yeah, that's straight out of the graphic novel.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say comic because it's less words. In the comic, he is. I mean, they kind of touch on it in the show, or sorry, in the movie, but in the comics, they like build up him in the universe as he's like the #1 fighter in Toronto.
Dude, can we just take a minute to talk about how weird it will be having an anime center located in Toronto?
I would love it. I want it.
Well, I'm down for it too. I'm just gonna be shocked.
Have you seen Scott Pilgrim, the movie?
Yeah.
Oh.
I
was expecting you to say no.
I
What,
have.
you've seen a live action movie?
Holy
yeah,
shit!
Holy crap!
Well, it was based in Toronto, so you had to see it. That's why.
I just want a legitimate reason to finally sit down and rewatch this movie because I've been wanting to rewatch this movie forever.
I want to have the 4K to rewatch it. That'll be cool.
I mean, there's one scene that's really worth rewatching over and over and again.
The final fight against himself.
No, definitely not that scene.
The vegan police?
No,
my favorite scene.
Yeah,
You guys are,
Punisher kills Superman.
the T scene. It's
the what
T
scene?
That's
The foot scene?
No, the tea. Tea.
Tea?
Where
I
they
don't
drink
remember.
tea.
I haven't seen the movie in so long, and I don't recall.
I don't remember that
Tea.
scene either.
Yeah. It's the scene where they walk into Ramona's house and she's like, what kind of tea do you want?
Sleepy time tea. Yeah.
Yeah.
She,
That's the
she
only
lists
scene
off
worth
all the
rewatching.
different kinds of teas. Yeah.
I
I always thought it was funny.
The ending of
A
that
different kind of
In
tease.
the one
shit.
scene where Wallace says, ask all the stunt doubles, ask him how it feels like to always get sloppy seconds.
Yeah. I like the movie. I really like the book though, and
I really hope they don't Netflixize it. Oh, for the love of Satan!
The book is because the movie was being made while the 6th book was being written.
They took liberties at the end.
No, they didn't take liberties. It's completely different.
That's what I mean.
it's well, okay, fine. Liberties is like, well, we know it's there. We're gonna do something different. It wasn't there.
Oh,
It pulled an FMA original ending.
Yeah. So anyway, so I want this to be just a straight manga like adaptation. Yeah. Like they take manga to anime. I want them to take the graphic novel to anime.
I love that because I've never read the novels, and this would make it way more fun.
Whether or not they change the style, because obviously that image shows the style of the comic.
It would be annoying to have to watch this, I would think.
I think it would be cool if it was an anime style, but I don't know how they'd pull it off.
I'm willing to be surprised by a cool anime style, but I'd also be perfectly happy with the normal cartoon style. They did do a cartoon, I believe it aired on MTV, of Scott Pilgrim. I think it was also a deleted scene on the DVD, if I remember properly. I don't remember 100%, but it's a scene where he's in high school, and if you remember, like Kim, I'm pretty sure it was Kim. She used to be at a different school or something, and she was getting bullied, and she references a line like "You punched my last boyfriend" or something. It shows that scene in the animated short, I'll call it, that they aired on MTV, and or maybe it wasn't Kim, it was the other girl, the blonde-haired girl. Anyway, I don't know, definitely blonde. I don't remember. Kim is the redhead.
Oh, I don't remember this movie. I've only seen it once.
The blonde-haired girl, I don't even think is in the movie. It was just in the comic. Or maybe she was in the. Anyway, I haven't watched it in a while. My point is, I don't remember if that comic or short had voice acting. It might have been just like a motion comic. I don't remember. I'll have to go back and watch it because I don't particularly remember being off-put by said voices if they existed. So if they could get the same voice actors if they had them for that, although I'm pretty sure it was a motion comic, like they just had the words pop up. Anyway,
so
I'm very interested.
At the risk of accidentally ending this conversation, do you guys have more? Damn it. I was like, oh, perfect time to go to the bathroom. Anyway, moving on because I suffer for this show. Space Brothers manga creator plans to start the final arc this year. Apparently, I'm zoomed in. So here we are, final arc.
I would love to read this if it wasn't digital only.
Yeah, come on.
Well, Random 11 would argue that digital is better to read.
Oh shit! There's a bunch of. Sorry, I was logging somebody's tweets in the promotion log because we covered them as a joke. And I didn't look at the fact that there's a whole bunch of comments coming in from Mirage Leonardo, who says, I'm hyped for it. When I saw Scott Pilgrim opening day, there were only 5 people in the theater, including myself. Knives' dad also wasn't in the film, Mr. Chow. Okay. Also, Roxy Evil X4 died differently in the book.
I don't remember death. I thought that they were just defeated, but I forget everything.
It was an animated short on Adult Swim, he says.
Yeah.
Like 5 minutes long. It had voice acting. The movie actors did the voices for the short. Oh. Michael Cera and Allison Pine.
Yeah, okay. I couldn't remember if there was voice acting. The short might have aired on Adult Swim for you. It was either MTV or maybe it was Much Music in Canada.
Wow, that is a terrible name for a station.
Much
Music.
Knives' dad thing, that whole plot line wasn't in it, but I don't know. My memory is bad. I haven't watched the movie in a long time. I'm pretty sure he's in the movie, but he had a whole plot line that wasn't in the movie.
All right.
In the comic.
Well, that said,
I went day one. I don't remember there being only 5 people, but yes, it was a very underrated.
I think I went opening weekend. I don't remember how many people were in it.
I saw trailers for it.
I
and
watched
it
it like
looked-
3 times when I got it on that weekend. When I got it on DVD, I watched it like 3 times that weekend.
MUCH.
It's
not
much music.
Much.
Even worse.
Much music.
But
All right.
the marketing was just so ass for it because you'd see I saw the trailer and I'm like, this looks like it's
The trailer
for
was
5-year-olds. It looked like it was for
Did
5-year-olds.
that music? What's the band?
What
that
were
did the
their
music for the
hand
trailer?
jobs? Sex bomb?
No. They did the music for the actual movie. Or sorry, Sex Bomb was the
It was the in-movie band?
was the in-movie band. Beck did the actual songs for the movie. I forget the name of the people that did the. There was a group that did the chiptune music for the video game. It starts with an O.
The 8-bit Universal logo sounds.
And then the Offspring. Is it Offspring? Is that the name of the band?
Yes.
That did the trailer song.
Definitely.
Like dun 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 dun. That song. That was in the trailer. That trailer was dope. More
I
people
didn't
should
even
have
remember
seen that movie.
this trailer. I saw it ages ago, and I just remember being like, why? This looks like for 2-year-olds. Me no want.
You know, I'd watch it again.
You have no culture.
Oof.
Hey. The movie itself is actually way, way better than whatever I thought the trailer was.
Okay, fair enough.
I'm just saying the trailer was ass. And for the people that thought it was for kids, they probably like, oh wait, it's actually not for kids, so I can't take my child or whatever. So it's like whatever.
All right. Okay.
It's gonna
Very
bug me about the
nice.
music. Give me literally 2 seconds.
All right. I will stall the show further for you. Now, Overlord author says next volume's draft is over 700 pages.
Anamaguchi was the name of the band that does the chiptune music.
Okay.
Cool.
And
So,
then,
Prodigy. The Prodigy is
Prodigy.
the name of the band that did the
so
trailer
you're talking about the EDM style music.
Yes.
Okay.
So I can't quite read, but the Overlord author says the novel has planned for to
Volume
end.
15 will be split into 2 parts, series to end at volume 17.
Yeah, he said 17 before this news came out. So does that mean book 15 will be 15 and 16, and then 16 and then was now 17 and 17 is now 18? Or
I don't know. You know, I think I would argue that it's probably very difficult to be able to know in ballpark. Yeah, it'll probably end at volume 17, you know, and then 15 gets to be so long that you split it up. Tells me that, like, as a creative person, you sit down to write, and sometimes you just keep writing because it's so fucking good. Like it pours out of you, you know. And I feel like there's a potential.
I don't want Overlord to end. I love that series.
Well, you know what? Sometimes you say, I don't want this to end. And then the guy goes on to make something else. You're like, holy shit, this is so good. I love this. You know? So, who knows?
Yeah, but it's been One Piece and all that have been running far too damn long. And it's like, I'd like Overlord to at least get a, you know, maybe a actual movie rather than a recap movie.
Well,
before
the guy who writes Overlord has been talking about the fact that because of piracy, he wants to end his series out of spite and all that. So I wish he would finally just fucking do it.
Okay.
Anyway, so Ken Akamatsu ends UQ Holder manga in February to run
Out of
for
spite
upper house
because of-
seat
no,
in
okay.
Japan's parliament. So he's ending the series in the February 9th issue of Bisatsu Shonen magazine. The March issue, which is released in February for some reason.
that's all issues are always.
Yeah, I know. Always a month off.
The March issue is released in February. The January issue is released in.
Okay. So he's ending the series because he legitimately is trying to run for a government position in order to fight and advocate for free speech.
So it's not organic ending. It's going to be ass ending.
I don't know.
So you're telling me he's censoring himself to fight for free speech?
I feel like a lot of these series could literally just end anywhere because they don't actually like. I watched Itsudate My Santa and it ended pretty fucking horribly.
Dude.
I watched Love Hina and I couldn't wait for that shit to end. I think
UQ Holder is the sequel to Negima.
Which I watched
and
one
look,
episode
he's got
of
a
and
sword.
wanted
They
to
all have
die.
swords. There must be a plot if they have swords.
No, there is no plot. The plot is that the sword exists to cut the clothes off of each other. That's how Ken Akamatsu works. His anime is trash, but he's an advocate for free speech.
Chadvocate?
A chadvocate. There you go.
The sad thing is if he doesn't get elected, he'll just make UQ Holder too.
Let me ask you this: are you still a Chad when you get sodomized?
Oh, we're covering this.
You're not Chadamized.
So apparently, DC Comics had implied Superman was sexually tortured. Scene described as a commentary on how in America, when bad things happen to people who are traditionally marginalized, damn man, Superman is so marginalized. There's this feeling of let's just move on. So here's the thing: when bad things happen to anybody, except for young, attractive white women, that is, let's just move on. And the reason I say that is because what is that syndrome they refer to when the news covers the missing white girl they drag it out for weeks? That's the only group, and guess what? Everybody hates it. I don't care about that white bitch. Stop covering it. Right?
I mean, I don't watch the news, but I don't even know if that's a thing or if it was just insert person here
it legitimately
projecting
definitely is a thing. Missing white girl syndrome is a definite thing, and it's so goddamn irritating, and nobody cares about any person who's missing. Anyway, moving back to the article. According to 12 Years a Slave screenplay writer turned comics author John Ridley, his decision to pen a story for DC Comics in which Superman is implied to have been sexually tortured during one of his previous Silver Age adventures was made in order to provide commentary on his personal perception that the prevailing culture in this country is when bad things happen to people who are traditionally marginalized, there's this feeling of, okay, we get it. It was wrong. Let's just move on. Now, I got to ask you guys.
We're taking it out on Superman now. Wait, what?
Well, it's kind of funny because just like Random 11, oh, God, we're covering this. I think Random 11 was like, fuck it. Let's move on. This is stupid. I agree. But it is kind of funny.
I don't understand is how, like, what plot point in the story made Superman
weak.
Did they shove kryptonite up his ass or something?
So must have.
So he joined the liminal order.
Yeah. what? I've seen it covered on.
Look, there had to be some reason he went gay.
Shinji hand.
He took it up.
I've seen it.
He took it up the ass somewhere, and he just needed it from that day forward.
Kryptonite dildo, guys.
On Ethan Van Sciver, the basic plot, from my understanding, is that they gave him kryptonite or whatever and depowered him.
I think it was sewn into the lining of his clothes.
And then they raped him. And then at the end of the day, he when he gets his powers back, Batman finds him and saves him. Even though
it says here, just to get to
the blowjob he always wanted. The end.
In the first issue of the recent Superman Red and Blue anthology, guess why they call it Red and Blue?
Because it's all in red and blue ink.
Oh, Lance, can you see the colors?
Actually, he can probably only see the red parts.
So, in the Red and Blue anthology series, and serves as a continuation to the two-part story originally published in the 1970s World's Finest of Volume 1, number 192 to 193, wherein the Man of Steel and the Dark Knight were held prisoner in a death camp run by the state's Soviet dictator, Colonel Koslov.
Oh, God.
I would like to look something up real quick.
Please do.
knew it. No, it's the cool shop effect. It is not the same thing. I thought maybe this was a reference to
Play on
something
words.
here. It's not. Okay. My palms are sweaty. Vomit on the sweater already. Mom's spaghetti.
All right, Marshall, cool it down.
Wait. Are we having a
moment here?
Yes. Whatever that was, yes. So
it was snapping
Brad's
for
been
when you go to a
watching Seventh
poetry reading.
Mile.
yes, Seventh Mile. The mile where Marshall Mathers got raped. Once, to save an entire civilization, I had to shift their planet back to its natural orbit. It took all my strength to move 4.824 x 10 to the 24th kilograms, or whatever that is.
The fuck?
Just 13 meters. It was the only other time I've perspired then to save to save 5 billion lives. And now, as I return to the nation of Lubania.
What? Is that a real thing?
The nation where he got sodomized is called Lubania.
No.
No, don't do this to me. No.
Back to the capital city of Dildopolis, right?
Oh, wow.
I'm crying. It's so fucking
I like how they included here. See World's Finest, numbers 192 to 193 for his first visit. Editor's note. The last time I was in Lubania, it was under Soviet domination, a satellite state run by an authoritarian regime. No civil liberties, no progress, just oppression. It was frozen in time between the end of the Second World War and the present.
Between your butt cheeks. I'm sorry. I'm
Written by Bob Haney and illustrated by Ross Andrew and Mike Esposito, the original story sees Colonel Koslov capture Superman by first staging. Great job. By staging. Good job. Capture Superman first by staging a false flag train derailment to allure him into the country, and then, with the Man of Steel distracted, depowering him with a targeted bombardment of synthetic kryptonite radio waves. Instantly, the action ace makes the rescue, as he often done before. Oh, I'm sorry. God damn it. As he has often done before. But this rescue will turn out different. Very different. He gets raped now. Target has saved the train, my colonel. It is within effective range. Now, Dr. Zirkin, your synthetic kryptonite had better work.
It must work.
Dude, you could not be
the
more
kryptonite
right.
Radiations are converted into radio waves and beamed towards the position indicated on the radar scope. Thus,
and back at the trestle, there they go, waving their thanks. Oh, what's happening? I'm falling! Plummeting like a rock, Superman instantly senses his dilemma. Moons of Krypton, my superpowers, they're leaving me!
Oh no!
After attempting to sneak his way out of Koslov's clutches, running into a number of Lubanian soldiers dressed like the Dark Knight, as part of a psyop along the way, Superman stumbles upon Batman, who reveals that he came to the Soviet country in order to investigate his friend's disappearance. Unfortunately, the two are then caught by Koslov himself, who throws the titular world's finest into one of Lubania's infamous death camps. Bah, bah, bah. But as Superman But as Superman's foe sags, He mutters startling words. I'm sorry, Superman's foe is Batman?
Yeah,
Superman.
He's
it's me, Bruce Wayne.
yeah, he thinks he's a intruder or the Lubanian guy.
Because they were all dressed up as the Dark Knight for a psyop against Superman's anal virginity.
Yeah.
Sizzling suns, Batman's secret identity. That's something Koslov couldn't know. I'm fighting the real Batman. As Batman recovers, the way you fought, you were expecting the entire Lubanian army. No, just a rat dressed like a bat. But what are you doing here? After you disappeared, I secretly parachuted into this place. And when I spotted you in that outfit, I figured you had to be one of the bad guys. What? I'm sorry.
If the other Lubanians
there's
are,
so much context I'm missing about how every Lubanian guard is either dressed up as Batman or Superman. And I thought you were one of Koslov's decoys. What a laugh on him. The real Batman showing up. No, the laugh is on both of your buttholes. What? That blinding light, my only weakness. Koslov. Yes, Man of Steel. Your noisy fight with your cowled companion alerted my patrols. Now the manhunt is over. I have bagged not one enemy, but two. Double-ended dildos for you both.
I'm sorry, I thought you said this one was red and blue.
Okay, this is the original story.
Yeah.
And then the sequel is from the Red and Blue series. From there, Superman and Batman are seen being subjected to various cruelties of the Soviet Union's prison system in an attempt to break their spirits, including hard labor, starvation, and humiliation for nothing more than the guards' enjoyment. I can't wait to see. Oh, how horrible. They kicked dirt on them. Yes,
Dirt in
the
your
manhunt. I'm going to put dirt in your eye. Yes, the manhunt. Superman gets raped by Bully Maguire video when. Yes, the manhunt, with its surprising finish, is over. But soon, in one of Lubania's infamous death camps, welcome to Colonel Koslov's vacation resort. Send photos of this everywhere so the world will see we have caged these two so-called heroes. I gave Superman his costume so everyone could recognize him. Brilliant move, Koslov. Like, everybody's looking at this and being like legitimately, it could be anyone, but they're like, wait a minute, that's the Batman and Superman outfit. That must be them. Having dirt kicked on their face.
Why is Superman wearing Batman's outfit?
He's not. Oh shit, he is.
Is it necessary that we read this entire back story or to figure out he got analed or what?
I feel like we've committed so much.
We've committed so much to dragging out this podcast. Like, just find the panel that he's got the kryptonite shoved up his ass, and then we can see. Oh yeah, that's how he lost. Like,
it's the one where you
couldn't be more right about the fact that Superman is such a lame comic. Because it's like, oh no, kryptonite again!
Yeah,
kryptonite again!
Okay, so I guess we'll skip forward to the rape.
That one.
I guess we'll skip forward to the rape since you can't let me have my fun.
Because I can't wait to see the rape.
Hurry up and finish already.
So the regime scientists had found a way to synthesize and disseminate low-grade kryptonite radiation. Before I could fly out of the country, they used it on me. Not enough to kill me, just to mute all my powers. I tried to disguise myself and escape the country on foot. I barely made it 5 miles. When they caught up to me, I was no match for the bloodhounds and armed officers of the Shevardnadze. It's like the Spetsnaz. The Shevardnadze, the Lubanian secret police. I was brought to the camp and thrown in with dissidents, opposition leaders, and activists. I was held for 8 months. 8 months of starvation, indoctrination, and forced labor. And that's all your beard grew? What a pussy. 8 months of being used as a propaganda tool to prove the weakness of the West. Well, yeah, I hope they put your anal
Hold up.
sodomy on
So
OnlyFans.
was he pre-kryptonited when he ran away, or are those dogs just like
He was pre-kryptonited. That's why he fell, and then he put on the other clothes and ran, and then he's like, "Oh no, they put me back in my clothes." Anyway, 8 months of being used as a propaganda tool to prove the weakness of the West. But I'm Superman, right? Superman's invulnerable. Superman can survive anything. That was the lie I told myself every night. But every day they would drag me into their interview room. Every day they would restrain me in a way that left me exposed and vulnerable. And every day for 8 months, they did things to me. See this rebar?
Oh,
See this rectal bovine ejaculator? They did things to me while I was forced to look at him. Nikolai Koslov, the commander of the Shevardnadze, the devil of Lubania. A man who single-handedly caused the deaths of thousands of people simply because no one cared enough to stop him. Eventually, with Batman's help, I escaped the camp. We're skipping over a big chunk of the story here, aren't we?
Well, that's the flashback. So the
know.
rest of the story's in the other issue that we didn't read. Oh, I see. Yeah,
I know. I'm saying that we didn't get to read it.
They
because-
retcons that he got rapidly analed.
Yes, they decided that
It
this
would be better to
story-
have
see,
him get anally raped.
The author of the story touched himself to these images of Superman getting dirt in his eye, and he's like, yes, humiliate him further, rape him with rebar.
He's a toxic man, so we need to put him in his place. Show him what your toxic masculinity does to people.
Anyway, so
you know what I like the best about this? Like obviously it doesn't make any sense, but
The rape part?
no, they capture Superman and Batman, and okay, Superman secret identity, you need to put glasses on him to be like, oh, you're Clark Kent. But Batman, you just take his cowl off, and they were such nice Lubanians.
wait a minute, he's millionaire playboy.
That they never took his mask off. They left it on.
That's like
Yes. Oh, someone's talking.
He's just preoccupied.
Yeah. I think it's funny that they're such nice villains that they leave his mask on and they don't do anything to them. But Superman, they anally rape him with the
I think it's funny because it's like they pull the mask off of Batman. Like, what
look, guys, if you're gonna rape
Elon
him,
Musk, that's not Elon Musk. That's got to be some other schmuck who has the same goofy haircut, right?
if you're gonna rape him, just make sure you don't take off his mask. Okay,
Yeah,
that's my only boundary.
leave his mask on. We have boundaries here. We're not that criminal.
We're not
that
monsters.
We're not here to shame him publicly and get his entire secret identity ruined. No. We just want to rape him up the ass.
Oh my god. Okay, I think we have missed the most hilarious thing. No, I'm sorry, FDM. We have to read how they escaped. It is the dumbest, most contrived plot I have ever seen. So, the way that they escaped is that Batman and Superman switch costumes. Dead serious. Because they sewed the kryptonite into his suit or whatever.
Oh.
So when Superman starts wearing Batman's outfit, and distances himself.
He's fully powerful.
Yeah, he's able to snap the paintbrush or whatever the fuck he's holding. And they look that much alike that all you have to do is comb his fucking hair into the little stupid loop. And that's all they had to do. That's incredible.
So they did demask him. They just didn't know.
So all this
They
time,
didn't
people are
know.
like, damn,
Wait,
Superman looks a lot like Bruce Wayne, but Bruce Wayne
Plot
can't
hole.
fly.
Guys, plot hole. Batman got anally raped in his place?
I think it was implying that the whole.
Hold on. You didn't have this mole on your ass yesterday.
I think it was implying
You're starting to
that
enjoy this.
Batman showed up after the raping scene.
Right. Okay. So old man says, I remember Ethan Van Sciver saying that DC had a duty to protect the legacy of Superman. It was something that had taken decades, generations of artists and writers to build. Sciver's speech was probably 2 years ago. He saw the destruction of Marvel's legacy characters in the comics and didn't want that happening to Superman. My friend, Superman has sucked ass. Clearly. I mean, did you see? He got dirt in his eye. That's the most humiliating thing that can happen. Oh, also he got sodomized with a rebar. No,
I'm just what?
Awful.
I was just gonna say, like, in the same vein that it's like, oh, it's so nice that they didn't take off Batman's mask. It's like, well, I don't think they're just gonna
Technically, they
stop
didn't. He took
raping.
it off himself.
They're not just gonna stop raping Superman. You know, so when Batman comes in the
like
picture, they're still
that's like
shit.
that's like the biggest brag. It was like, I fucked Superman in the ass.
So it gets worse, if you can believe it, in terms of the cringe. Eventually, with Batman's help, I escaped the camp, but in all these years, I've never been free of it, or of Koslov, or of the rebar in my prostate. It wasn't just the torture. Koslov showed me what it was like to be truly without power, helpless in a way Luthor or Brainiac never made me feel, humiliated, shamed.
They pleased me, unlike those other villains.
So I've come back to Lubania to face the devil all those months of interviewing
and to
me.
really come back.
This will be my interview.
I'm gonna stick rebar up his ass.
Koslov opined on everything from the scalability of global economics to the capitalization of cheap human labor in emerging nations. Eventually, so this is him as Clark Kent interviewing him. Thank God he doesn't recognize me. Maybe if he saw me without my pants on. Eventually, I got to my only real point of interest. Did he have any remorse at all for the thousands who died at his camp? Did he care? I don't know how I expected Koslov to respond. My hope was that despite his facade, he would be forever haunted by guilt for the lives that he stole. My secret desire was that he'd be openly unrepentant, giving me the excuse to do what I've wanted to do every waking minute since I got out of the camp. In the end, Koslov was neither reformed nor remorseless. He dismissed my question, saying that many people had made mistakes during the Cold War years. The West had won, and all any of us could do now was move on. It's easy to move on when you're the victimizer and not the victim. Well, that was cringe. Sorry I made you guys hear that.
And that was like, I wrote this comic because, you know, we move on, and that's not right. What did Superman do? He fucking moved on.
Right?
He moved. That was the whole fucking point of the comic. And your character moved on.
This looks like a Kentaro Miura original.
But it looks like a more ass Kentaro Miura.
the worst Kentaro Miura had to offer.
Bootleg Miura right here.
He doesn't
Anyway.
go back to like attack the people. He just left the camp. He doesn't even attack the guy that he like. Oh, I hate him now.
He didn't even rape him. Revenge rape.
Obviously, in none of the other
Why
canon
does he look
material
like Jeff Goldblum?
is it ever mentioned. So clearly, he's put it past him. You know, it's not like ever since that 70s comic or whatever. They've had like little digs in at the dialogue, like, oh yeah, you know, as if he had PTSD since that issue back in the 70s. There's been no hint on that. So
this is
clearly
why
he's
his
moved
son
on.
is gay.
Oh yeah, it's
Is
hereditary.
it really his son? Is it really his son?
Oh god.
Yeah, maybe it's actually the son of the guy who analed him.
Well, I think that this needs to be in the thumbnail. All right. Anyway, any other thoughts? Look, let me just put it this way. At this point, I'll just say, I hate Superman. I hate most Western comics. I have not read many, but I have never read one and put it down and going like, holy shit, that was fucking amazing. I'm sure there are some good ones.
You watched or read The Watchmen?
I have seen The Watchmen and I absolutely cherish it. I know the comic is even better. But what I'm saying is that routinely I will read a manga and I won't be able to finish it in one sitting because it challenged like my perception of what you could do in a comic book to such a degree that I had to pause for a moment and reflect on it, on the story that I was reading, a plot twist, something that was occurring, some brilliant form of writing, something that they do something that feels completely in character and believable that I didn't expect for a second.
I would just like to point out, while it's in my brain, I had that exact moment while I was watching Mob Psycho. Okay. I think it was in the finale of season 1. When
Reagan had his powers?
Yes.
When Mob
When
gives
that-
Reagan all his powers?
When that happened, as soon as it happened, I realized exactly what the fuck was going on. I literally paused it and laughed my ass off for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Because it was so funny, and I knew exactly what was going on. I didn't even need to see the rest of the scene. I knew what was going on as soon as nothing happened. He hit 100% or whatever, and nothing happened. And as soon as that happened, I knew what actually happened, and I was like, "This fucker is a genius. I love the man. I love him." And that was a moment where I literally had to
You
put
would
it down.
take it in the ass for him.
The most
not quite that much love.
the most recent moment I can remember where I lost my shit was Horikoshi's planned ending for My Hero Academia that takes place in the second movie. Blew my fucking socks off.
I still have to watch the movie.
And it was the most unbelievable ending to that series that felt so meaningful in that moment. And they completely cucked themselves by not actually using it as the true ending. But holy shit, it was one of those things where the moment where it occurs, it's only like, let's say 10 minutes worth of the movie, right? But as it's happening, it felt like an eternity was going on. My brain was racing so much that time stood still. And I felt like I couldn't believe what I was experiencing because it was some of the most brilliant writing I had ever experienced in my life. And it just completely felt like I couldn't believe the balls to actually do it. Right. And then, of course, they completely cuck you at the end of the movie by doing a just kidding effectively, which sucked. But I'm just saying that that's the most recent thing I remember where something happened and I completely lost my shit. Like I legitimately in the seat, I pulled one of these, like, what the fuck? Like, you know, like I legitimately couldn't believe it was happening. And I couldn't look away. It was unbelievable. Right. And not once have I ever seen anything, even Watchmen. I loved The Watchmen, but The Watchmen didn't make me do that. You know? And I just think anime has something. It is able to tap into emotion far better than any other medium ever has been able to. You know, I've seen movies that have made me think. I've seen movies where I've walked away from it and thought about it for months, you know, and revisited them and had new insights each time. But never have I had an experience that visceral as just like my mind starts racing and I can't believe what I'm seeing is happening. Right. And feeling like it was earned, you know, whereas just like some hackneyed writing, you know? So anyway, if I watched Superman get bent over and raped, I honestly,
that would be the thing that would actually change your mind.
If I actually saw Pulp Fiction style, he's tied up next to the gimp and the hillbilly comes up and sodomizes him, I would probably have the same reaction. I'm just saying. It's probably the most brilliant writing Superman has ever had.
I had no plans on watching
If it is just Henry Cavill Superman or Brandon Routh Superman.
I've never heard of this other person you just labeled.
He's the Scott Pilgrim Superman. Punisher killed Superman.
Henry Cavill was the Justice
Superman
League.
Returns.
Dean
Superman
Cain,
Returns.
Henry Cavill,
yeah,
and who's the other one?
Brandon Routh. He was in Superman.
There's another one.
Christopher Reeve.
Christopher Reeve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brandon Routh was the Superman in Superman Returns in 2005, 2006.
The movie that was shit and no one saw it.
The movie that was shit.
Although,
which is why
Man of Steel
which is
was
why
shit.
Thomas Jane killing the vegan evil X, who's Brandon Routh. I always said Punisher kills Superman.
Mm-hmm. So I would just say I wouldn't want to see any of those Supermen get raped. But if I saw it in cartoon DC animated movie form, I would laugh myself into hysteria. If I hadn't read this cringe comic and I actually just went into it and saw it unfold on screen, and all of a sudden, because it's one of those things where you're just like you're almost just kind of half paying attention, like, God, this story is stupid. Oh, Superman got dirt in his eye, and then you hear like the cell door close and it opens, and he's like, oh, it's so bright, right? You know,
it opens with his cheek,
and then you hear zip, and you're like, wait a minute. And then you hear slap, you're a whore. You know, like wait a minute. Holy shit. You know, like, and then you just see Superman get thrown around the room onto the table, like in the like the man comes home drunk and slaps the woman around and throws her against the table. And she's like, looking back, and he's like, "Don't look at me, whore." That's a raping Superman.
No, I would love my local comic shop, Mayhem. They have a TV up playing like DC animated, Marvel animated movies all day long. I would love to be, if they just threw that on without having seen it and just have that on. Like, and it's like all these kids are like, shoot it up.
I mean, even if he got saved at the last second before penetration,
okay,
I mean, it would still be one of those things where you're like, "What the fuck?"
It sounds to me like it sounds to me like you would like that for the same reason that you liked the end of My Hero Academia.
Okay, you know what?
Or sorry, what?
I remember a movie, a Western comic movie that did actually give me that feeling of.
Road to Perdition?
No, Kick-Ass. Kick-Ass. When Hit Girl,
awesome.
when Hit Girl single-handedly goes after the boss man, That entire sequence, my brain
The one in the
melted.
hallway?
In the hallway, when she like ropes the guy down and she slides and he blows his own face off with the shotgun. I was like, oh my God, yes! Like that was the most hype
I
moment.
love the Big Daddy kill
Conveniently-
scene where Big Daddy takes out the warehouse and it's practically all one take. I loved that scene.
That movie was great.
I
The
saw
second
that
one
in
was
theaters.
not so great.
Second movie sucked
The second
ass.
one was balls.
I also saw it in theaters. And coincidentally, Kick-Ass, also a movie that has a trailer with The Prodigy using a song. That same song is actually in the movie. The same song from the trailer of Scott Pilgrim is in the Kick-Ass movie as an actual soundtrack.
OST.
I have I have the soundtrack to Kick-Ass, which
do
has
too.
quotes from the movie in it.
Yes.
And I fucking love the cowboy one. And they've got This Town Ain't Big Enough for the Both of Us.
Oh, yeah.
Great song.
I forget what song it is, but the one where he's
Banana
like in
Splits?
the hallway. Banana Splits, where she kicks everyone's ass in the room. That's pretty good. But there's one where there's a hallway and he like walks into the hallway and it's like I'm pretty sure it's the Western one where it's like
Oh, I know this one.
It's POQ. I have it. Hold on.
No, I know exactly what
The one with the whistling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ennio Morricone.
Oh, so good. And then there's also it makes me think of in Hot Rod, the movie Hot Rod with Andy Samberg. There's a song called "A Gringo Like Me," also good.
Per cost dollar in poo, like for a few dollars more.
The whistling song has parts of Good, the Bad, and the Ugly, I think.
Right.
No,
it's from a few dollars more.
For a few dollars more.
Which is Fistful of Dollars sequel, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it is a Clint Eastwood movie in the same era.
The second and the
spaghetti western.
Oh, okay.
Fistful of Dollars for a few dollars more, and the Good, Bad, and the Ugly are the Man with No Name trilogy.
Okay, so it's the second movie in the trilogy.
Yeah.
Before the that's from
The Good, Bad, and the Ugly.
Yeah.
God. Can we watch some Western anime soon?
It's not as if we just watched like 4 of them.
Try to watch Club Wet.
Outlaw Star is sort of Western-y.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, Green Line. Do you have anything you'd like to contribute?
To Superman getting raped?
Well, not
no, I don't.
Superman getting raped, but
really
like
talk about comics,
anything you have seen that made you lose your shit, like Random 11 did with
Mob Psycho 100.
Mob Psycho.
Losing my shit. Oh, in like a positive way or a negative?
Yeah,
way?
just like you ever seen writing that was so goddamn good that you practically coomed over it, right?
Well, Footnum knows, and by my character icon, Code Geass was one of them. And then I really enjoyed Persona, the latest Persona game. I really enjoyed. I thought it was pretty interesting. It didn't blow my mind like 100%, but it blew my mind in certain aspects, I suppose. I can't think of anything else off the top of my head.
Well,
Berserk, ending of Berserk.
Oh, Berserk.
I hope one day.
Okay. Oh, the ending. The original anime when the God Hands show up.
Yeah.
Hey, don't spoil.
If you haven't had the experience yet, I hope one day you have an experience where you are so excited or enthused over a scene
or something.
that you have to pause it to like cope with what just fucking happened.
I think one for me is in Fate Zero, in episode 3, or whatever episode Bluebeard shows up.
Oh, what's the name of the wrestler guy from the GIF that's like, like losing his mind?
I don't know. I know the one you're talking about.
What's that guy's name?
It's not. Is it Randy Savage? I don't.
No.
No.
Not the wrestler.
The guy who's always in a suit.
It's not Ed McMahon, is it?
That sounds about right, if I remember.
It might be. Yeah.
God, he looks old. It is Vince McMahon.
Vince McMahon. Yeah.
Okay, I think we need to have that GIF on hand. I feel like there are just some. Apparently, it doesn't.
We can't upload GIFs.
Yes, you can. You upload them as images.
Hold
on.
Or a video clip.
God damn it. They're all like 10 frames long. I need the whole segment in HD. God damn it. Okay. That's our homework for this week. Okay. All right. So I've got some great news moving into game news. The Los Angeles police officers fired for playing Pokemon Go during robbery in progress. So Los Angeles Police Department officers Luis Lozano and Eric Mitchell were fired for playing Pokemon Go instead of responding to a call regarding a robbery in progress on April 2017.
Priorities, right?
What?
April.
Yeah, it was in April. It's bad grammar. You gotta get priorities straight, man.
Yeah.
Obviously.
This
RHYS,
incident.
Everyone wants him.
Yeah, especially back then when he was rare. This incident came to public attention when the former officer submitted a petition to the California Court of Appeals. The court denied their appeal, as reported in an official court document filed last Friday. According to that document, the former officers were working as partners on a foot beat patrol on April 15th, 2017, when the patrol supervisor heard a call for a robbery in progress at Crenshaw Mall. He attempted to radio Lozano and Mitchell's unit for backup, but received no response. Upon questioning, the officers lied that they had not heard the call. A digital in-car video system recording later revealed that not only had the unit received the call, it had been situated only a short distance from the scene of the crime. The officers extensively discussed Pokemon Go during the beat, with Lozano declaring at one point that he was trying to catch a Snorlax. On the way to the Snorlax's location, Mitchell said that a Togetic popped up, and the two agreed to hunt the Togetic together. According to the report, quote, when their car stopped again, that's the digital in-car video system. So the DICVS recorded Mitchell saying, quote, don't run away, while Lozano described how he, quote, buried it and ultra balled the Togetic before announcing,
oh, you're
got
saying
him.
Togetic.
Yeah, I was gonna say
I don't know the fucking
but I
names.
refused.
Togepi, Togetic, Togekiss.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you for shaming me on my podcast. Mitchell advised.
What else can I shame you?
Mitchell advised he was.
Would you like that rebar now or later?
Yeah, I was gonna make the joke. I didn't do it though. I was gonna make the same joke.
The metaphoric rebarring I just got. So Mitchell advised he was, quote, still trying to catch it, adding, holy crap, man, this thing is fighting the crap out of me. Eventually, Mitchell exclaimed, holy crap, finally, apparently in reference to capturing the Togetic. And he remarked,
wow.
Togetic, got it, okay? Fucking
well,
nerds.
This can't be a clip.
I would just like to say that I played Pokemon Go because there were two reasons why I played Pokemon Go.
Everyone played Pokemon Go.
Number one is because it came out right after the first YouTuber meetup I went to, and I thought it would be a great way, because surely they would have a friends feature. It would be a great way to keep in touch with people I just met at Anime Expo. Unfortunately, that feature didn't come for another 2 fucking years. And number two, the other reason I played it is because when I was a child and I watched the Pokemon show and the fucking who's that Pokemon shit came up, I always thought it was annoying because I never once didn't know the Pokemon. And I thought it would be a nice way to actually familiarize myself with the Pokemon that were out there, because I haven't played Pokemon since the silver version, which I played in Japanese. I thought it would be a great way to learn the names of the Pokemon. Unfortunately, unfortunately, when you're reading the names, you don't quite pronounce them the right way. Do you? As I've learned with my rebarn.
You just realized that your entire life was a lie.
I just learned the real reason for the Who's That Pokemon segment.
Also, the game, when it first launched, it just had Gen 1 in it. So you would have, presumably it would have been...
in Gen 6 now.
Yeah, but I played it back then, and I was looking forward to the experience of getting to new Pokemon I'd never seen before, because I hadn't played it. It did, and I regret every single second I spent wasting my time playing that asshole game.
Like, that was 2017. I think the game launched in 2016. So I think for the 1 year anniversary, they must have added Gen 2, if I remember correctly. Because clearly Togetic is in it by this
which is weird.
I
because
think, did they do something with the egg hatching with a Togepi? I think I remember something like that.
Togepi hatched out of eggs.
I think Togepi, the first time you got it, like the first Pokemon they did that was like a Gen 2 was Togepi. Is that correct?
Maybe.
No, they start with the starters.
Anyway, so back to this. As I shamefully retreat from my rebarn, the guys are going to be so jealous. Petitioners then agreed to return to the 7-Eleven.
He actually fucking said that.
Where Sergeant,
oh my god!
Where Sergeant Gomez later met them to end their watch. On the way, Mitchell remarked, "I got you a new Pokemon today, dude."
Are they gay?
When interviewed about the recording, the officers denied playing the game and claimed that they were only discussing it. They also claimed that they were simply monitoring the application and considered it a social media event rather than a game, because it was not advertised as a game. Also had no social networking in 2017, so fuck.
That's like saying, we weren't playing a game, sir. We were using an app. Or I wasn't texting while driving. I was emailing while driving. Oh, okay.
Well, that was
letter of the law, spirit of the law. Am I right?
that was one of their excuses to, like, their lies was they said something along the lines of, like, on the recording.
Oh God.
It says, like, we're saying, oh, it's just down there. Well, no. I'm just reading a notification from a messaging group that we were in that's talking about that Pokemon. And it's like, dude, if that's true, why'd you go to that location? and then you're saying you caught it. Like, what the? And then their excuse for the I caught it was, no, I just took a screenshot of it. That's literally their excuse. No, when I say I caught it, I didn't mean I actually caught it. I meant I just screenshotted it. I wasn't actually playing the game.
Oh, I threw so many Ultra Balls at it. That's what I call screenshotting.
I buried my dick in it.
Well, at first, when I first read this, I was like, okay, I could be maybe on their side. Maybe, it's just audio. Maybe there was a miscommunication.
I am disappointed in us for covering this today instead of getting that audio recording for next podcast.
But yeah, obviously with things like you're gonna make the other guys jealous, and like, oh, you sure did get him. Like obviously they were playing the fucking game, and they're talking about like, Togetic spawn. Like, we gotta go around the block to get to where Togetic is, and like they're like, oh well, we got 4 minutes before it despawns, and like, yeah, they were fucking playing.
Oh yeah. So I love this. They did admit to leaving their footbeat area, but insisted they only did so as part of a, quote, extra patrol and to chase this mythical creature, Snorlax. A board of rights found the officers guilty on multiple counts of misconduct. The former officers attempted to appeal by arguing that the use of the DICVS recording was contrary to the law and that they were denied the protections of the Public Safety Officers Procedural Bill of Rights Act. But the appeals court unanimously upheld the board's decision. Wow. Imagine throwing away your $30,000 a year job for Pokemon Go.
And a Snorlax too. It wasn't even like a rare Pokemon.
Okay, so real quick, I've fucked up on keeping up with this. Superman took Batman's place in the cartoon. Also, Bane was amazed at how easily Batman beat him. Boy, I just love the idea that these superheroes just swap costumes and be like, "You didn't know I had laser vision." If you want a really good Superman movie to watch, check out the DC animated movie Superman Unbound. It's really good. It's a remake of the film Superman Brainiac Attacks. Well, look, Brainiac sounds like the stupidest character in the history of comics, despite the name. So honestly, I don't think I'll watch that. Man of Tomorrow apparently is also good. Honestly, I cannot get behind Superman. I liked the Justice League cartoon.
Are you sure about that?
You're not into his ass.
I think it was
Blue Ties don't do it for you.
When they were covering it on Flashcast, somebody referred to him as the Man of Squeal. Which I thought was pretty funny. E. Castro says Pokemon Go was seriously lacking in social features on release. Part of why me and my friends fell off that train hard. Yeah. And some asshole wants me to say Dano, Zuelis, and Hydreigon.
That's a 0 out of 3.
Hold on. Let me try it again. Dino, Zweilous, Hydreigon.
There you go.
Count 1, 2, 3 in German.
So I'm guessing it's Zweilous.
Dino, Zweilous, Hydreigon.
Okay, I did.
I would give him Swallows. The second one.
It's a V. 1, 2, 3.
Okay.
Man, why would you name some crappy fucking dragon type
I don't think
Pokemon?
that in the dub they're going to say Zvylos. They're just going to say Swellios.
Well, I mean,
okay,
that's.
No, the only one they say is Hydreigon because he's the only one anyone fucking cares about.
I need to leave for a minute and talk to my wife. Is this a good time, or should I get into the Persona topic?
Yes, we want divorce now. Go for it.
I'm talking on a foot now.
You said, "Is it a good time to leave?" I was like, "Okay."
What? The Persona topic? I can't remember what that one is again.
You're killing me. Okay, move on.
I mean, we could get it started.
Since a Cyberpunk Ghost Story is launching uncut on Xbox, so once again, Big Tits McGee over here with the tiny outfit.
This is Persona.
No, I'm not. Persona topics are coming up. So I just a reminder that they were harassed for their hot characters with the huge titties, and they said, "Fuck off, harassers! You're not buying our content anyway." And they're actually apparently releasing uncut on Xbox. So there you go.
Good job, Xbox.
So I can.
Finally.
I can put the
quality
skin back
content
on
at last.
in Cyberpunk.
What's up?
I can put the skin back on in Cyberpunk.
It's not Cyberpunk 2077.
It's a cyber. Yes. Yeah, okay.
You said uncut.
Yeah. Cyberpunk is a genre.
I think he means
Cyberpunk 2077.
Dick skins back.
We're not talking. It's not Cyberpunk 2077.
What are you talking about?
Cyberpunk Chinese Ghost Story or Sense, whatever it was.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Completely different game. Anyway,
that's the miscommunication right there.
Yep. So
I think the image they used communicated pretty clearly.
I was not really paying attention. Are you fucking kidding me? The image communicated really clearly. The Sanakaku Complex puts the most random ass fucking images on all of their
Okay, let's talk about these images. So Japan colonizes America in their dreams. In the zombie-laden Showa American story. So, do you guys remember the movie Big Hero 6?
Yes.
No.
When they had San Fran, Tokyo?
San
Francisco.
Was it really?
Yes.
Cringe. The only thing I ever liked about that movie, I now hate. So, Netcom Games announced their upcoming zombie survival game, Showa American Story, which they described as, quote, a brand new RPG and an enthusiastic love letter to the 80s pop culture that features a strong taste of B-movie, with observers of its newest trailer likely to feel overwhelmed by its rather over-the-top nature, to say the least. While no release date has been given, Netcom confirmed that Showa American Story will be available on both PlayStation 4 and 5 and PC via Steam. Potential customers were given a brief synopsis on the world and plot, which involves the colonization of America by Japan, which was strangely received no backlash from the so-called journalists who always get offended by it, with the zombies likely to be the element that stands out the least. So in post-apocalyptic Showa America, a teenage girl is revived from the dead. Showa 66, Japan has literally purchased out most of the United States with its strong economic power. A surge of immigration has firmly planted Japanese culture within the American continent. It comes full circle to all the topics we've covered previously on this podcast, except for the rebarring that hasn't come up yet. Two cultures are rapidly amalgamated. Although conflicts are inevitable, citizens gradually adapt to a life never imagined as time goes by. However, a mysterious catastrophic incident changes the world drastically. The social order is long gone. An unknown amount of time passes. A teenage girl mysteriously revives from the dead, only to find a brand new wild post-apocalyptic world with zombies, monsters, and human survivors of different backgrounds and beliefs. What happened to me and the whole world? With many questions in her mind and trying to find answers, Choco embarks on an adventurous journey across the United States that will change her forever.
Sounds kinky.
The trailer sets up the story and gameplay, showing plenty of action while demonstrating that even the Trump and brave cross-dressing black men were able to survive this turn of events. They really nutted early on using this image. So this is some of the things that are decorating the city, and this is also in this game.
Wait, can you go back go back 2 slides? Oh, I thought the thing underneath the poster looked kind of like Morgana, the cat in Persona 5.
Anyway, watch the trailer.
It makes you want to play it. Oh, well, that makes you want to play it.
I don't know that I'd say it makes you want to play it, but it sure is an interesting experience.
How do you not want to play this, Brad? Like,
well, I'm just saying, like, I don't know if the trailer makes you want to play it. There is a villain with a drill dick. That is a thing. This is the part.
There it is.
Is this character invisible?
I don't get this reference that you're referring to.
Well, what reference don't you get?
Oh, I get the reference.
Her and her pet rat just getting some exercise.
Religiously.
For some reason, you can also do this and this thing.
They're really showing.
Oh, and here's the pool.
Ballistics.
You guys know the pool. Talk so. You see the pool?
Right, yeah, where you go skinny dipping.
A lot of extra. That's where the bonus stages are take place.
All right. Anyway, so there's Drill Dick, the drill that creates the heavens.
Oh.
When are we doing a watch club for Dead Leaves?
I don't know where that came from.
I guess after Space Dandy, since it's only a short movie, and I could actually watch that and have seen it numerous times.
I love that. I
What was the
don't know
name
why
of that
people
book?
hate.
Dang.
I'm waiting for the plural sisters to come out.
The fuck? Dude, that's
Okay, that
Single
looks kind of cool.
Sisters, or I couldn't read
That's
it.
what I'm saying. How do you not want to play this?
Yeah. So anyway, that's a thing I thought you guys would enjoy.
I had to turn back on AC.
Persona 3 Portable proves that a female protagonist is viable.
So the whole reason this is being shared is
Let
because
me ask you a quick question. How long are you going to be able to talk about this?
I can make it. I can milk it.
Okay, go ahead and milk it. I got to go talk to my wife real quick. She needs me to talk to her before she goes to bed.
All right, so let's see. On Android, I don't know if this is a feature you can enable or disable or what. I didn't enable it, obviously. It's stock built in or whatever. But Google will recommend news articles for some stupid reason. So I got recommended this article, and the whole reason we're sharing it is because it was just so stupid that they pushed this on me. It doesn't even make sense. So the premise is Persona 3 Portable proves that a female protagonist is viable. It proves. It's like, well, it doesn't have something to prove because no one was saying otherwise. Literally, all
Female protagonists are awesome.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, we just went through a freaking article showing why a female protagonist is a lot more entertaining to watch.
Well, so Tomb Raider, I did not realize this until a while ago when I heard about it, but Tomb Raider, I think the point of making her what she was that you have a nice thing to look at while you're going throughout the whole game, right? So that's why the modern Tomb Raiders, which were free on Epic or whatever. Hello, Random 11.
Random 11 is back.
Yeah, which is why the Tomb Raider games that are free on Epic, it's like you get a 4K version of that to look at now. So the premise though, that's like it proves that it's viable. It's like no one's contesting that idea. They didn't prove anything. You're just pushing that. It's like, look at this game, woman power.
It's clearly the like what was it? Captain Marvel is like, oh, wow, finally a women-led movie, and
the first female superhero.
Yeah, it's that bullshit. Because okay, let's go down some lists here. Metroid, Bayonetta, Nier, Automata, 2B is a woman.
I mean, she's an android. I literally played the first bit of it the other day, and it's like, yes, ma'am. And it's like, don't call me ma'am. It's unnecessary.
Velvet Crow from Tales of Berseria.
I'll have to take your word on that one.
Tomb Raider, all huge.
She's prettier than all the above. Continue.
All huge franchises, and these aren't like small franchises either. They're big franchises.
I think what they're talking about is viable for Persona, because obviously, there has been a lot of examples of a female protagonist being
you got to understand, man. It's like there was this weird stereotype that kept us from having Pokemon Green back years ago when Pokemon Red and Blue released in the States, because we were supposed to have a female character, but that was apparently something that the American audiences couldn't take. I haven't read this article.
Character, like, are you saying
dude, Green there was supposed to be green. There was supposed to be green as if I remember correctly, we were supposed to have a male and female character all the way back then.
So that wasn't so much exactly how you're saying. So, like, Pokemon Green came out in Japan,
but it doesn't have a female character that's playable, does it?
No, there was original plans to make a female character. I don't know if it was going to be playable or not, but they were going to make a female character, that's for sure.
And then they brought it into Gold and Silver.
That had the third, because there's obviously 3 Pokemon.
Red,
so you
blue,
pick
green.
Yeah, if you pick Charmander, your rival Gary picks. Well, I mean, rival Blue, I guess his official name is Blue. So you pick Charmander, he picked Squirtle, and then the Bulbasaur is just left there. So the idea was that the third character would pick Bulbasaur.
And she'd be your butt buddy.
I don't remember if they ever thought of having a playable female character. I mean, if there was,
I've read mixed articles.
I thought
all
of
I
it,
know was that I can 100% say it was an issue though, and from what I hear, the West didn't help.
So I don't know how that translates to Green specifically couldn't come over because there was this female character as an idea.
We couldn't have a female character in the game because
the way they named there might be some confusion here. I don't know, but the way they named the characters, like the main character of Pokemon is Red, right? And then the main rival is Blue. And the third character would have been named Green.
Then
so
why
maybe
do you
that's
play
what you're
the rival in Blue version? No.
Yeah, I mean that I don't know why that happened, but obviously when you play Blue, Pokemon Blue, the main
the default
character
name is Blue.
Is Blue, yeah, as for the main character, and the rival would be default Red, which is backwards. But anyway, everyone obviously picked Ash and Gary because obviously.
Or you could call them F-head, like I did in what is it, Diamond and Pearl, like back in the day before they got rid of the whole you can't type swears.
Yeah. So they obviously brought in the female playable character in Crystal. The reason we never got Green here was probably not so much due to because of a female character or anything like that, because obviously their Japanese Green didn't have a female character. The Green and Red were released in Japan originally as a game that had a bunch of bugs, and it was kind of like their first project, obviously, for Pokemon. And then later on, they released Blue in Japan. That was a retooling of Red and Green combined together, kind of like a Pokemon Yellow type game. And they released that as Blue with new sprites and everything. And then they took that Pokemon Blue and translated it and then split it apart into what our Pokemon Blue and Red became. Then they came out with Pokemon Yellow Special Edition. And when they did that, like for them to release Red, Blue, and they released Red and Blue here as opposed to Red and Green because they figured that the Red and Blue would fit better color-wise for an American audience. That's why
Red, white, and blue.
Do you guys see this going on right now?
What, your mic's falling?
No, it's not falling. Do you see the flash?
Wait.
There.
Yeah, I did see that.
Hold on, I'm gonna wait for it to happen again.
Yeah.
My secondary monitor is flashing on and off.
Because of your connection cable?
You're gonna have to censor that.
I bought a new one.
So we got Blue and Red here. We didn't get Green. It wouldn't have made sense to release all three games at the same time. And then Yellow came out, so it didn't make sense for them.
It would have been 4 games of the same goddamn game.
Yeah, so that's why that's why we never got Green here.
The reason I brought that up, though, was 1, it was a good topic filler, and 2, the fact that the female character in the PSP, that might be what they're trying to drudge on, because most people are like, the audience they think they're aiming it at is going to want to be a male and play the protagonist and have your it couldn't have been a girl meets girl situation as much as, because the Persona series will have your confidants, your relationships you'd build, and at the end of a few of them, you actually get a relationship.
The male confidants would be available as options is the thing they changed. But
the male confidants were available pretty much as options at the end of one of them. So
not really. But,
I mean, effectively, you go out on a date with Yuji. But continue.
Right. So can I?
No, fuck you. Our stream.
Into the next Persona topic.
No, you can't, because I didn't actually finish it because I was stalling.
This is our topic now.
Yeah, bitch, get down. No.
Get rebarred.
Get the rebar ready. Okay, so to round this out, though, their premise is about like, why aren't the other Persona games female optional? Like by this they mean you have the option to choose female or male as your player character. They mentioned in this article that Persona 2 and Persona 3 had these, and then Persona 4, Persona 5, and all that. It's like, oh, you don't have the female protagonist option. What's with that? So this proves that it's viable. But you gotta understand that, at least for Persona 5 anyway, for Persona 5, they have all of these like cinematics, they have all these scripted events and all this voice acting, these lines. So it's like referring to, oh yeah, don't touch him or something like that, referring to the protagonist. But that is an ass load of work to do to add a secondary option. And then you have to create brand new character routes for the confidants or social links, my preferred term, where all of the, they have to make it so it's like, oh, now Yuji wants to smash or something like that. Like that's not actual.
Is that blinking for everybody else too?
Yes, it blinked.
What's
the
blinking?
thing that I want to point out,
screen share.
Ferdinand, is that like in Persona, especially 5, I believe it's 4 and 5. I know 3, the protagonist at least seems like he has some backbone, but they're such bland fucking characters. So I'm like, at the end of the day, it really wouldn't
are supposed to be the character.
Exactly. It really wouldn't do. I don't believe it help or hurt the series, like to have a female option for one reason. Not that it wouldn't be awesome, but because the character literally is just a stick. They're a placeholder for you.
Has to change the whole game, so it says, "Oh no, she's under attack," and then they have to render out a brand new cutscene.
All they would have done is change it to non. Look, all they would have done for the dialogue is instead of use he or her, they would have used them, and they were just recorded the voice lines in that effect and in that rate.
It's like,
that's what they do for most retarded shit. Do you know how much I would love the idea of what you're saying being a thing, where if you play the female character, they actually fucking recognize that she's a female? Play through Dragon Ball goddamn Xenoverse. They make damn well sure not to reference anything to what your character is. But continue.
I mean,
because they're all non-binary.
I mean, it is possible that you just you're playing that game so much that you think all the games do that. But for all I know,
a lot of games do that for them. I know damn good well they don't change the male or female reference.
For something like Mass Effect's different because they just call you Shepard. But for like, Assassin's Creed had a whole controversy about like this whole.
Why don't you play Fire Emblem 3 Houses? They make damn well sure not to reference that as well.
I don't even remember.
Do they have pre-rendered cutscenes in Persona 3?
They have
or if they do, then it's. I don't really think they have cutscenes. That's how primitive it is. In Persona 3 Portable, it's even more dumbed down. So the typical visual novel style where it's like box of text. The 3D models are in the background, an event starts, then you see the text, and then there's the avatar of the character that's like,
and sometimes with like a chibi model.
I didn't see you here. So it has the visualization. That is like the extent of these Persona games, the interaction. Persona 5 is the one where it's like, okay, we got full-on cutscenes. Persona 4 had some in-game rendered cutscenes, at least. I mean, Persona 3 kind of does too, but they still have that visual novel-y thing going on. But the point is, like, it's so much legwork to be like, oh, don't touch him or something like that. And to re-render all of the cutscenes with the female model, it's like, yeah, it's doable, but it's just impractical. And like, you got to count for every single variable that includes the gender.
So to round this out for you and help you out, yes, it's viable. But at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter because
It could also be that after
Persona characters
P3P,
are-
they found that virtually no one plays the female character anyway, so they're like, we put in all that effort for diminishing returns, so
I mean,
just focus on the main.
just hopefully
character.
the podcast magic catches this. Next time, let you just play as you have multiple characters on your team. Let you run around as their model rather than so you
imagine
have your
this
entire crew
if
to do.
this. Let's see, Persona 5. If they changed the character to a female, would that have changed? Like, would you be able to buy the same scenario that this young female literally is in like home prison because she stopped someone, the prime minister from
Because
getting,
I'm not sexist.
I know you aren't, but society would be like, there's no way she assaulted that guy or something. I'm not saying that they couldn't try and pull that off, but
pull about 30 news articles where some woman slapped a guy upside the head.
What about that manly woman that we were looking at earlier?
Mari? Her name is Mari.
Can I ask a quick question?
Oh, Random 11, you're gonna get hit.
Can I ask a
by
quick
the police.
question?
Ask it.
Totally not thumbnail related. Do you have Man of Steel on Blu-ray?
I do.
Is that an innuendo?
Can I request a high HD, not ass looking screenshot of this sequence, please?
Isn't that the movie, the one you're referencing, the Man of Steel movie? Isn't that the one where he like couldn't shave his beard or some shit?
No,
so
that was in Justice League.
That was Justice League.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Continue. Would I have to rip a Blu-ray?
I don't know. I just desperately need this particular shot for no reason in particular.
Did you not have the HD digital version?
No. Have you missed the part where I give away all my digital copy stuff, and I got this way before then, so I just threw it away?
Audience, I don't know if you have access to an HD rip of this that you could totally just grab this particular shot. If possible, if there's a version, like a frame where his hair is like, this is the best I could find so far where the hair is actually, I might need to put a man holding
if you're gonna be happy
behind.
with a DVD snapshot, then I'd be happy to just do that for you.
Well, no.
What about a stream like Netflix?
All right, fine.
It would have to be on HBO Max.
Okay, well I have HBO Max, so.
All right, there I go. Did I tell you guys I had a nightmare last night for the first time in years?
Should I bother pulling up HBO Max?
I had a nightmare last night for the first time
I'm
in
not
years.
going to do it then.
Fuck you, Random 11.
Has this been released on 4K?
Man of Steel?
Yeah.
Probably.
You don't need a fucking 4K image for your stupid thumbnail.
This is what I'm saying. You're gonna scale it down to 720p anyway.
2160p. I think I'll take this one. Oh God, 73.
This movie is so fucking cheap. It's
seater.
I swear you could just do a reverse image search. I'm sure that frame is on Google.
Did. That's how I found it. I couldn't
Brad.
believe how shitty it is.
Brad, I won't give you permission to do that unless you make the thumbnail in 4K and keep it that way.
Well, I'm just saying, if I have the 4K
This movie is
version, it's easier to cut it out.
He wants the image. It doesn't matter what the movie's crap.
So should I bother loading it up on a streaming service, or are you going to be like, oh, that's not
Random
good
11
It's
is
fine.
offering to get you this picture if you will ask for it.
It's fine. Everyone, you may return to your seats.
Okay, what was your nightmare again?
No, okay. Well, the nightmare was that I got I woke up. My parents my mom was still alive, and I was apparently still living in their house. And I found a piece of paper that seemed official that was folded in those ways where you have to tear off the side, and it had a bunch of things listed and a fine associated with it that was like $40-something thousand. And I'm like, these are my fines for torrenting things. That was the first nightmare I've had in years.
Oh, you poor baby. I went through 2 years of my life where I had nightmares every evening. Every time I fell asleep, I would have a nightmare.
that was the first dream I've had in years because I don't remember my dreams because I don't get into a deep enough sleep to actually experience them.
That's a decent topic for anime discussion. Like we watch the material and everything. We watch the material, and then your psyche will like reproduce the imagery and stuff in your dreams. But the thing is like
I've had a lot of Dragon Ball dreams, and for some reason, as soon as I want to use my powers, they stop fucking working.
Exactly. It's like anytime I'm about to be aware that I'm dreaming, I wake up. I'm like, no.
I get cucked in my dreams every night.
Midnight cuck.
That's the American dream, AC.
And that was the question that was always pontificated to me. When in your dreams, do you still have your same like disability or whatever? Or if your anime style dream, do you go to like, okay, for me, I would have 20/20 vision, And the thing is like in a dream circumstance,
you know it's 20/20 vision.
Exactly. The thing is, see, thank you, Reese. You have a brain. So the thing is that you go from going, okay, look, I'm falling from this plane at God knows how. I fell off the plane at God knows how speed, and then I'm hitting the ground. Well, did I see the ground coming slightly faster?
Okay. Right, so,
I don't think that has anything to do with how good your eyesight is.
I'd just like to acknowledge that now is my
I didn't see it coming, I'll tell you that.
And I have a route to run by myself tomorrow, so I'm just going to move us to the next topic. Fan art combines Bored Ape NFT with Persona 5.
And if you scroll down, you can see that once again it's this cringe NFT trend, but I'm just sitting here like that looks like a really hack job Photoshop of what's his name, not Murame, whatever his name is. It looks like they did a hack job just clipping out his hair and putting his outfit on. So I'm just wondering, like, can they auction that off like without copyright infringement? Like
Maruki.
Which, by the way, why would you want that? That guy was literally so unimportant they didn't include him in the first original game.
They didn't make this an NFT.
The only value, this is a joke. The only value in NFTs is that you can stake your Bitcoin against it and earn money, and that's literally it. NFTs are stupid.
Wait, this is a joke? Then why is this an article?
I don't know. Why do you read Game Rant?
I didn't read it. Did I get this from Google as well?
From Game Rant.
I could have sworn you said, "Do we want to talk about this or whatever?" I
you
said,
sent this shit to me.
Did I? Yes. Well, I did not look for it myself. Google must have fed it to me, and I'm like, "This is dumb."
Okay, so I
Google's
think
force-feeding crash.
NFTs are the new snobby modern art that is actually just used to launder money.
Maybe.
You know what I mean? Like when you sell some shitty ass art for $20 million.
Yeah.
Right? NFTs are the new version of that. Now, speaking of NFTs,
piece of scratch paper with one line of paint on it, $10 million.
That the artist cooned on. Square Enix president announcing dedication to NFTs in New Year's letters.
And then royally got shat on by everyone.
In other news, Konami holding auctions for Castlevania NFT art and music.
And will go deaf.
Sega reconsiders plans for NFTs following negative reaction from players.
The one company that might actually listen.
So it seems to me like NFTs are the new microtransaction. Right? Like NFTs are actually being tossed around, if I'm not mistaken. They're being tossed around this idea of actually making in-game equipment that you have NFTs. Like
that would be the most stupid thing in the world.
Like when you play, like for instance, my wife has been playing Guild Wars recently, and there was event, a special event for Christmas, where she had to do some parkour thing, like jump from platform to platform, and the platforms would disappear. And she had a time limit because they were like eating away her life. Like they were draining her health as she was on them because they were frozen, whatever. But if you did it, you got Rudolph the Red-Nosed Mount, right? Like it's just some dumb, Santa Claus themed thing, right? But you can only get it during the limited time, right? Kind of thing. So now it seems like they're thinking, well, we could actually auction off the boots of blah 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 and sell that shit as a macro transaction, maybe tens of thousands of dollars, right, to consumers as an NFT.
It's going to become CS:GO skins all over again.
Exactly.
Like, oh, this one skin is worth $1 gajillion. I have the one NFT of it.
Hold on. If they want to incorporate it into a game and actually incorporate it as like what you're saying, where it's you're downloading DLC because you own the NFT.
Yes.
Right. They would have to implement that at a console level. Like exactly. I don't think that's a game function that you could build in.
It is going to be a tremendous failure if they actually attempt to do this, because what you're going to be doing is the file size, the client. Well, actually, maybe not, because Minecraft handles the skin servers.
That sounds like a dirty thing.
But it doesn't.
Servers.
I don't think it downloads all of the servers. It just downloads what it needs. It only
does it like when you're playing on a server. It downloads the skin off of the server, the texture file, so that they can players can see your skin when you're on the server. So maybe there is a way to do it for online gaming where it wouldn't be too taxing on the experience of the local gamer.
After the hell I had to go through setting up Cody, I understand why that's practical.
Anyway, so I think Renowned, I think we're all going to agree that NFTs are not going to be good for
Also, I don't think that's what they're talking about when they're talking about NFTs here. That might be what they're considering down the line, but right now, well, definitely with Konami, they're just JPEGs. Like, nothing in-game shit. It's JPEGs. Wow. Here you go. Spend $1,000 on some.
Good thing they didn't feature any of them in the article, because that'd infringe on the NFT ownership.
Well, they're all. That's the whole stupid thing about NFTs is all the images are right there. You can just download them. So you're not buying the image, really. You're buying a receipt that says you bought the image.
Pretty much. It belongs to me.
And the image gives you.
What if we convinced the Tolkien Society to sell J.R.R. Tolkien NFTs
as NFTs?
They probably would.
They sold the ring first.
That right? Didn't they do that recently?
I mean, that's the other thing about NFTs. Like, nothing about it is legally binding. So I can sell an NFT with Spider-Man on it. It's like, okay. Just like I don't own the rights to Spider-Man at all. Why am I selling an NFT? Well, because I'm not actually selling Spider-Man. I'm selling a fucking string of
imagine
numbers.
Bootleg NFTs. You're selling it on the black market after you right-click save as. It's just like, here's my discounted NFT of the $17,000 NFT.
All right, I want to podcast magic this into existence. Okay.
My Blink 183 NFT.
Guys, I do not want child pornography to exist when it involves actual children. But I do kind of want to live in a world that is so fucking clown world like that eventually we have to cover the black market sale of child porn NFTs.
Oh, God.
That sounds like the funniest future ever. Just like that's like
did that nightmare fuck you up on the inside?
That would be like peak, like metaverse world is to have to be in a place where we have to cover articles. Like, I mean, I couldn't escape the NFT topic, and we're not even done with it in this podcast, if you can believe it. But I can't wait till that's our reality. Is every single podcast
over an hour of moist earlier.
somewhere.
Trust
or
me,
another.
I believe
Galco-chan and Rurouni Kenshin creators have found NFTs on their hard drives.
If you like, I couldn't buy the Galco-chan guy. I couldn't buy picture books of foreign naked children in Japan, so I imported them from Germany. Like the next guy is like, well, I saw what happened to that guy with those importing charges, so I got the NFTs. All right. Anyway, I'm getting quite tired. Let's don't give Vosh any ideas with the CP NFT. NFTs have been around for a hot minute. Oh, don't worry. All right. I'm going to skip a couple articles because we have to. So we can talk.
Can't be
about Violet Evergarden 4K.
You mean, are they fixing the last episode? Because it's really all I mean, the last, the fuck up for the home release.
This is a movie. Don't.
Can we acknowledge this happening over here?
Yeah, I'm just saying here, like, wow. So first you make the release semi-ass, and then you're not going to give us the 4K potentially?
And
is this a new one that hasn't released yet? RHYS?
No.
It's the old one that already is released over here?
Hold on. I think this is the new movie.
Okay.
But all we have over here is
the movie.
I'm so glad that I included it.
Yeah, this is the movie. So, and that has not been released over here yet.
Okay, so there's the potential that we'll get the 4K, but my PP gets
what
very
really
big
sucks
when
is
I
micro
4K.
potential.
The PP scales with the resolution, okay?
Like,
wouldn't that make your PP when I'm watching?
This would be a great moment to have the Vince McMahon GIF.
If it's scaled with the resolution, wouldn't it make it smaller?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You don't want to see me when I'm watching 144p. It almost inverts at that level.
I need to commission a Fuddenham's face. Remember we were talking about the smacking off with you in the, like whatever pose. I think instead we need to do the Vince McMahon with your face and have it say the resolution is directly proportionate to my PP size.
Oh my God.
I think that would be
so for the girls at home, does 4K make you, porn star level, or
4 inches?
Or are we just talking about quality of erection here?
4K turns
1,000.
So if she really wants to get you going, does all she need to do is take you to the movies?
She just needs to take me to an IMAX movie that isn't anime to get that raw 10K, and then she's gonna die.
Raw 10K.
That's just gonna pierce right through.
Reese, we need that image that you shared from.
I've got an image in my hand. Oh my God!
Where they're watching the porno in the theater.
Oh,
when it cuts to the guy and his boner is like this high from the bottom of the screen through his pants. All right.
That was Echo 3, I think.
I hope you have a lot to say about Pokemon Black and White Rival Destinies.
I have nothing to say about
Oh no, you bet
Pokemon.
I have something to say about it.
I
Where's
hope
the goddamn Blu-ray?
There we go. Would you like to say the names of these Pokemon?
Oh yeah,
Long
sure.
answers only.
I don't know. Pidove,
Axew?
Axew.
Axew,
Tepig.
yeah. Tepig. Pikachu.
I'm just guessing off the top of my head ones from the series.
Oh shit! Wait, hold on. I can't. Scraggy.
Hold on. I recognize this Pokemon. This Pokemon. I need to open up. I'm
tired. I need to get to bed. Wait.
Kirisu?
Pokemon. What's this Pokemon's name?
I hated this generation.
Excuse you. God damn it, load.
Oh, I wanted to say something about.
I know that leafy one, but I can't think of it.
These
I wanted
dozens
to
of
say
AI
something.
generated Pokemon look more official than some actual official ones.
Yeah, no shit.
Wow.
Ice cream cones. Okay, I wanted to say something about the Violet Evergarden thing before it goes off. Before it's completely
Sure.
gone, so I don't have to call back to it. I
You
am
are
getting
already
that
gone.
100%.
You are currently calling back to it.
But
Exactly.
So
I
hard.
am 100% getting it. So regardless
Oh, yeah,
of
absolutely.
I
Don't
love
worry
that
about
series. So regardless of what hopefully if there's a 4K rendering, I'm guessing Reese is getting it as well. We'll find out.
Oh,
Continue.
that one I couldn't think of, that leaf one, is called Swadloon.
What are these ones called?
Made up.
This
The
is my
thing
favorite
is like
one.
I believe every one of them are Pokemon.
The one who's like,
You can definitely see.
look
like,
at this dick. Like
you can see the source material of where the AI
a couple of
was
them, yeah,
pulling
for sure.
from most of them.
I'm pretty sure that
Guys.
that one is. I'm pretty sure that one did come from this one. Well, maybe not.
Scraggy, Tranquil.
Is he a
Swadloon.
Scragget?
No, that one looks like the water.
This one is a
Pokemon,
work of art right here.
from I believe it's Black and White too.
It's got a floating tail.
After Diamond and Pearl, I don't care.
So what do you think? Any of
Like,
these look like they could make it?
That pink one looks like.
I think like everyone.
one is-
I think every
that
one
one
of
is
them would
Rhydon.
be a Pokemon at this point.
Yeah, that pink one. at the
Rhydon
top
was the
is
very
like
first
Liquid
Pokemon, by the
That
way.
one's
Evolution
Gligar.
Form. That's Gligar.
I love this one.
I can't remember the name of whatever that one's based off of. Ampharos.
So they did
Oddish,
one.
Geo.
They ran it. They ran it through the system only using the original 150 Pokemon,
Oh yeah.
and that's
Oh,
the
I'm
only one
pretty
I'll
sure
be able
some
to
of them-
notice. Dear
pretty
God,
sure a lot
you'll
of
know
these-
because the art style changes.
A lot of these are modern.
The art style
sources.
goes from ass to being good. Am I too loud again, guys?
Okay, here.
Yeah, that's it. Yes, you are a little loud,
So-
but it's not bad.
Okay, my bad.
Like
Hold on, let me read this first.
Jolteon.
Definitely Jolteon. Right here.
That's like
This is
Golem
Kakuna and like Nidoran.
The one is like Pinsir and Raichu together.
Right here.
That one there.
Yeah, the one
Pinshu?
is
Pinsir.
I know.
that-
probably
that's
probably
a
Pinsir and
Rattata and
Raichu. I said
Golem.
Pinshu.
That Pokemon is called Endme.
That one I don't know. That one I don't know.
The middle one looks like a
God.
Charmander mixed with that coral thing.
That one's got Diglett and
Corsola?
Who said these looked more official than?
that one. No, go back up. Back up. One more. That one on the left. That's totally Mr. Mime and Diglett. Or
No, that's
or
Persian or Paris.
Paris. Yeah, Paris.
Yeah.
Is this how
Hey,
they
it's
made
Point
Metagross
mixed with a
art?
Zubat.
Like 90%
Did you
of
guys
these
see
look
Spoint
like
mixed with a Zubat?
they're begging you to put them out of their misery.
That one looks like Vaporeon and
Guys,
together.
this is. Hey, listen. This is what happens when you breed outside of egg groups.
That middle one
Pokemon
looks
fans,
like Wartortle.
stop it.
I like this one.
That's Scyther right there. A clam. Yeah, that's weird. I don't know where that one came from. It's weird.
I like
I
how
don't
some
see
of
any
them
of
have faces, other ones don't.
Look at that fucking derpy thing.
This
That's
one just
gotta
has-
be.
This one just has a
Kakuna.
cone next to it.
Yeah,
Greenline was incorrect saying they look like what they want to be put out of their misery because the article says that they look more official or whatever than the actual Pokemon.
Which was a critique on actual Pokemon designs more so than anything. So what was kind of funny though is that a couple of them, like this one, people liked enough that they actually did fan art.
Well, there's I mean the fan art community. There, I forget what it's called. But there was an app online. You can go to it. If you
Yeah, where
find
it would
somewhere.
take the pixel art, right, and it
Yeah.
would combine them together.
combines two different together, and then the fan art of those combinations was like, some of it was really good.
Bro, you fucked up. That's his dick, not his tail.
Oh god.
Anyway, all right. So I thought that was cool. Moving back to the actual topics at hand. If you would like to support us further,
Was that it for Right Stuff? Just the Pokemon thing?
Yes. If you'd like to support us further, there's stealthweed.com where you can buy NFTs in the form of actual shirts.
That you actually receive and wear.
There's also OCA Podcast store. Go to ocapodcast.com/store or go click on the shop button. And then you can buy the Bloodbath and Beyond mugs or shirt or whatever else you want. I will throw it on there. Anyway, we recently covered Stephanie Matto, the TV star who was selling her farts.
The fartist?
And if you can believe it, she got hospitalized after trying to fart too much.
She can fart on command?
I thought I was experiencing a heart attack.
I think she's lying.
Yeah,
Well,
I don't think she sold any of these.
If you saw the
farts to
videos, she's just
Okay,
like, oh,
look,
I felt like
she
I was
might-
having a heart attack, but
She might be
like-
having some really bad acid reflux from all the beans she ate to try to kill these farts.
No, I
What-
think the whole story is fake.
What she described as her pain sounds very much like she's having heartburn.
I mean, that's assuming she had heartburn. I think literally everything about this story is fake.
I think it's very possible. So fart jars are going digital. She can no longer fart.
Wait, what?
So now, fart jar NFTs. Guys, if you can believe it, this is the actual website. And I would like to read you the caption. 5,000 fart jar NFTs available. Be part of history with the first ever generative fart jar NFT collection. Imagine the smell.
Oh god.
You will literally have to because they're images.
It's literally just a jar NFT.
Wow. How much are they going for?
God, I don't even want to know.
I kind of want to get in on this. You know what? Every time I fart, I'll make $500.
We could
The fact
totally.
that I can right click and save image as. They're going for whatever price I want.
0.05 ETH. What's ETH?
Ethereum.
Ether.
Brad, say what you want about this whole.
I actually have enough Ethereum. I could probably buy all of these.
Brad, think about it this way: if you, say what you want about the business model, but her site is way better than ours.
Well, she made $200,000 selling farts in a jar. I'm sure she could afford a better coder than me.
Just saying, that's your competition, man. You got up your game.
Next time, Open Trust Anime Podcast, Fart Jar NFTs 2.0.
That is currently $160 per JPEG.
All right,
Per
I'm
JPEG?
skipping over the N of Akita. I'm skipping so many articles. I just keep pushing them. All right. School Days Haunted House event lets you live the life of anime's most brutally murdered playboy. So you get all of the scares and none of the getting laid. None of the hand jobs.
But they could have been older.
They could have been. I'd like to point out that it takes place in a van. And the license plate is 6979. Now, the event organizers say the 3D microphones used for recording the dialogue creates the effect of the character speaking directly into your ear. Here's
It's like
the
built-in
here's the
surround.
microphone.
Oh yeah.
Yes. Anyway.
Oh yeah, tell me I've been a bad boy. Oh yeah. Oh god, that hurts. Oh
So you're telling me that I could be talking directly into your ears with this microphone?
You talk
What you're doing
directly
right
in my
now.
Can
ear
you
for
imagine?
the last 4 hours, 6 hours.
Can you imagine? I'm just pulling around a microphone and it's an upside down head with actual ears on it.
If Amaranth can make like millions of dollars licking ears, I'm sure they can try to make some of that too.
Why don't we tap into that market?
I could get 0.5 Ethereum.
My God.
I'm sorry, 0.05 Ethereum.
You know what I want to see, and I don't know why this is what hits my mind. I want to see these fuckers' tax forms when they file. What did you do to make all this money?
Hey, I had to buy that.
Fart in a jar?
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I write it
So
off.
The
JPEG
reason
pictures?
that you sell your NFTs is because you can avoid taxation because it's cryptocurrency and it's unrealized gains. By the way, 1 Ethereum is $3,226.55 US dollars right now.
Good
That's
God.
not how it works in Canada. I don't know about the States, but in Canada you get fucked.
Yes, in the States you get fucked too if you use Coinbase. But if you literally just use send it to my wallet and don't tell the feds,
Yes.
like Stephanie Mato.
Yes.
Oh God.
So let's see.
So
Pay your taxes, guys. It's not
so
worth it.
Coinbase isn't
Talking
the
to the
good
crowd.
option. What is?
Because
I joined it under the
black
assumption
market.
that it was good. The black
Anyway.
A private wallet-to-wallet transfer, and
This
never
one is-
ever tell anyone that that's your wallet in person.
Right. This one's for you, Lishansky, and also Mirage Leonardo 84.
And never-
Lishansky,
sorry, and-
tell me when you eventually see this episode.
Never buy a stupid unique username like that. Those people that stole the crypto that we covered a couple weeks ago, that pointed the cops directly at them. Yeah, don't do that.
I don't remember what you're talking about at all.
You don't remember that?
No.
I
What was
swear to
the
God, we
username?
covered it on here.
What was the username?
I forget what the username was, but some people stole a bunch of crypto, and how they were found out. Maybe it was on Nick's stream, and how they were found out was they decided to spend that crypto on some unique username. I think for Twitter or something. I don't fucking know.
Wow.
Anyway, and because of that, they've tracked them down, and they
I
found
vaguely
that people
remember
that
reading about
stole
this.
it.
I don't think I covered it though. That's funny.
I
So-
thought it was on here. Might have been on.
Well,
Nick's stream.
okay. I would just like to say that if we actually made the money to do it, I would love to do a nightly stream where we weren't 6 hours in because we'd only cover like 3 topics a night, and we could literally just have fun instead of feel like our lives are ending because there's too much to cover in the one day I get to do articles.
Aw,
I would
Well,
love
see,
this.
there's options for that because you could have like you've got multiple people here
You're right.
who have
I
different
could-
interests. You
I
could literally
could do it.
segment off, hey motherfuckers, you 2 or you 3.
Tonight
Yeah,
is
you're gonna
the
go ahead and you're gonna
Lance
talk about
stream.
these video games.
Yeah, I
and,
suppose I could do a nightly stream if I just had Reese, your night is Thursday, Footnum, your night is Friday.
We
that
have
sounds
the
like a
custody of the
custody battle.
stream.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't
It really
know- I
does,
don't know
doesn't
how
it?
This would work. Anyway, so Gundam lingerie is a way to show your love for giant robots and
Oh
their
my
handsome
God.
anime boy.
yes,
pilots.
it is.
My
That's
robot is
amazing.
proportionate to the resolution. Or sorry,
Oh,
the size.
yeah. Get that
Get
energy
into that
sword on
Gundam
there.
lingerie. Okay. Burning finger.
What is this lingerie for toddlers?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I don't know.
They're,
Oh no!
they're always aged too young. God damn it.
Dear God.
Like,
I'm
are-
not looking
are
at the
these for
screen.
Female fans of Gundam, or are these for male fans?
Are these
because
for the
they're
guys
so
to
fun,
wear?
They don't exist.
All right. So,
Is this what they're dressing up their real doll in?
dear God, I would just like to point out.
I will go there, motherfucker.
I would just like to point out that I am very excited to announce all the merch I can make with this new technology. that turns napkin sketches into phenomenal illustrations.
What the fuck?
A Japanese individual hoping to give those with amateur drawing abilities a chance to stand alongside talented artists is developing technology that can transform basic sketches into stunning illustrations. Bound to have some questioning if this might discourage budding artists from actively trying to improve. The Twitter user shared a video online that secured 2.5 million views in about 2 days, showcasing his program that converts childlike sketches into stunning anime-style artwork.
So is it available now?
Why is it always middle school? Why?
Look at it happens in real time.
What the hell? I thought this was just a time lapse.
No, it's a generative adversarial network that where the AI is drawing it based on the input that it's getting live.
Did this guy release this yet to the public?
Dude, I don't know, but all I want
Woodham
is
really
to take,
wants this
is
program.
to take our avatars.
Dude,
and
imagine
draw them.
how much stupidity you could do with
Yes! Dude, I want to take the Pokemon we just looked at and run it through this. I want to take your perfect anime avatar and draw it, trace it into a layer.
Make it less perfect.
You could literally, dude, with this kind of software, you could be the most ass artist in the world, and it's like auto-tune for drawing.
Oh my god, that's a perfect.
Holy fuck!
So yeah, I just want to show.
No,
you still gotta be a half decent artist. You're still gonna look
you don't
like
have to be a
crap.
half decent artist.
Bro,
Ross.
that ain't a half decent artist on the left.
Yeah, exactly.
You could draw anime girls with your dick.
Oh god.
See, this is a question like
okay, hold on. When we get a hold of this, that'll be a challenge video on the channel. We'll draw the best waifu with the
Patreon only version.
For copyright purposes, right? Like this neural network would have been needed to be trained on a bunch of stuff, right? So obviously, while it's like that input, okay, that go back.
Hold on. E. Castro says, "I wonder how the AI interprets half decent art."
That's the question. This is nothing.
Okay.
You've drawn some spikes and eyeballs.
Okay, so
it's just assuming what they're going to do and then finishing it out.
What this was in the artwork is they erased the lower half of the face, so it already had a generative thing, and then they erased it and it filled in the rest, right? So if you look at the video again,
So here's what's gonna happen is I could just draw two ovals, a so-called
right now
mouth,
he's
what I
erasing
think is
the
a nose
hair.
and a circle.
and now he's erasing the hair so that he can make bangs, right?
Oh.
And now he's making the eyes a little bit more squatty, right?
Squatty, squinty.
Yeah, but notice how the style is always staying the same, right?
Well,
yeah, it probably
it
has an artistic value that it will adjust to naturally.
If it is,
because
I mean,
don't get me wrong, I feel like I'm looking at fruit.
And now the
baskets.
style's changing, right?
Yeah,
there you go.
You missed
Now,
it. You missed it.
Wait,
That was the part
really?
right here,
Holy
where
shit,
he
what the
erases
fuck?
the bottom of the face. He erases it. Boom. There you go.
Yeah, and so it's guessing
Holy
that there's
shit.
a chin there, right?
It's cool,
Well,
right?
The proportion of the
That
eyes
is-
changes to your chin.
Oh yeah, I know.
That is
But
game changing.
But like, so
what the
some
fuck?
of them
Go back, AC.
some of
Stop
them-
flipping so fucking fast.
I'm not
He's
doing
not
that.
doing
It's a
it.
video.
Some of them all have different styles, and the different styles are probably
Was that CC from Code Geass?
it's being trained on different art, right?
Yeah.
So-
So
Okay.
there's this thing.
Okay,
He's
I've
probably
got
fed.
the perfect idea. Let's
Holy
take
shit.
the bad art from Hunter x Hunter and draw it in here.
Put it in it.
Okay,
Oh, that
this would
sounds
be
great.
such a great segment for the channel to take art from manga and like put down a printout of, for instance, guts, right?
Well,
And
it
then
can
put
probably
it-
only do faces.
Put it on the Cintiq and then draw Kentaro, like trace over with the tablet Kentaro Miura's art.
I might be
over
wrong.
The shittiest art, like hot Isayama style, Attack on Titan bad art from his thing, and just see what it does.
I might be
That could be a
wrong,
great
but all these characters I think are female, or at least they're very
Yeah.
feminine.
Well, they're
So
drawing a female.
what will
So
it
we could
do when
take-
you put
we-
like an ass
that-
picture of Goku from early Super when they were in a rush?
It would probably be something that is set on like when you're running the. I would imagine
Program?
it would be something that's set when you're running it. You say, do you want a male?
You
or
have
female?
you have a more feminine or masculine
Or
variant.
you just have Mari from Project Echo.
So there's this.
Also,
program.
is this linked in the Discord? Because I have a friend who would be incredibly interested in
It's
this.
OCApodcast.com/OCA-180. You can get it from the random merch.
Whoa! I think Lance is saying the program, and you're saying
No.
the article.
Program, not your
No,
shirt.
the article.
There-
The article.
You cannot get the program.
No,
Oh, okay. I was about to say,
theoretically-
it's like, wait a minute. I now feel deceived.
theoretically, if I was to click on this link, it will take me to the Twitter account where the video was shared, and I might be able to click on the
What I want to know
profile.
is where the article
and
is,
I
so
can
I
go
can
to
just
the
so I
GitHub.
can just not have to deal with all that.
Got it.
You put it on GitHub? Yeah.
It's on GitHub.
There you go.
Theoretically, yeah.
Oh.
So, I'm not sure which one it would be, but he's got his repositories.
Mhm.
So theoretically, if it's on here, these are Unity. I don't know.
TensorFlow is the the top one. Although that was last updated on November 10th, 2019, so I doubt it. But TensorFlow is I think machine learning. So
Well, they're all machine learning.
So there's this program, or not program, this website called Art Breeder, and basically you feed it an image, and then it will blend the images, but it has like a bunch of sliders, so it can look radically different. You can actually choose more than just 2 images, but you'll notice patterns of like it will take very similar art styles to these sample photos that they have in their database. So after a while, you start to see the patterns, and I imagine that's probably going to happen with this one.
Yeah.
So,
But it would still be cool. It would still be cool to rough out something and then draw over it to get like the bulk of the work done for you.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
this is,
anyway.
believe it or not, this is a very similar thing that I really got upset about once about the whole, hey, people don't have to be musicians anymore. Now we don't even need artists. AI is taking over.
Well, the difference is that
trust me, I already had to apologize once.
The difference is this is say you want to draw Gon from Hunter x Hunter, and you just throw it up there. He's not going to look like Hunter x Hunter, so you need to be an actual artist to replicate, what you actually want. Sometimes this isn't a one size fits all that it's actually going to get you exactly what you want in the design phase. But like Brad said,
but see, also something I'm concerned with, and AC, I'm curious, what's your thoughts on this? What do you think's going to happen when, like, this, let's say this site right here starts creating things? Well, won't there be some copyright issue? Like, it won't be original art since the system itself will have been made it.
Well,
like they'll have to edit in the end, won't they?
It's possible it's royalty free, but even then, it's like it's transformative, so it won't fall under copyright.
Yeah, they'll still have to edit it, but like to raw something straight out of this, program, wouldn't it?
This is what I was talking about. So when the program is being trained, right? Because you have to train it on what like good artwork looks like. Is all of that artwork that you're training it on your artwork, or is it someone else's artwork?
Like, are they uploading like art?
I would argue that the second that you train it on 2 separate artists' artwork, that it is a new thing.
It could be argued. I don't know. Legally, I don't think we've touched on like what AI, like all of those AI Pokemon. Clearly, it was trained on the actual official Pokemon. So, are the creations of the AI thing derivative works? Are they fair use works where like no attribution has to be given? Does Pokemon own those now? Does the company that created the software own it, or does a user of the software own whatever it makes? Like these all. all of these questions are not solid in law, as far as I know.
Yeah, because as long as you don't tell anyone that you use the AI, they don't know that it's his.
There's a program called Casio Composer that I have on my iPhone, and basically what it does is it'll take essentially just a couple notes
and make a song out of it from AI.
Yes, and
I know what you're talking about.
I've used it a lot. Well, not a lot, but I've messed around with it, is what I should say. And I've come to the realization that depending on what kind of arts music style that you want, you keep hearing the same little bit of music in there. And I swear to God, I've heard official music, official whatever.
Use these same beats.
Yeah. And I swear to God, I'm like, hey, wait a minute. That sounds like Casio
random
Composer.
That's a lot. That's because a lot of musicians will use these keyboards, these certain softwares. Pro Tools 6 is popular, and they will have these built-in beats.
That's probably out of date by the time now.
Fair, but it was something I saw a lot of use from. But people will use these softwares and they have these pre-built tracks and everything, and they will just use that as a stepping stone and just build off of it. So what you're hearing is the fact that so many musicians and artists over the years have just taken this building block and they have built up from it. So once you start breaking it down to this minute three, four notes, as you saw, you're starting to hear how it all bleeds back together. Because hell, if you were to listen to most metal music today and you go listen to a lot of old classical piano, you're going to hear a similar pattern because it all derives from somewhere. So that's all the app is doing.
In my experience, it wasn't just it was
the beat, note for note.
The sound of the instrument was the same as well.
Remember when I said I didn't want a repeat of that podcast?
Well, don't take me wrong. I didn't go on a rant, so we didn't repeat. We didn't have.
I know, but we're covering the same topics outside of the Daft Punk can't play any instruments.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Carry on.
My point is that the building blocks that program used that I hear in those songs. Who owns the copyright to that part of the song?
Well, you can't really copyright a sequence of notes.
Yes, you can.
Actually, I would like to point something out. YouTube, you guys know how it has content ID?
Yeah.
Yep.
So you can get a copyright claim for content, right? Did you know that you can also get copyright claim for melody?
I would assume so.
I
would have just assumed that'd be content.
A Minecraft YouTuber that I watch was getting his videos taken down because he was doing note block versions of songs.
Oh wow!
And putting them in his videos, and they were getting claimed with a melody claim that was taking his ad revenue.
Is that why people refer to Smoke on the Water as 035 or whatever it is?
I have no idea. What that means.
Because that's the notes you play, or whatever.
I mean, that's
at least
03. Oh my God, Putnam, you made a reference. I was gonna do it, but I didn't want to make Brad cry.
Thank you for giving me a melody content claim, Reese.
So if I generate a character with this software, right, assuming it comes out, and I want to use that, will it not be yours? That's the question. Is it the programmer's copyright? Is it my copyright because I've played around with it? Whatever.
Well, from what I can tell.
Hold on. But then the question is, if someone else goes in and creates a character very similar to mine, right?
Yeah, like the same chicken scratch that turns into a...
Yeah. Now,
can they sell it for more NFTs?
And the way copyright infringement works is you need to know of the other thing to copy it, right?
Right.
So if they do it by accident, how do I prove that?
Is that Ironheart is completely not going to get in trouble because they didn't know about the Japanese adult video porn parody?
Trademark is different than copyright.
Okay.
Trademark,
So-
you don't have an excuse.
Let's say you
To
made
me-
that pink-haired character. The secret is you just redraw it after you have like the good-looking design, and then you just don't use that original drawing as your official artwork.
Come on in.
Because that way it's yours.
What? Who's coming in?
Someone keeps knocking on my door.
Oh.
Sorry. They didn't
God.
come in though, so whatever.
Oh crap!
Did they bring
Yeah,
a
I'm
rebuy?
talking to the anime gods.
Did you
When I-
say the
when I
anime
see-
gods? We
When I-
are the anime gods.
When
The official
when
anime gods.
when I see that character, I zoomed in. I got a full 40 by whatever this screen is image of the character up top, which you're cutting off. Is it just me, or does that look an awful lot like God? What's it called? It's the series. It's that horror series that I haven't finished.
Isn't it
Footnote.
Cry?
Higurashi?
Yeah, Higurashi. She looks just like one of the characters, and I can't bring myself to remember.
Well, the
it. I
other
feel like-
thing is Random 11. Kirito, looks identical to whatever that other A1 Pictures show is, but that's
and
kinda
also
what
the fact
people
that has
deal
anyone
with
ever
as
seen
artists.
Saber from Fate and then looked at Violet Evergarden's, Violet? God damn, are they similar?
I thought you were gonna make a different joke there.
It sounds like that joke was funnier than one you're thinking of.
Oh, I kind of want to hear it now, but
I don't know the series enough, but like the whole gimmick of Fate is that like King Arthur is like reincarnated every time, right?
No.
And looks
The
like
thing
Saber.
the thing of Fate. No, the thing of Fate is that these are fictional and or heroes from history, and they're being summoned into our world as servants to fight in a war over the Holy Grail.
The original Isekai.
That's not my point. My point is in the different.
They're not
Fate
being
Zero.
reincarnated.
Okay, that wasn't. Sorry, I used the wrong word. In Fate Zero, King Arthur comes and takes place in that holy war or whatever it's called, the Gauntlet or the Grail War, to get the Grail, and
Murder,
then a
Death,
new
Kill, if you
Grail
wanna go
War
there.
happens in the just Fate Stay Night, because there's Fate Stay Zero, and
Fate
then
Stay Zero.
whatever Fate Zero, then there's Fate Stay Night, and then there's another one, and there's another one, and there's another one, and there's all these different versions.
Effectively, what happens is
My whole point is there's all these fucking versions of the same fucking character. Okay, that's my whole point. That was the
There-
joke.
okay,
That was
first of all,
eloquently
there
Hilarious
isn't all
joke,
these
wasn't it?
same versions
Anyway,
of the
the
same
guy that
character.
made this,
carry on.
software, okay, is the same guy that made RHYS Studio, the thing we looked
Freud.
at the other
You
day.
made Freud?
Freud.
Yeah, or
Really?
sorry, V-Roids Studio. Yeah,
Yeah. So what you're saying?
VR Oid?
What you're saying is we
V-Roid.
should take the OCA podcast. What do we call it? Mascot
Right,
character with the huge piccolo green skin and everything, and we should run that through this. I agree.
yeah.
Yeah.
And sell it as
I
an
don't-
NFT. I like
don't know
where
if
you're
he-
going with this.
I don't
I
know if
like
he made
where
it, but
we're
he's got
going
a
on to the
tweet that
next
says he
article
works on
already.
Yes,
it
I
anyway.
love this. Okay.
Next article.
I may or may not have found a torrent for Ironheart.
Which one?
Next article.
I may or
one-
may not be interested in just seeing it as a novelty thing.
Okay.
As a novelty,
So I'm
just a
gonna go ahead.
curiosity.
I'm gonna go ahead and skip over Super N of Akita again. Okay, let's talk about
Sex,
Fuck.
baby.
okay. Let's talk about
Oh
these.
God.
So, follow up. McDonald's Japan's French fry rationing has been extended for about another month. The restrictions were set to end on the first day of 2022, and even an American logistics company tweeted that they were airlifting a huge amount of relief potatoes. However, those tweets have since been deleted. And it appears that more unforeseen circumstances have emerged, such as bad weather en route to Japan, which are causing further delays. The Mac Fry potato rationing will continue for approximately one more month. This means that until around the end of January, customers will not be able to get large or medium orders. What's this? Even more news? Hash browns also disappear from McDonald's Japan branches as
How is that
potato shortage continues.
possible?
I can't believe it.
So wait a minute. Hold on. You can't get a large or medium order. What about 3 smalls?
Yeah, you can get as many small orders as you want. Oh. Yes, stop seeding. Thumbnail, here I come.
Well, in the end times, they're going to come after you in the end times.
All right.
I will admit one thing. I do not like McDonald's, but I love their hash browns.
Let's not cover
that. Might be the only thing I really have a really good memory of eating.
You know what they have? The McGriddle, or whatever it's called.
The breakfast sandwiches.
Breakfast sandwiches. Yeah.
With maple flavoring to them.
Yeah, those are not too bad. And in terms of hash browns, fucking the crunch wraps from goddamn Taco Bell are fucking amazing.
You know what I like from McDonald's is their big breakfast thing that comes with like eggs and sausages, like sausage links and stuff.
McMuffin.
I was hanging out with some friends.
The only problem is that they never sell it except for in the morning. And I'm never up in the morning when I want to get McDonald's.
Hashtag us problems.
By the time I wake up, the breakfast. Oh, and also when I am up, I don't want to drive out to fucking McDonald's. So I can do Uber Eats, but obviously it's not on Uber Eats. It's like the one thing they don't put on fucking Uber Eats.
Can you order a smile from McDonald's like you can in Japan?
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Do they have
never seen
the smile?
I've never seen that option. Maybe the delivery guys might smile at me though.
So I
tip him big enough, he will.
Smile might as well be an NFT.
So I was just trying to get some melatonin, which are supposed to look like this, and I found this.
Whoa. That's an AI created melatonin.
I'm selling it now as an NFT.
Either Mickey or testicles.
I think I'm just gonna. That one's got the power of 2.5.
That was like 4.
It was pretty thin in the middle. All right. So
I'm worried about you about as much as I am another friend of mine.
Are you? Tell me more about how you fear for my safety.
Yeah,
for
like,
abusing...
you mix so many crazy things. Like we all know who I'm talking about, but Jesus Christ!
Excuse me while I go get my calcium, magnesium, zinc tablets for my deep sleep. Oops.
That's not good.
All right.
That melatonin's already kicked in.
So I'll tell you guys, podcast wise, this has been a challenge tonight. Not for all the reasons that were obvious. No, so yeah, it's not been bad. But I'm getting behind on certain articles that we should read. And because the podcasts are going so long, and part of the reason why they're going long is due to the fact that we've done 2 now in a row that were basically a week and a half worth of articles versus a week. I'm not sure exactly how we're going to
cut you off. I have an idea that you might like.
I wonder why they keep going so long.
I wonder why.
With consent from the rest of the group, why don't you just have a moment where you just read articles and no one else talks? Just go through them. And then go, okay, guys, we just got to
That's a good idea. Like,
I have the power to mute you all.
Okay. Listen. I am saying you got to dedicate to it, though, because you can't start a conversation on something. Just go through and
we can't start a conversation when you keep talking. That's the other thing.
Here's the thing.
But you guys interrupt me anyway, so I'm trying to keep going.
Oh, my God. Jesus. It's fine. It's not the end of the world. All I'm saying is that I'm acknowledging there are a few topics that were shared to us that I'd love to cover that are some serious topics that by the time we get down to that portion of the podcast, it's like, fuck it. We aren't covering this with any sense of seriousness. Right. So the chances of us getting to them is like, I don't know. I feel like I'm probably going to just skip a couple of them and get us back to zero. If possible, next podcast will be on Monday. So we're going to have one less day of articles, which will be good for us for once.
That would be the 17th.
17th. Yeah, derailed on a conversation about how to not derail. Clearly we have a problem. No. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'd like to, I don't know. I'm going to be working on things. I've been trying to fine tune the podcast a bit. I've skipped a couple articles tonight that I just realized I don't have to cover that at all. That's stupid. Anyway, but I think tonight we'll do two more. One of them to get it out of the way, because I do think it's important to at least acknowledge this is how they do things in Japan. And then another so that we can end on a high note. So this is from Danny. AC self-medicating to sleep is probably why the nightmares occur. I have nightmares after a few days of taking over-the-counter sleep aids.
This was his first nightmare in 69 years.
Yes,
is what
but old man, you are correct. I just started taking zinc, which is good for deep sleep. One of the guys that I work with, my boss's brother, I talked with him one day when we were working together about sleep issues, and he was dealing with the same ones. And he bought me the supplements that he's taking and some tart cherry juice, which for some reason helps him. I have not seen any change, but if you take 2 of the zinc tablets, it puts you in a deep enough sleep that it's actually hard to get out of it when you wake up if you don't get enough hours. So I will only be taking one tonight and still have a hard time getting up tomorrow, I'm sure. Anyway, you're not wrong. It was absolutely the zinc tablets from last night, because I took 2 because as I kind of talked about earlier in the podcast, I didn't sleep well the last 2 nights because of my wife's job and then this stupid dinner I had to go to. Okay, look, the dinner was great. It tasted fucking amazing, but literally, dead serious. This actually happened. The waiter came by and gave my boss the bill and then never came back. We were there, I'm dead serious, for like an hour and a half later until somebody finally got up and found a completely different waiter and asked him to come and bring water, because you know how they come and
motherfucker, it sounds like your meal was free.
Yeah. And then we mentioned offhandedly to the waiter that came by, like, we have the check, you know, and like the guy's like, whoa, wait a minute, where's your waiter? like he's not supposed to leave.
We want to know.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So it was taxing. Like, it was a great dinner. I don't want to make it sound like I hated it, but holy shit, was I so fucking tired at like 2 hours in. And then it went for another 3 goddamn hours. And partially it was because of the waiter literally just disappeared. I don't know if he went to a concert to get hand jobs or what, but he never came back. And I will forever be mad at him and out to get him. What? Who's Coom Duck? Who did that on purpose, Lance?
Coom Duck is this one.
Okay, I should have known. Anyway, so let's cover this article.
As you were saying, lube Zanus with rebar.
From Albania.
Yeah, Japan executes 3 prisoners in first hangings since 2019. So Tokyo, Japan hanged 3 prisoners on Tuesday. See, this is why your population is so low, because you keep killing all your alpha jets. Its first execution. Well, actually, let's be real. Each person who got this hanging, I think, were mass murderers. So maybe it's a good thing. Tokyo, Japan hanged 3 prisoners on Tuesday. Its first executions in 2 years, with the government saying it was necessary to maintain capital punishment in the face of continued atrocious crimes. Unfortunately, KyoAni arsonist hasn't been murdered yet. Japan is one of the few developed countries to keep the death penalty. Okay, all right. Eyewitness news. Yeah.
Do the Chad thing that America can't do.
I'm sorry. America has the death penalty.
Yeah, but
Only for
and
very
how many
specific
states does it
individuals.
not have the death penalty?
Only the states that would rather waste your taxpayer money keeping somebody in prison the rest of their life.
Yeah.
Life in prison plus 20 Ahmaud Arbery trial, right? I just love the idea that they actually keep your remains there for an additional 20 years after you die. All right. Anyway, more than 100 people are currently on death row in Japan, most of them for mass murder. Executions are carried out by hanging, usually long after.
Holy crap! 22 states do not have the death penalty.
Boy, I hope I don't get charged for a crime in those states. Fucking end me. I demand a swift trial and execution. One of the 3 executed on Tuesday was Yasutaka Fujishiro, 65, who used a hammer and knife to kill his 80-year-old aunt, 2 cousins, and 4 others in 2004. A Justice Ministry spokesperson told AFP. The other 2 were 54-year-old Tomoaki Takenazawa, who killed 2 clerks at an arcade game parlor in 2003, and his accomplice Mitsunori Onogawa, who was 44. So what were they like?
He wasn't playing
20,
around.
25 and 30-ish? I don't know. Something not quite. Anyway, the executions were the first under Prime Minister Fumio Kishida, who took office in October. Whether to keep the death sentence or not is an important issue that concerns the foundations of Japan's criminal justice system, Deputy Chief Cabinet Secretary Seiji Kiyihara said. Given that atrocious crimes keep occurring one after another, it is necessary to execute those whose guilt is extremely grave, so it is inappropriate to abolish capital punishment. Members of the Japan Federation of Bar Associations strongly protest Japan's executions. The body's president, Tadashi Ara, said in a statement. Ara urged the government to abolish capital punishment and stop all executions until it is abolished. Total cuck over here doesn't want to kill people on the government dime. No. Look, there are reasons why you wouldn't want the state sponsored murder. I get it. You know, in the event that they've captured the wrong guy, blah blah blah. But for the most part, just move on. Don't be in the wrong place at the wrong time. No. Anyway, I don't want to read any more of this.
Too often. Never mind. Continue.
I thought it was interesting enough to mention that Japan hangs their people, and I think that's really cool. We should bring that back. Because the electric chair is
we do metaphorically.
Costs a little bit too much on the electric bill.
Also, when you hang people, they get death erections, which are funny.
There's so many problems with the injection. I don't know why they don't just like put a person on like a respirator and then just give them like carbon dioxide. Let them die.
Oh, you want to put them in the Swedish suicide capsule? That's way too humane.
That's wasted on them.
I want like the death sentence. If you know people are guilty, especially if they admit to it, right? They should have a giant death wheel, and they spin that wheel, and the audience goes, "Wood chipper, wood chipper, wood chipper!" Yeah!
The thing is, to play devil's advocate on the other end, is what do you do in situations where you have someone this has happened, and I'm not going to bring up the specific, but one of a YouTuber that just claims they did it, and then when they do a dive on everything, they found out this person was innocent, and just to fuck over the system. So there's never a win-win with any of this, sadly. I mean, I feel if you murder someone, you're out of here. Like, if you commit murder in cold blood, I feel like, a noose is the least you deserve.
Same with child molesters and
yeah. And it's like,
like
I'm just like all I'm trying to say is like, you have people that are messed up enough to just say they did the crime instead of, people who are fucked up to the point they would mess up the system by just being a part of it briefly. So all I'm trying to say is there's got to be some kind of weird checks and balance before that could actually be initiated. But we may have been leaving this article already, so I apologize.
Well, that's
there's my comment.
I'll just say that when DNA evidence started to be utilized, a alarming number of rape cases were overturned because the men who were accused and put behind bars for raping a woman, the DNA on file was tested and proved that they were not the perpetrator of the rape. Okay? And if our failure rate in trusting women is so high, then perhaps capital punishment isn't something that I should joke so flippantly about. But if I get one chance of seeing wood chipper death live on TV, I will take it, motherfucker.
Pay-per-view? Oh, yes.
All right. Anyway, I would like to showcase. I want you to pay attention to the shock and pure ecstasy on the face of the man who doesn't get gored by the bull.
What the fuck?
It's like he knows it's coming.
Bullshit.
Reason
Clearly, I came back at the best part.
38. Why you should not live in China. This is some great audio that I've got. Damn.
Do you think it got its order?
Dude, is he watching?
Did he come back around?
Gotta go to the bathroom.
I like the idea.
This is the worst security cam I've ever heard.
Oh, the relaxing ASMR.
Do you think the goal was hired to, do a quality check?
Dude, I came back right as the bull started ramming through.
It's not a bull. It's
this
like
is why you have a shotgun.
Is there a menu on the door?
I think that's a wildebeest.
Did anybody notice the fact that it had a leash on?
Yeah, I did notice that.
Oh God!
So I take it this is called a literal bull goes into a Chinese shop?
Yes.
Isn't it a wildebeest? I don't think it's a bull.
A bull also refers to male, so I
And
could technically be
a bull
right.
also remembers to the man cucking your wife or cucking you.
Okay, here's the question: did this dude that got steamrolled by this bull, wildebeest, whichever you would like to call it or it would identify as,
Runaway
did he at
buffalo.
least get his order?
I just see this brief moment of extreme joy.
Not me.
So a popular phrase has been replicated in real life.
Guys, it's like the Grim Reaper showed up and he played Eeny, Meeny, Miny, Moe, and this other guy just happened to draw heads.
He literally just backed up, not even hitting the chair behind him. Look at that. It's like I would have backed up, pushing all the shit away behind me.
I would have gone out the motherfucking door.
The fact that he doesn't immediately run out of the establishment screaming.
He's a secret undercover rodeo clown.
He's got an app on his phone called Order a Bull, right?
See, I'm so fucking
I
cynical.
thought this thing was gonna come fuck my wife. No, real bull.
I'm so cynical. I don't think this
Was
is fucking real.
was the app called Audible? Audible.
It's
See it.
CG. Random Living can tell. It's awful CG. Looks bad. Fake.
I think it's so easily could have been a marketing stunt for this restaurant.
Oh yeah,
It's possible.
I definitely want
Our customers show
this restaurant. At any moment, a raging bull could come through and gore me in the asshole. Yes.
What I don't understand is, I zoomed
Water
in on the
buffalo.
fucking doors. What happened to the doors? Why are they fully
They're
intact?
flappy. They're flap
Yeah,
doors.
they're just flaps.
Oh, okay, I missed that. My bad.
I think they're reinstating the actual physical doors after this incident.
Oh.
Well, the thing is like, I could have sworn to God the damn bull stopped checking the menu on the door, but I'm not sure at what point.
I guess I'll have to watch it again.
They don't have egg rolls. Fuck this place.
I think it's a water buffalo, not a bull.
Random.
They're
Look,
having
man.
China?
Foot fetish to bull fetish. I really don't care.
Yours is fat and mine is slow.
Okay.
Reese, don't get us
Reese?
copyrighted again.
Are you okay?
So I'm gonna try to read this real quick. A popular phrase has been replicated in real life in the most literal sense, as a runaway buffalo managed to bulldoze its way into a restaurant in Taizhou of Chinese Jiangsu province, injuring a man in the process before causing destruction and running back out. Suffering multiple leg injuries, the maimed man was dragged to safety by his companion as the rabid animal continued to cause further damage to the restaurant. A really loud video captured the rather spontaneous moment. The bull apparently fled from a butcher shop just before it was meant to be slaughtered for sustenance. And as suddenly as the bull blasted through the restaurant's plastic screens, it also eventually ran back out on its own. A brief period after the fearful beast vacated the area, the man's friend left the shop and soon returned with an entourage who evaluated the destruction and the injuries inflicted to the one bystander. The wounded victim was brought to a hospital for aid, though it wasn't mentioned what befell the escaped bovine. He's free. He made it. Freer than all of us combined.
PETA couldn't be more happy.
All right. So that's all I've got planned for tonight, because God fuck me in the ass if I have to do any more articles that I actually require reading, considering the amount of sleep aids I've taken. And I still have to take out the trash. So that's fucking fantastic. I hope you've enjoyed. And I will be selling this podcast as an NFT. You may purchase it for 10 Ethereum.
And then you will get copyright claimed and lose all your ad revenue.
Fuck, that is
no. They will when they buy the NFT from you, so you benefit from selling it.
All right. I'm gonna leave and let you guys continue the party without me.
There's a party to
Are
continue.
we going to be talking about Space Dandy next week, or will that be the week after?
So let me tell you a little bit about my watch of Space Dandy. I
have nice pits.
I watched a lot of episodes. Yeah, I'm sweating again. I watched many episodes, and then one day I came back to watch more, and I couldn't remember if I got to like episode 7 or 8. So I pulled up VLC, and I put all the Space Dandy episodes in it, and I started on episode 4, and I was planning to skip ahead until I got to the episode with the ramen, and I was like, this doesn't look familiar. That's weird. So I thought, fuck it. You know what? I didn't really pay attention as closely as I wanted to the first time, so I'm just going to start over. Then I find that the ramen episode was episode 2, and I actually didn't get that far. I'm currently finishing episode 3, and so the likelihood of me getting through Space Dandy seasons 1 and 2 by next podcast is
0.
Less than 0. So I will do my best to get through. I don't hate the show. Don't get me wrong. It's just that like I don't care enough about it to actually watch it, right? Like to give it my full attention. It's not holding it enough because it's demanding it in the most like stupid way of just being a stupid show, which is great. Like, don't get me wrong, it's good at being a stupid show, but like I just don't care because there's no Melfina. There's no
What?
Ed and
Why do you need Melfina? She was like a husk.
There's no Aisha Clan. There's no the girl with all the miniguns in Trigun.
No. Oh no, Meryl. That's Meryl.
So far as I've seen, there haven't been any characters that I actually give a damn about. Although I will say that his little robot companion, I love the voice transmogrifier.
Yes, auto tune.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I really like that touch. And it's like it hasn't gotten old yet. So it's funny because like the character won't say any the character won't say any prolonged, like thing for a while.
But they will scream out going like
and then when I do hear it again, I'm like, oh yeah, that's funny, right? I was showing my wife a TikTok I saw the other day of a guy who he's playing both sides of a conversation, and like he walks into a room and then the other version of him is sitting on the couch. He says, "I'm in a Zoom call," right? And then the other guy starts talking and he's got the auto-tune voice just like the character in Space Dandy. And it's like a back and forth on what the fuck is wrong with you. He's like, I finally got the surgery, right? And he's like talking, he's like, well, he's like, my voice is now perfect, right? And then at the end, he goes, you need to shut that shit off right now. And he's like, I can't. And he's like, is it reversible? He's like, the short answer is no. The long answer, and it's like for like 20 seconds. No, just like, it's like the funniest thing. And it was just it hit me at just the right spot because I've been watching Space Dandy, right? So, and I thought that would be really funny if that happened in the show. Anyway, yeah. So this has been great. I have been your host, the Anime Collector. I'm very tired, and I got to tell you, now that my wife is also working, it is proposing a interesting challenge for the show, in that she's working the weekend, which means that the time when I am supposed to compile articles,
you're babysitting.
I am now sole parent of the household, so that's a little tricky, and I'm not 100% sure what that's going to look like going forward, but hoping that I can maintain a good sleep schedule except for today. And if I get to bed in the next hour, it's actually not going to be that bad. But I'm hoping that I can rise to the occasion. I'm thinking of buying fucking Alpha Brain from Joe Rogan and seeing if that makes any difference. Anyway, I'm going to start rambling if I keep talking because of the sleep aids taking effect, and I still have to take out the trash. So I'm going to leave. Yes, Alpha Gigabrain.
Alpha Brain Giga Chat.
So, fuck me. God damn it.
Take care, buddy. Good luck with being a dad.
Yes, thank you. And I would very much like to. If the opportunity arose, I would like to do the show in a nightly or near nightly format. I think that it would be interesting if we could dial in topics to the point where we're only covering things that we actually want to talk about.
That we're so efficient.
We are so bad at it so far. But if we could dial it into things that we just want to talk about, I think we could actually do it. Right. Now, of course, we are nowhere near the income level necessary to do that. But it would be an interesting thing to try at some point if I had a week off, which I did just recently, but I spent it recovering from my addiction to caffeine and then immediately falling back off the wagon. So so we'll see how this goes. But anyway, I'm gonna leave now. Talk to you later. Have a good one, guys. Enjoy doing the show without me. Bye.
TTYL.
Don't take any too hard rods on me. What?
Oh my! I didn't realize my name. Wow.
Hey, I have. Are we talking about Space Stanley finally?
No, we're not talking about Chris Space Dandy.
Damn it!
Is the show over?
We can carry on. We're still broadcasting. You guys want to talk about something other than Space Dandy?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. Like, there's a lot of new stuff that's airing that's probably never going to be on this channel in the next 10 years. So maybe we could talk about a couple of that.
Gone for this.
I'm gonna miss him.
We missed one vital thing in this podcast, guys. You ready for this? You ready for this clip?
I fished last night. It's very tight.
That's RHYS leaked footage of his tomb tape. Sorry, you leaked it online yourself. You only have yourself to blame. You Murphy'd yourself.
What?
Was that him unboxing a Tenga?
I was trying to shake the thing out of the slipcover.
Sure, that's what they all say.
You know what?
I fished last night. It's very tight.
You know what they say. Shake it once, you're okay. Shake it twice, you're still okay. Shake it 3 times, you're playing with yourself.
That was more than 3. I can count.
My God, RHYS, I didn't know. Oh my God.
RHYS is just malfunctioning.
Help! Someone stop!
The M word again.
My internet.
Oh, we didn't talk about. Oh, why didn't we talk about that?
Guys,
what? The
guys?
M word?
Yes, the N word.
Guys, my entire
Brad
screen
said we're
went black.
skipping it again. He's like, okay, we're skipping this one for the 50th time. I know, tragic, but at least we got your sex tape out there.
I'm back. Well, could you even consider that? Never mind.
Oh, Brad, did you see the leaked tape?
Wait, is that AC or is that someone posing as AC? Because we all know he has clones.
Well,
somebody posing as AC.
Oh, it was you? Great. Well, I guess you did.
I'm sorry, RHYS. I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I've ruined it.
What the fuck?
I fished last night. It's very tight.
What the fuck?
I think we should just kill it.
I'm trying to figure out what I was saying now.
You were talking about you finished like disc 4 or something of Blue Pond Part 3. You're like, I finished it last night, and then you're like, it's very tight in the slipcase, but I cut it so specifically that you're just like, I finished last night. It's very tight, and that's it.
Skills
and I put it
going
in,
next level.
And I doubled the initial flappage of to the on the second part. So you're just a degenerate.
Well,
I'm gay.
What was that?
Okay.
You were about to thank?
Why? Okay. First of all, you cut him off, and second of all, you didn't even play the full fucking clip. And I'm gonna come up there with my duck, and I'm going to slap you if you don't stop. He did it
again. You don't
Quack.
know how powerful the hedges are.
Mercy, kill it.
All right.
All right. That was us. Space Dandy, presumably 2 weeks at best.
Oh my God.
AC's homework is to finish season 1 by next podcast. So, yeah.
Yeah, and so yeah, you guys have probably had plenty of time to finish both, but I mean, yeah, because
maybe
Brad's lagging behind, you still have some race room.
And for those of you that actually care, maybe I'll get to showcase my pickups from the last 2 weeks next week? Question mark?
Post that shit in the Discord now, so it's there.
Trust me, I'm getting on it.
Yeah, you whore. Instead, he just messaged it to me, and I was thinking, no, that's cheating. You can't just sneak it on to the
I was
podcast.
sending it to you because I took ass pictures.
Oh,
So,
well, I mean, they seemed fine
what's
to me.
to do with them? Make them pretty?
I could tell.
No.
To be fair, I have made a couple of his thumbnails.
He truly has. He truly has.
I know you're like a nail esthetician or whatever, and you like painting nails and stuff, but like, you know, just.
All right. Well, I promise. I promise. On one of my thumbnails, I will dedicate it to you because there will be a foot in it. Don't worry. And on that note, it's been fun, guys.
Mercy kill it.
All right. See ya. Bye.